people of Rabbi's house and repaid the onion. Ultimately, again, this new product is 8 years old. So they changed and they said, people mentioned some people about it, obviously, the father people, some of these. The other one said, you always see often perfectly fine. Why you connect dots? That was interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you always see like this. Sorry, two of Rashi. You always see often there. The other one said, the members of the house of the Zionites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, keeping back each shaykh turn off the end. So they that's too much. We saw yesterday's documentary. We get into an issue of potential colors with a forbidden item. Sometimes that forbidden identity can often previously committed. So, for example, the consideration here is this looks like one is transaction business achieve the produce. If your produce should only have achieved the same to achieve the prohibition. The Muslim said it's certainly be a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate recipe. Because the produce is being taken in the only being quote unquote repaid during the estate, because there's no immediate recipe, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheep. And therefore no sheep prohibition calls upon to pay your produce. That's the idea of it. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and again, sheep is simply not the follow up. It's very interesting. Let them to ask them. And interestingly enough, similar case would come up with estimates. Estimates are a person goes to a site and introduces for something called the services. Right? Obviously, the money, or even that actually this and cannot be used for any types of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The 7-year-old, Mark says, finally, these guys Rashi says, Yosel Rabbi Rabbi. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her as he gives her image, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the half of Yosel, or has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's called Esmano prohibits payment ultimately is not for sacrificial use. Obviously it doesn't make sense. No, blah blah blah. If he gave her, let's say you gave her a lamb, gave her a sheep, and you didn't have relations with her, and of course it's permitted for a carbon wife. She was giving her a lamb, you have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I found all of the Sue, furthermore, the second case, also that, if you have relations with her, you didn't pay her anything, ultimately you didn't pay her anything. If you didn't pay her anything, even though Allah, my estimate, if you didn't pay her anything, you must be meaning of the statement from Raisa that says that Allah from the estimate is mutter. It doesn't tell Allah, what we come. That this is listen to this. Unless Allah, you Africa Allah, he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards. In other words, when you can change these outside, so this is like this. When you send me when there's transactional immediacy, these are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, when the payment does take on the status of S9 zone. And what that means practically is that it can be ultimately, again, let's say for type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's element. No son. If you give it a sheep, the African ball. Now what does it mean, the African ball? That's just Afshab, Ella, the Afrazman. He doesn't have a relationship with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, first, how exactly do we go ahead and translate? Maybe see, I think there's some more making sense. These are today and have to listen for 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But that's also it's not a matter. Excuse me. Bala, the African Masala, or for that, he has relations with the Rothschild Pacer, as not a matter. In both of these cases, but again, the S however, Nasala, the African is not fine. So therefore, both say the first thing is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S-man, there has to be a transaction like in other words, payment. Then the land sheet, the payment, has the status ultimately again about. Keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household that were beyond that, they would borrow the produce from the poor. And yes, people can tell you openly because I don't know, maybe it's like a little strange practice. It's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view produce as an exchange, right? Or as a payment, ultimately again from 7 year produce to 3 year produce, and after the year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara question is this S on case. Nothing on the African ball, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays it. Okay, we're going to use Rothschild. He gets rid of sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of right? So he pays sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her sheep on Tuesday. On Wednesday, he has the sheep. So again, the thing we just learned before, that does not have the status of a private scheme, and therefore is not permitted to consecrate something because it lacks transactional means. I understand. If he bought when he does have that's what everyone's. They recommend the sheep on has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of some they call it law is not enough for it. Obviously, I understand. When he gives the sheep never when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively he gets and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Eslam Zona or as of Tuesday. Lazar, but Lazar says is very thing that what's the case? To come up the Hikri Basa. This is very interesting. Watch the Zona, right? You got the sheep on Tuesday. You got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't go until Wednesday. Whereas the other relations on Wednesday, the sheep should be categorized as a house. What's the case? She offered it up as a carbon, offered up as a carbon on the pious zona. You might say you saw from a she's a zona, which is offering like carbonus. What's that? It's part of the method. So it's a case that we all within consistencies, and we all live within conditions, and in certain respects, I'm excited. In certain respects, I'm emotional. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and things in my life that I can't do very well. There are things that I don't do well. Here's the key. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem, and I'm righteous. It's not at all the areas and more of them. Obviously, that's the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of life. And most of us are never. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. That's that I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is still a contradiction, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in addictions. Such is the nature of it is that even though the zone is a zone, she also brings problems. And guarantee you, those kabbalas are real. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how to be certain and struggles more than and when you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of accomplishment. In any event, so Zona offered up the covenants. But Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha, she took the sharila, right? Lessa b'shas spia u'makara. Then obviously it's mutter, right? She has to it. It can't be categorized as a Tuesday because they didn't have relation to that. So essentially, leave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, if you but if he did not give her permission to acquire it, and if he was not explicit, he didn't say that this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? There's scheduled correlations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? If he gives it to us, it's done Tuesday. Revelation is tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be the product. I can shove it up as the product. After all, the action is based on the person will consecrate his home. This is about evaluation. We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my basic so just like your home, you own it. After the only you consecrate, whether it's consecrated, whether it's for us, is something. In other words, you accept. If she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up as part of us? You know, the only modification that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, this part only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who inspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's purpose or their abilities are. But if ownership only asks you to accomplish that which you own, you only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often we forget that the prophet owns of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will also do that. He doesn't expect that we someone else to accomplish this. What he does expect of you is to take a personal inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than that. And then utilize those on the pursuit of to not wish that which belongs to you. Which part will only ask of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual lives. Was the case. He says to her, right, so something, and he says, okay, keep you the schedule for the tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mixture of it, but if you need the sheep for some reason, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card money, you need to know whatever it is, then you must be action, then give you the right to acquire it. It's fine. So the Gemara says this. So there was an essence of now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with this cheap transaction. The idea that's happening here is that something can only be invested in when it is when there is a level of transaction. So that's the case, and ultimately by the SEO zone by the product in the case of that. And just before the product in the case. So variable, she come up with the shuffle now. It's very interesting. So let's say same thing, moving the moving into the zone of machine on Tuesday. The via is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not. She consecrated. She didn't offer up to the top. She's not fishing. So what's the status of the animal? Even the animal, I mean, that's with the boss and the loss of it. She man back the boss in common. So you see this. Is the formula. The way the Gemara says that verbally pledging something that is equivalent to giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do you say ultimately again that act of going ahead and matching verbally is the equivalent of offering it. Whereas offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal is gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish? Again, we're not saying you heard the shayla is. In the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's right, so it can't be called an estimation because it was no longer in existence. So the year on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the beer occurs, and ultimately so the time of the beer, the object is still here. So now the shayla is does the object become an or not? So the case shall be very Eliezer. Because that's what it was, right? So let's say going back, this is on the top of the down. Right? Shekabma behikri basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi also understood the Eslam right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. She offered it up already by the time that she occurred. Behikri basa. Got right. She offered it up as no longer existence. How about the Shasson? The largest thing here is if she is not fishing, the animal is existence that would be her. The animal would now be called Islam. No, the Rabbi Lazar would say, coming by. This shayla is managed to shayla the Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, "Mine." Mifshak shutei Eliezer that the bus of Davka back to Shasson, the Eastern Shasbia. Because the Lazar said, "If you don't come to an Eslam, you can offer up for the Bia." Because by the time the Bia, the animals no longer here. But perhaps again, she was just makdish, consecrated. The animals still in existence at the time of the Bia. In which case, halacha the animal is recategorized as an of your love. If the bus of shitale, if the shas of the sap, and maybe obviously she often is following I'm not going to categorize it as an zona, but in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara is taking, so we're really not sure. So we have to look at what comes out here over here is first of all, so important lesson, we're not finished with this. What we do understand is that order for something to be categorized as an understanding must be transformed immediately, which means if that order is not followed, either payment, via, or via and then payment, again, it is not considered to be a S9 zone. It deposited in animal for payments. Now, and the deal doesn't occur later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead to by carbon. If she's not decent, she doesn't make it. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the deal. Today, what's the status of that animal? That's the case. That's the under. Okay, let's analyze this. But now, so again, let's say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, payment is more. And we say it can be used for consequential purposes, or used where is the cash up. I understand this. You might as well minimum. بأخذ حقنا أقول الشلوش شلون أصلا أصلا. So the Rabbi says if he has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, he will pay all of the bills late. Basically, he pays her late for 3 years later. It's called the harlot's payment, and he also, and I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Low conscious. So what's in that conscious? Right, that we said that if relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's not transactional use. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, even if the patient ultimately do this for us, and I'm not going to use stuff, I'm not just a kasha. Contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Lee, it's Ba'ali Lee. The color was that. Had the Amar was Ba'ali Lee, the color was stand. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep. Versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi. The color is that. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional use. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional use. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The only other color is that I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now moving a little bit up, says have relations with Zona. He says have relations with me for this sheep. Now, yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. It has the status of a harlot's payment because it's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order because what has to happen is remember, livestock animals were part of the sheep, were part of the possession, which the okay, so penalty is actually interesting. Ultimately, the didn't was only by Jews. So if I heard about the soul of the not the old numbers on the sale, so it's talking to Charlie. Who could go and claim the Hatzim, or enough the sheep standing in the Hatzim. In which case, again, such a sheep fires. You can play the Hatzim, and follow the application. I understand. If it's in our in our requires, in our relations with it, ultimately, again, then it's in the it's already a thought to show you fired it. What are we talking about? You might she acquired it before the so this is like a testimony because she's acquired it before the deal. If she's in the process, the nurse will is shocking to him. Very interesting. But here's the case. So Ruben comes to the Hallel and right here, this sheep is in a place. Essentially, advantage for it. That when it's customers, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for deliveries. Right? If I don't pay you money, you should take this. So therefore, she doesn't really require this shipment. She requires the sheep in the event requires non-payment. The Amallah, he might see not late. So if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. And if not, exactly the S number. This sheep will open at the end of the whole talking. Massive. Again, it's interesting. All of it unravels to the essence of watch this. Let's say again, moving employees, donkey drivers, they say that he's paying. But the way ultimately, again, he's paying them, that actually points out over here, that actually overcoming what Amir artists, either non-Jews or they're artists, they're just unlearned Jews. And he said to them, right? So what's the anal association? Okay, so actually before that. So he says to them, I'm paying you. Don't use this money to go and purchase for yourself food. Okay, either that. The thing is, he's giving his money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So let's say now the inner approach to do this. Inner approach doesn't have to be good. Something like this 63 weeks. Romy Shimshis and Romy Shimashis and Romy Shimashis. And let's say what's the issue here? The Gemara says that hello for myself, hello for myself. He's giving them money. Now, because it's an option on that part, yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the other thing or my security police, he doesn't have to be this one. Why does he have to be this one? This because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, February, do what you want. Because he's doing it, it's not on him. They do. Rashi said over here, after Rashi just goes through all of this, like, look at the end, if you look at Rashi finishing Isaac, right, if you look at Rashi, the text last one, the last of the one, the Hachi was something and the people like, we don't use Ruben is not the one who is but Ruben's doing them. It's kind of here, this is for the food, this is for your drink. What today is not unreadable. It's not unreadable, so therefore again, no liability. Sabbath no race 60 second liability. Allah, see the issue. See buying guys. Workers, like taxi drivers, go pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Oh, she is my solution. That house, I mean, then we have a thumb. Now, why is that? We get the time for it. اسم Mahilo, the Hashton Solid National issue is because he's in the crowds. Now we say he's purchasing and providing these really items for his workers. So see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. Have you ever talked to someone? If he's go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately again, he's problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially limited items for his Alma, wasn't a lazy from the Kikatara is
like, yeah, put some, you don't respect me.
Well, I'm not going to look at this.
You're
We're now going at and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back ultimately again to Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid with your shoes. Rothschild said, now probably no transaction immediacy. So listen, what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece over there? So what do you see here? That when moving pays the bill. I pays the bill, even though again he's paying yesterday. No function already took place. A local arrangement is trying to see, and he is considered to be for he's the party shady focused in the idea. As the Gemara says, also not part of the news is part of the maybe here ultimately again vision that ultimately shows same thing Gemara this dog the same thing and the people in the shop so no it's different moving case right he's going ahead and telling the workers and they'll just go drink out pick up the tab talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit even the ugly laugh ultimately because shopkeepers normally extends credit moving ultimately there is a that's literally translated literally the shopkeeper acquires media look at that this economy that is actually right across the left to the left. Kind of been some the shopkeeper knows he's going to get started. Take care about come up and she yes no I think are kind of like so what's the transaction we're not just saying scambling where you want and buy food buy he's saying go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends his credit. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid. And there is transactional immediacy
that's words for
he says here, he'll leave it. It's almost like an exchange, right? Shopkeeper can give donkey drivers and moving going to immediately those are only things about how to be Diana even the other family in this but and the therefore that this is trying to get back to needs. The most others and the again using that even to send out a some case you can go to a doctor for that. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper nobody expects credit. And it sounds like what's it? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that's looking healthy, I determine to get if you're the exact so if that's the case, then sacrifice the instead of making the first case of the case of here's $100, go out and think, make it two different things. What do you disagree? You might say that when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for moving to say to what the tablet? You don't even drink. I'll pick up the tab. That's only with the shopkeepers that is kind of moving because there's transactional immediacy and it's as if again the transaction already has the money but not people who do not extend not transactional and that should be called. In other words, benefit is right and then two pieces saying that one basis is must both somebody should even if the shopkeepers are still obligated to anyway, let's do this better. The equal on the plus right? Ruben goes right. I go with you. Okay, let it right back to show. And the copy will be shown what's that for? Ultimately, I get property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must say, so what's this? Now again, that's even assume that even if I have no previous relationship, and you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee that covers that transaction cease looking at it. Above, keep all below social industry. You're right. You're right. End of the day, whether the shop extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't extend social shimmer. Gab dem Shabbat, even the law Miyachid Shibude, low miss. Rashi says, even though Miyachid Shibude, Rashi, third wide line, Rashi's in the bottom. Gilmach Shibude, Shalom Yichei lo Miyachid Mo's the path, Lav Khalifa Minhu loans. Since we cannot go ahead and actively set aside money, he's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money is set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks personal needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So now you can remove the low mitzvah. Sorry. Where it says, Halahacha, and my fish, so that's ultimately again, so what you consider that you should shields. So you must talk no more. So ultimately, ultimately, what do you have to be concerned about? Allah, my fish, you should shields. What do you have to be concerned about over here? For myself, that perhaps again, shield the police must. Although yet we should be there, ultimately, because no particular money is designated for that is not. He's going to this case over here is where the bank the money to the company. Okay, so this change Shilo, Alapayes, the company. Hodem Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam the Alapayes please to your Baba. So here again, Christ says that Ruben says to his workers, go. This is where Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no sense. So now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, okay. Again, if they pay to the things, it's literally like he's supplying them with the I'm not done. I'm just so I think that's really not enough. So the Gemara says this. So again, all of this is all in this same round. Like that's happening.
Anyways, that's not what
I'm sorry. I'm used to the Shmeitik of they kind of said I got this over in front of the Rabbi did half an hour ago. I'm not late. I did 26 for me. So you try to catch things. The guy says to his worker, go out and I will pay. I will pay. It should sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shop. Because again, we're saying out a case of we didn't shoot that. Right? So we left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, yeah, let's $100 how much you was consumed. Right, sorry. The evidence is to be right, change the basic divide the following. That halach l'maisa, please remember, essentially there are two cases in verse. One is where Ruben gives you $100. So ever go out to eat, but and drink on meat. Whatever they do on them. Now is that halach l'maisa, Ruben prepaid and give $100 to the shop. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the dealer
Just as he said, like, why would I care what he does? I do it. If I were running a shop, I would honestly, and I'm not going to share this, I would honestly think the same, like, about that as a
the way that prices should be is he says to his workers, so go out and drink, but I will set it off ultimately again. That's what everyone was saying. It's a great spot to be able to cover and the thing that comes the dedicated edition this year. This is the first doubles for all about in the Toba, speaking on the grazing of Tito grazing, Human grazing, Lean roses, white, and Stanley roses, white, and Tony Bracha. We got many sponsors, Captain Faith Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Simon Meekins, and that kind of a memory of their father, and Ben and the father, Baruch Mordechai, always we dedicate our memory to small precious actors in the program. Shalom and the Karl and give them follow on that scene. Once they got to that speaking of the same today, they've got this son of goodness. On Sun is in the base they Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 lines up from the bottom. So verse is as follows. Yana, yes, it is 9 to partially members of the household of Yana behavior as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, 9 Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that sheet, it actually says that it's very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called Malabi. So obviously, like, you're not getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not summer. Once it's no longer readily available, you can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house already online, borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the fashion events, and part of the Shemitah, which they offer Aniyim Shemitah after that year, so it happened again. On year number 8, ultimately again, so the king made sick, so people mention this practice there's something about it, obviously, the problem people, so they say things like, I'm a little the opener said, listen up here, it's perfectly fine. Why you connect that? Yeah, I'll say that. You know, look at Rashi, you all see that this starts to a couple of Rashis. You all see that Rabbi Yochanan said, members of the house of the Anais are acting. Rashi says the keeping that low havu hanach be'en. Low is used to so sometimes that forbidden identity is called on previously business which means that even the 8-year close should ultimately have the same shoot the prohibition. But the only certainly be a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate recipe. Because the produce is being taken when you shoot the only being quote unquote to be paid during your age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this doesn't look like you're doing commerce with shoes of produce. And therefore no shoot the prohibition resolves upon your produce. That's the ideal. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, shouldn't the same thing will not follow upon the different. This is very interesting. Is to connect them to S-non. And interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with S-non. S-non and for something for right? There's an object. That object is called an S-non. And cannot be used some type of sacrifice. Makes sense. Isn't it? The sign up, you must be the first time you pass the sign up is. Let's say root Rafa is his own. Everything goes to Rafa, and ultimately again, he gives her, as an opinion, right? But he doesn't have relations yet. Or on the half of a or he has relations with him paying anything. What's that? As none of for hundreds payment ultimately is multi-sacrificial. Obviously it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he had relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a common. Even though he had relations with her. So he did her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restriction on it. Which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, brought the lamb alone, he had relations with her. But he didn't pay her anything. How young it was, ultimately the inheritance, if he didn't make my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Genesis that says that the estimate is not? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, hello, that is what he used to say. Listen to this. If he gave her, let's say, gave her a sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, when he paid this out. So he's going to say like this. When do somebody say S1 and S1 pays her, right? Our relation is pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S1. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment will not take on the status of so what that means practically can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial temple. Watch this. You get it a sheep. What is it? Rashi says, hello, the Aka's man. That's what the relation is now. Of course, how does that actually go? I think there's some level of conversation tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment, relation. That's not a Muslim. Ball now. The Akakak Nasala, or for that matter, the relationship with her. Mention the actors case. That's not a. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, however, Nasala, the Akakak, therefore, I will say, so one thing is this that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S council, that has to be transactional. Once the transactional release payment relations, then the land receive the payment has the status ultimately again of a promise payment. Now again, keep track of what's going on here. So remember, The household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah from the store and repay it ultimately again with $50. People came to the offer because they felt, I don't know, maybe it was a little bit strange, this fact that you're transacting business with Shemitah. Actually, we don't view that your produce has this change, right? Or as somehow a payment ultimately again from 70 of produce, and after the injury produce. Right. Now the more questions a little bit discussed now. No, someone so let's go right. Let's go ahead and see. Very low. This right? TP's your sheet. Right, and then we on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, again, based on what we just learned before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for classified companies. Right? There's a lax transaction. Whereas I understand he bought a lot, but when he does have a sheep, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on the sheet. He has basically on Wednesday. So why do we say that when he does have a sheep, we're going to have Lechol Allah is the same thing. I understand. When you do the can't be labeled as exercise. You never label. But when he does have a Wednesday, then retroactively he designation of this as a harvest payment should evolve upon the retroactively. And therefore the sheep can be categorized as an excellent zone of only size of 2 days. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting that what's the case? He says, cover up the Hikmah Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona sheep on Tuesday. Got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. When what's the case? Shop it up as a comment on Tuesday. Papayas, Papayas Zona. I want to say, you might see a new song. Come on. Hold on, what she's a Zona. And she's on that Kavanas. For sense. Or the Greek cosmetic. That's those are what I'm saying. All the consistencies. And we call it inherent contradiction of respect. And certain respect. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do much fun, and there are things that I don't do. Here's the beauty of it. I think that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do it all, or Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all thing. You need to be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in others. Yeah, that's not the goal. The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us fake, because here, you know, Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing chesed, but I'm doing. Right, it is a bit fun, but it's still a contradiction. Welcome to the nature of the nature. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings confidence. You know what? I guarantee you, they have to call it. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows and struggles some other. And you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of the in any event, so the zona offered up the coverage. But the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. How APW, what's the case? You don't know about community. If he said to the son, this is the lamb on Tuesday. This is yours as of today. Right? Apply this as of today. Then come up with the third way. You must start this. Then obviously it's more difficult, right? Because she has categories. It can't be categorized as an S1 and T2, right? So essentially, these are different things. However, if you use the law, on the left in the abstract, we can but if you can give her permission to apply it, and if you look at it, you can say that this is your animal as a Tuesday. Like, they're scheduled for relations on Monday. So what does it mean? If you keep it as each country, and we have relations tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell us to apply it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he can must be kind of stuff for the product. After all, the act is based on the Shabbat. So it says the person will consequently be home. This is talking about evaluation. Right, so we'll go ahead and consequently home. I'm not one of establish yourself, just like your home, you own it. Establish yourself, so to be concentrate, whether it's concentrate or something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't know on Tuesday, then have to suffer at the time, also start women you know, the only message something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, only asks of us we're able to do. Is we make a mistake of and that's what the right thing to do. Speaking of role models, but a lot of times we compare ourselves to others and this certain measure up. But she said you can measure up to someone else. You don't know if this is fitness or their abilities. But his ownership only asks you to not do that which you own. You only have the consequence, or you only can consequence that which you own. And consequence, and it doesn't belong to you. We so often we forget that the only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't want what he does is take a personalistic inventory of all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more. Honest. And then utilize the personalistic holiness. Only being not is that which belongs to you. And I come to part only asks us to accomplish spiritual things in our power, in our spiritual toolbox. He says there, Reuben gives to the soul of the sheep on the day. He says, okay, the sheep with you, we're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? Just keep it come for tomorrow. It's different, but if you the sheep, it's something the sheep, I don't know, whatever it is. Then he says, honey, I give you the right to apply it. Fine. So Mercy says, so everyone says that's the zone. Now again, besides that, it's telling we're doing this because you can remember, this all happened with the Rabbi is Jesus. The idea that Jesus here is that something only invested in a minute in its status. When you're wrong about that, now we see that by the sheep case, he is by the Esmond's own Every much gets over in the case. So come up with just on it's very interesting. So let's say moving into the zone
so weird that he does
the
it.
sheep
Like
on
SNL, go with the cards.
He is scheduled for Wednesday.
Off camera.
On Tuesday,
This is for his
she goes in and
YouTube.
she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a covenant. But she's not fishing. So the status now of the Mami. Shamar Mar, Amir Russell the Davok and Russell Hadlo, Kiman Dakri Basidani. So we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, really the Gemara says something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability, if she was makdish it, again, because I must say, here the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously again it's gone, right? So it can't be called a zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, Tuesday she's makdish it, Wednesday the bia occurred, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does it become an eslan zona or not? So the said the tikka with Rabbi we can answer Rabbi Lazar. Someone say, going back, this is Rabbi Lazar on the top of the daf. Right? The Gemara said, Rabbi Lazar, Shekadma behekri vasa. Remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the bia occurred. Dafka hekri vasa. So dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Aval hekri shaso low. But from Rabbi Lazar's statement, it would appear that if she was not if the animal was still in existence at the time that it occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an esnan zona. Much to Rabbi Lazar who fake can be violated. The truth is, actually, this shaila is Manish Shaila Rabbi Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer daki basal dafka bakusha solo the isa b'shasbia." Does Rabbi Lazar say that the only time it doesn't become an esnan is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, animal is recategorized as an esnan. All dilma is a pshitale v'ishasam misakale. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an esnan zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, not sure. To which the Gemara says, take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so it's an important lesson number one, because we're not finished with this zone yet. What we understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an eslan, as well as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delay via, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an esnan zona. If he deposited an animal and the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has that animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, find carbon. If she's makdish it, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take. That's the unknown. Okay, let's analyze more. But so we're going to look at the second case over here was, let's say he has, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for sacrificial purposes. Or marries a kasha. I don't understand this. It says, or minhi. But the right says if Ruben has relations with the son, and then he pays her in 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. I say he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the aser. Amra Nachman Yitzchak, Amra Chista, Lo Kasha. So most of that kasha is just important. The rights that we quoted before, in the day 62, we said that if there's relations and payment, that's not an estimate. It's no transactional immediacy. The Gemara says that there's relations, even if it pays 3 years later, ultimately it is still aser. Rabbi Yitzchak, Amra Chista, Lo Kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar his Ba'ali li, his Ba'ali li, it tells us, Had the Amar his Ba'ali li, it tells us. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me, this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, how come you have no? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he had sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I don't say. So let's analyze this, right? So now Wednesday, Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with me, or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Oh, it has its harlot's payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about a son who's not Jewish. All right, you guys, another possibility is the Olam is already Israelis. No, it's talking about it. Okay, go on. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah, in which case, again, ultimately there's king chutzah. She acquires in a second. Either Kai Bechatzera, but the Akakach Masala, Hakana. Well, a second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. It's only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? In other words, she acquired it. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah, which the Gemara says, the Shabi and the Hema Potiki. Very interesting. Now, here's this. So Ruben comes to Rachel and he says, listen, and I here, this sheep is an Apotiki. Remember, what is a Potiki? A Potiki is to her. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. Pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire you. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. So if I pay you, let's say within the next year, good. the Ilan and Shakle the Esnani. Sheep ultimately again as with payment. Fine. Shesha says like this. We'll say now. Again, it's interesting. Unraveling from the Esnan zone. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamarov or Paula. Let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia-artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned. This is important just a moment. Says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? Eventually, go use this money to go ahead and purchase yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting to here, right? Here's money. Go and draw and eat. So let's say this is the Enochoshish. Yes, Enochoshish. He doesn't be worried. So if you want 63D, lo mishum shlius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum b'nesach. Now let's say here's what's interesting about this, right? What's the concern here? The says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving money. Now, because it's an aklum or amir aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the aklum is going to go by Yainesa. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the amir aretz is going to buy shmita produce or meiser sheni produce in Kutzmin outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, it's actually the last of the long ones that Rashi. We don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them anything present. Ruvain is giving them money. It's here. This is for your food. This is for your food. What they choose to do afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast are the following. Sabbath 63b, second line down. Vim Amarla, but he said to them, Su be'ichlu bani korea, tu bani korea. And if he said workers, right, donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. So see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, that was what you see from here. So what you see from here is that halacha I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid for with 8 year produce. Rabbi said, not a problem because no transaction. What do you see? Now, what do you see from this last case over here? Amo kapara, they made Easter kapara. So what do you see from here? That when they pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again the function took place, halacha l'maisa there is showing you see, and he considered to be paying for these the shemitah.
Yo, what up, pimp? How you living, baby? Slang a dick like it's going out in your neck of the woods. I'm about to teach a class. How about you? Apologies, I didn't mean to cut you off. Apologies, I didn't cut you off. Tell me all about yourself, and then we'll talk. Okay, excellent. Is it in your profile? Okay, just take a look at it. That's what I'm talking about. A man with a link tree. Dog, I stream my life 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. Yeah, big dog, you do have a link tree, dog. Dude, it's pretty good. It's pretty good, man. All right. Just one moment. I'm gonna send you a message on X, okay? Big dog, I'm gonna send you a message on X, okay? Yo, Isaac, I'm gonna say. Okay, just one moment. Oh yeah, great question. So it's how to increase your uh social media marketing network. That's what you do. But I noticed, like, do you have a YouTube account? Do you have do you have Instagram on there? Do you have TikTok on there? Do you have Reddit and Imager and Pinterest? Do you have? I don't see those on your link tree. Yeah, no, I understand, but you can have messages sent to your email, and then whenever you get a message in your email, then you just respond to them. I'm telling you right now, if you want to market for someone and they say to you, okay, I'm going to give you some content. I want you to market it. Where are you going to market it? Hold on, but your socials aren't good enough. Do you have a YouTube account? Wait, you have a business YouTube account on which to market? Okay, excellent. Okay, do you have a Reddit account? No, I understand that. I understand. If I'm your customer, this is what I'm going to say to you. You have a TikTok. That's great. Everybody's got a TikTok. I got that you've got a YouTube. That's great. I've got that you've got an Instagram. That's great. Everybody's got a YouTube. I've got that you've got or an Instagram. Everybody's got an Instagram. I've got that you've got a Facebook. Everybody's got a Facebook. I want you to promote my project everywhere, though. And Reddit is one of those places. Snapchat is one of those places. Places like Blue Sky is one of those places. Certainly things like Rumble and Twitch. Do you have those? Okay, that's good. Is it on your link tree? Okay. Well, you have to understand, if I'm your customer, I expect you to have all this stuff. To me, you're not prepared. Now, you're doing really well. I'm being very aggressive and critiquing you. You're doing really, really well. But I'm just telling you, like, as a customer, what I want you to have is all of this stuff very neatly organized for me as a customer so I can just go through and say, wow, this person has a presence on all of these different social media platforms. I don't want to have to hear them say, well, I got my Reddit account banned and I've got to get back into it, and I didn't add my Pinterest yet. You get what I'm saying, right? Excellent. So when I just wait for 1 minute, I'm going to send you a link, not even a link, it's just a message on X that has all of the different social media that you need. And if you get this social media, it's all free. Everything I tell you is free. You're going to be able to market yourself even better than you're doing right now. You have like 10 different social media platforms, and that's okay. But I'm going to give you 30 different social media platforms. Those are free. This gives you times more places to be able to gives you 30 times more places for you to be able to promote your clients. It gives you 30 more places for you to be able to promote yourself. It helps you to dominate social media and search engines. And then most importantly, it makes it very difficult for someone to be able to impersonate you. Does this make sense? I hope it makes sense. Just one moment. I'm sending you the message, and what I want you to do is just read it. So you can actually start checking your X messages right now, and if you start reading, everything that I say should make sense to you. And if it doesn't, let me know, and I'll help you. That you have an excellent work ethic, and I think that you've done a really good job. So first and foremost, I'm congratulating you. Good job. You've got a link tree. You're already marketing yourself in places. You can already go live on TikTok. That's great. All I want you to do is ensure the profiles are as clean as possible. And some of the ways that you can do that is ensuring that they're all unified on link tree. So I want you to check messages. And then once you've checked your X messages and you've read them, if you have to read it twice, that's fine. There's a lot of information there. Talk to me and just let me know if what I say to you makes sense. Busy right now. You're talking to me in an X space. I'll take 2 minutes, read my messages, and then talk to me, and then you can go do whatever you need to do. Okay, you have to do is just go to your X space. Your X messages, and read. That's all. You don't multitask. Just read them. Once you've read the message and it makes sense to you, you do it, and you'll be a more successful marketer. He left. Oh, fuck that. This is more shit. What's up, so welcome to day 18 of the bitch. Is it 18? I think that's high. It's life, baby. This is Pimp Kabbalah Chronicles, the Pimp Kabbalah Crash Course. Whatever you want to consider, that's what it is. All right. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been thinking about what the topic should be today. I don't really know, but I'm not going to be reading a lot. This fucking app is going to be baller for me. I'm just going to sit in this bitch. I remember when I was in 5th grade, teachers, you can one of 3 ways. Now, I'm sure there are more ways to do it, but she said you can read by reading, or you can learn by reading, by hearing, or by doing. And I think probably we do the best. You know, there are other ways, though. Probably, I think the best way to learn is to teach, because you're going to get questions. It's going to make ensure that you know the material really well. But just on those 3, on doing, on hearing, and on reading, seeing, listening, doing, I think probably the best is doing. But reading is good. But hearing, I feel hearing while reading is like really important. (18) in Judaism. So we're going to learn about. Okay, so the Hebrew word for life is chai, which is a numerical value of 18. Consequently, a custom has arisen in Jewish circles to give donations and monetary gifts in multiples. 18 as an expression for blessing for long life. In Judaism, in the time 525, Rabbi Yehuda ben Tameh gives age of 18 as the appropriate to get married. Ben Shimona Esra Lechuppah at 18 years old to the chuppah marriage canopy. See, coming of age, age of majority. The Amida prayer is known as Shemona Esrei. The Amida prayer is also known as Shemona Esrei. As prayer is also known Shemona Esrei as Shemona Esrei, which means 18. It has 18 blessings. That's incorrect. It has 19 blessings. Really? Yeah. Does it? Yeah. Sure. Motherfucker, you could take a gun to the back of my head, like that motherfucker in City, and that's how serious I know this one. Originally 18, but then one was added.
Therefore, the Gemara says,
I haven't gone to that footwork thing, but
ultimately again isn't Shemitah produce. Same thing. Which the Gemara says,
just look it up.
So no, in the Ruben case, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to them. Because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his
19 blessings.
Look at that for just a moment.
Fuck yeah.
The shopkeeper knows it.
All right. So I know that one. Okay, what do we need today, Rabbi? Dog, I don't know. Some Rabbits like, yeah.
There is transaction.
How them hemorrhoids get? I better calm down one minute.
He's not just saying
We're doing okay. I probably should have some more fiber.
Go to the shop. I'll pick up the tab.
So far, so good. When I don't think about them, they're good.
So therefore, it's as
They cause pain. They can definitely discomfort. Let's learn about what my man McMonady said about. I remember, he's a doctor, has money. It's the fucking shit. Dog, quit with this bullshit.
But again, that doesn't apply.
What does Rambam say about hemorrhoids?
That case is not exactly.
I said Rambo. It's a joke. They drew for his blood because hemorrhoids bleed. No. Rambam.
Then it sounds like what's
not Rambo.
Should be okay. If that's the case, that it's more healthy.
Rambam, not Rambo. The Rambam, Maimonides, actually did write medically about hemorrhoids. I fucking know that he did. That's like one of the things you could Ho Chi Minh City me on. Actually did write medically about hemorrhoids in medical writing and reflected in Mishnah El-Kadel. His core view was hemorrhoids are often poor digestion, constipation, and strain. Diet and lifestyle come before medicine and injury. Soft stools, regular bowel habits, and moderation are commonly summarized Rambam teaching. Paraphrase not most illnesses, including hemorrhoids, come from improper eating and exercise. I probably agree with that. Recommendation: his recommendation fiber foods, adequate physical movement, avoiding force during bowel movement, surgery only as a last resort.
And the two cases that are the same, but one detail different. Then to highlight two dramatic.
Basically said you cause it how you live, not fix the cause. Okay, so I knew he talked about it. Really? Yeah. I don't remember everything. I remember that. All right. Now, what are we learning? I had a bunch of shit that was on the agenda from yesterday.
I go with you. Do me a favor.
So we did Baruch Spinoza yesterday, which is like, I thought about that a lot. Like when I was going to bed, I'm like, man, we gotta get this motherfucker excommunicated. On Sharon. Dog.
So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy.
We've got to learn about Kabbalah. Something about Kabbalah every fucking day till I die.
You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, shopkeeper.
Oh, dude, there was one. Hold on, did it not fucking say it? It was.
Even the low miyachid shibude low.
No,
So what's the difference?
I can find it though. I know where it was. It was and then where was it? It was under Jewish mysticism. Then somewhere under Jewish mysticism.
Go out, go eat and drink. I'll pick up the tab.
Hermetic Kabbalah. What is this? That we're going to learn today. Hermetic
Therefore, again,
Kabbalah.
that lacks
What is it?
transactional use.
I don't know.
Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter.
I mean, I think I know.
It should be mutter. Shelo yichil le'mol l'kach lav chalik eminu mitzvah. I'm sorry. The Gemara says,
It's a Western Eastern tradition. Okay, here we go.
Again, so what do we need to be concerned with that? You should shvius. So the Gemara says, oh, no, yeah, you should be. Ultimately, again, it says, ultimately, again, my you should shvius. What has to be concerned about here? That perhaps, again, should be the produce, but homoniaki should be ultimately, again, advanced the money. So this changes that. Shaking low, finance for the company. The husband of Rabbi is up to every piece of the year. Ultimately, again, when the price says that if moving says to workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on me. Because we're already moving deep to the shopkeeper. No extension of credit. Or he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense because that's paid for already. Ultimately, again, it's big, really things. It's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. No, I'm just so I say, I mean, that's really not so the parents so again is actually I'm used to the schmeichel for me that's in front of loves I'm not he hot me the price is treated to be moving such workers. Go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay you to sell as a hey. Now what should it say? You should say go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Like I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of here, we pay. You left money with the shopkeeper. That's not saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much should we pay? I'm gonna be right. Tony.
We don't necessarily.
So please remember, certainly there are two cases in place. Case number one is where you can use this $100. Discover, go out and eat, but and drink. That case, whatever they do, not moving, my work is going to come in, let them buy, let them drink. Okay? Now you must that's the problem. So you have to be concerned. Return. If you have access now to the way that price should be used, moving to the worker, so we go out and drink, I'm in the country. And then I will set up ultimately again. That's what we're doing. Okay, we're like, we'll stop over here for today. Go ahead and go. In the 17th century, which you believe innocent radio-Platonism, Aristotelianism, Rhetoric Kabbalah, Byron Cornelius Agrippa, 1486-1535, a Jacobus, wrote the influential three books of the Conference. begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, hosting Spotlight Israel, for dedicating Bishop and Drushos this year as a host for the solo troubles for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Dina Drazian, Edward's wife, and Stanley Rose White for the Bracha. We got learning first, Dr. Edward K. Holt, confirmation of the yard site of Dr. Rick's father, science school. Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Chaver Baruch Moed, and related to the Nasa, as always, the big element in the Swiss countries have to do with the message of the home, the Shalom and the Karaf and the Merit of the social for weekend success, the call on the last with that, speaking of exciting data ahead of us today. Today's data on the most about on Southeast 62B, today Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 so Mars is today Rabbi, yes, we Bishnias Nanian, who probably Bishnias. So very interesting case of it. The members of the household of Rabbi would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them 8-year produce, not Shemitah the following year. So actually says that there's no right to Yasti Perish is called in this Manabir. So obviously, how is it? But Hamakal myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you no longer can keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the Asa Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce me and during the Shemitah. That's a primary Shemitah. The often a new list after a year, what happens again is on year number 8, we pay the onion ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said something about it. Obviously, the body people, some degree. So they said to the opener, I'm a little bit. The opener said, yeah, we see up. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? If you get done, never say that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You all seen up this to a couple of Rashis. You all seen up in there. The opener said, there's some Yana are acting totally fine. Rashi said, to do Shashi is a nice number again. We saw yesterday that already. When you get it. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like 8-year produce should ultimately be the same produce. But the opener said it's not really why, because it's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy. I would say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the sheep year and only being quote unquote repaired in your age, because of immediate reciprocity, therefore this doesn't look like you're doing summer with produce. And therefore, no Shemitah production involved supply the 8-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha myself, and therefore, it's the same thing. You will not follow up on these. Very interesting. Next on S non an interesting similar case would come up with S non zero.
Right. Well, since 18th day, maybe we learn about some today, and I'd like to do we can just fly through the ship so much faster. And I think
it cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. As a corresponding piece by Eslan, what's the case? This sentence says, "Nosam Rabba." Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again, he gives her an estimate, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have a relationship, or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? As none of her hardest payment, and if he is more than sacrificial use, obviously it doesn't make sense. Nothing of if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have a relationship with her, and of course it's permitted for a husband to watch that even though Allah wouldn't do that. He never did. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm repeating that. The thing was the second case, but if you have a relationship with her, you didn't pay her anything. Although you don't have love, you don't need it. Ultimately, the inherit. If you didn't pay her anything, even though love was a lot, my estimate. If you didn't pay her, what's the meaning of the statement? Right, that says, you must have a trend problem. This one needs to say, no son law, the anti-tax bother. If you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only after it, in other words, let me take this piece outside. So, this is what we say like this. When do something become an S1 and S1 when there's transactional immediacy. Hazer, relation, right? Our relation is pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S1. If there is a lack of immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S9 solo. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for some type of sacrifice. So that's this. Whereas else, however, no solo, if you give her the sheep, the African ball. So what does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Ashav Ella. Of course, how exactly is that immediacy? I think there's some more work coming tomorrow, as opposed to payment relation. But I have also as not all as to be far out. The African Nosara, or for that matter, the relationship that men who actually serve as none of them. In both of these cases, ultimately again, the S1 is going. However, not so well, the African that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S1, that has to be transactional. Once it's transactional, it's in other words, payment relations, then the sheet, the payment has the status ultimately again of our remember, the household of Rabbi, they would polish meat for these why? Same idea. There's no transaction. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the 8th produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains solely. Now, these more questions a little bit discussed now, please. You also know the African ball. So again, let's go. Right? Let's go ahead and use this. Okay? You're going to use that one. Just your sheet. Just your sheet. Right? So here's your sheet. That's your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, based on the thing, that sheet does not have the status of harvest period, and therefore it's not prohibited for us to use it. There's a lack of transaction in use. You must not have it. That's the other way. Okay, right? You get your sheet on calculations are on Wednesday. So why would you say that when you does have solutions in your topic subject, make a lot so we're not fair. Obviously, okay, I understand. Here's the sheet. So when you does calculations with her on Wednesday, then retro actively designation as a harvest payment should evolve retroactively. And therefore, categorize already as of Tuesday from Rabbi Rothschild said it's very interesting. You know, what's the case? You should talk about the history of Basa. It's very interesting. What happened? You zoned up, you got the sheep on Tuesday. You got the sheep on Tuesday. The relation couldn't happen until Wednesday. When the evolutions on Wednesday were actively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a on chopping up as a cover on Tuesday. Up high, I will say, you may see these songs come on. One of the zone, though. This is offering up Kavanas. It says, it's part of the Memphis made and these all live in certain respects, and there are things in my life very well, and there are things in my life that we totally know. The things that I don't do well, or do quality, or don't do all are Hashem. Don't take away things that I do well and I'm righteous. You just take them you be righteous in some areas and you take up in others. Not obviously the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of spirituality and righteous in all areas of my life. But most of us, or sometimes they feel like a fake because here, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. That's not that I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. All contradictions, but we're all coming to everything. We all look at the hypocrisy, we all look at contradictions. Such a nature of life. And it is important to speak in ourselves. But she also brings us. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are the way I can talk. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradiction and struggle with some other spot. And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. And that's the pinnacle of people. So the resolve productive covenants, like the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals she already offered it up. So you might let's unpack this. Okay. Haidami, what's the case? The umbrella communicates me. If he said to the soul, the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as today. Right? Acquired as of today. Right? Then come up on us. She did the very well. Right? The less thought the shasta. Then obviously it's right? She has title. She can't be categorized as an S-slug on Tuesday because so it's very gift. And she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the left and the action is not in the time. But if you that gift us permission to acquire it as a gift, right? He was not explicit. He didn't say to her, this is your animal as as a Tuesday. Right? They're scheduled for missions on Wednesday. So what does it mean? And we have religion for it. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell us to acquire it, it's hers. It's not her. And if it's not hers, it's not her. I can chuck it up on the product after all. Yaktish is self-published on Rahman. Notice says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Arab foundation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not money, just like you own it. Needs to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I should shop it up at the car. Right there. And then you see them as a husband. You know, it could only be matched something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, this law only asks of us what to do. There's so many mistake of measuring ourselves. And that's not necessarily the right thing. We could have role models, we could have people who survive. A lot of times we compare others at us we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know. Did he only show only as match that which you own? You only have to concentrate. You only can constantly. That we own, you can't actually say it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life forget that the only expense of us. What's the else? What he does expect to do, take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess a lot more than honest. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalism. Only to not dish that which belongs. And I think the Bible only asks of us to accomplish things that are in our spiritual lives. Incredible. Alexander was okay. Alexander lost. The Hobby Gabe, I can't see that. This is very consistent. So he says there, right? So he gives it to the soul of the body. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? Just keep us with you until tomorrow. You miss it, but if you need the sheep, let's say something comes up, the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, you need to know whatever it is, then invite to a fire again. So it's interesting, fine. So everyone's an essence of it. Now again, what's the idea? Why is it? Remember, this all happened. Again, I just choose the transaction. The idea that's choose the happening over here is that something could only be invested in community status with a level of transactional use. So now we see that we see it by the echelons only by the product increase. Everywhere just gets over into the product increase. So by the how much they can sell so much. So let's say moving gives Rothschild proving its zone. The sheep on okay. Scheduled for Wednesday on Tuesday. She goes in and she's not consecrated. She didn't offer up as a couple. But she's not Christian. So what's the status of the animal mother? Even the Amamara, and the rest of the we say that says that making something hexes equivalent of offering it up. In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally pledges something to hektish is equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again that going ahead and makdish verbal is the equivalent of offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone. Again, it's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish? Again, because I must say, you heard the shayla is in this she offers by the time the occurs, obviously
one thing that's significantly
it's gone. So it can't be called an excellent zone because
changed
no
my life was a Family Guy episode where
Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is it doesn't
voiced and designed by
or not. Where so the tif shall be very Eliezer. We give us our Rabbi so let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Like the Rabbi Eliezer
reaction.
So the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the Esna Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered right? She offered it up already by the time that the bia occurred. That's so that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. So low. But if the laws are statement that would appear,
all that they
she was
say
not
it in an
vicious,
episode.
the animal was still in
Because
existence
I've
at
always-
the time that the bia, perhaps the animal would not.
You're telling me that it's not available?
The Gemara says no.
Somebody's got a clip. Somebody has got to have clip.
This Shaila is man Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer that baso davka bakisha solo b'shasbia." Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't become an esno is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here.
Meg
But
gets
perhaps
straight up
when she was
possessed.
just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the bia. In which case, halacha the animal is recategorized as an esno zona. Or
Anyway, there's an episode where Meg
maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized
brings
as
out
an
bullshit.
esno zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, take it. We're really not sure. So interestingly enough, say what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with this. No, it's over yet. What we do understand is that in order for something
Anyway,
categorized as an esno, so it's a hard
that always stuck out in my mind.
transactional immediacy. Which
And
means payment, that order is not followed either.
as a name,
And delayed via or via and then
remember asking my friends about it, and they're like, I'm like, why did they just have that scene?
So if he
And they're like,
deposited an animal with her payments,
and I'm
now
like, I don't
it doesn't
know why she just was like possessed.
So
She's
she
like, well,
has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to
And-
by karma. If she's not dishes, she cuts
And Chabad,
so the animal is still in
many
existence
years
at the time of the bia. The next day,
and
what's the status of that animal?
was like the second day after I had arrived at the shul. And I got two people confused. Two of the rabbis, they're confused. Long story. One of them was from LA. The other's from Israel.
I don't understand. Gemara says,
I was davening next to this rabbi, and I said to him,
Rice says if he has relations with the son. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay.
I was reading the Wikipedia page of the Baal Shem
Too late, right? 3 years later.
rabbi from Israel. I'll never forget that.
He said that if
That was like the first thing
that's not an estimate.
that I recall. I said,
Here the Gemara says
And-
that there's relations even if this are 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. Amram Nachman Yitzchak, Amram Chisda lo
it was just page.
So let's say this is very ultimately again one so we're talking one case for this and the identity sheet versus evolution to tell us that how come if you don't have the excellent in the ultimately again versus the identifying sheet is as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify sheep, then ultimately again there is no actual needs. Alright, so let's analyze it. The overlove is how much that my house. So let's analyze this, right? So when you bring it he says, how do we he says, how do we continue with this sheep? Now, again, he doesn't pay her for years. Now, look at these. Oh, it has status of harvest payment because they should actually use. Just to identify sheep doesn't mean it hurts. In order for it to be first, one has to be says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require to sheep for part of the okay, so anyways, that's interesting. The definition was only by Jews. So apparently, again, by a Jew, they don't need the sheep for farm. It's one of the Jew guys, another possibility. The old numbers on Israel was by the Charles. If you go, they coin it. She requires either type of say follow the act muscle I kind of if it's in a culture in our requires in our generation and then ultimately again many people 30-year culture sure requires what are you talking about? You must know she acquired it before so this is actually this is like the kind of humanity
I remember this is what I said. I misstated. I said to this rabbi,
here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rothschild.
I was reading about
this sheet is
the Baal Shem Tov today, and
he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relationship.
Maybe it also said I was reading about Shneur Zalman and Wadi.
This sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She only acquires the sheep in the event
but I said non-payment. At the time that he founded Hasidism at like
30 days. Good.
30 years.
And if not, shockingly best. This sheep ultimately again has your heart with fine. Not so much.
Maybe I think
it's supposed to some help.
Again, really early in the
all
morning.
of this is really unraveled.
Pre-shop. Right. Maybe.
Let's say again.
I don't know. This rabbi and I were the only two in the shul.
Drivers.
Maybe it was after shop. It wasn't. It was. You're not supposed to talk before shop. Maybe it was.
Workers are non-Jews. Or they're
and I said,
unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. And he says to them,
at age.
So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially this money to go in and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or supplemental, just whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say now the question is the Eno Choshish to do this. Eno Choshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Salatioma base 63B. Lomishu Shvis, Lomishu Nice, Lomishu Yayin Nessa. I will say here's what's interesting about this.
Maybe it's not
right?
too late for me to
What's
become.
the concern?
And we'll say words are a little different. Something like that.
Now, because or
words aren't exactly
right,
but
or maybe ultimately again
our teachers, and that's what the and I was like,
concerned with this because essentially he's giving
all
the money in the same chevra.
This motherfucker feel like Moshe Rabbeinu.
Because he's doing
Never forget.
It's not on him.
Rabbi and I
Whatever
took a
they
picture
do,
together
they
a
do.
few weeks later, and
Rashi
my
says
friend,
over here,
I sent him this picture, and he said,
right, if you look at
I said the person
like
thing,
if you look
and
at
he
Rashi,
was
the heart,
That
it's
looks
the
like
last one.
Oh,
It's the last of
like
the
that.
long ones that Rashi. The ha'ihu losafilu midi ela priti yoim. We don't view Ruvain is not the one giving it.
Man, I gotta take a shit, allegedly.
Is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore again, no. Okay, Sabbath Yom, they 60 second line. The Amala, the Ichlu, Bani Polea, Subani Polea. He says to the workers, right, drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. All. None of this is a problem. Oh, she is then we have then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We do that. We get the tiny Korea. Habitu lokea haisu mahilo. The hash will start nothing that she will be purchasing and providing inspiration. If you get $100 drink, whatever.
I'm remembering this story. Like it's
if he says go
foggy to me, but I remember saying, I remember knowing the year that Baal Shem Tov
and providing items for his Alma.
It was Shem Tov or Rabbi Schneerman.
We're now going and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of the members. They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. Rothschild said, not a problem, no transactional immediacy. So I was saying, Martin, what do you see? What do you see from this last? This over here. Amo, ki kapara, the Easter kapara. So what do you see from here?
1770
pays the bill. Right?
Schneer's element of
so even though again,
that's what it was. So I was saying to him, I was reading about the founders of Chassidus. I said I was reading about the Baal Shem Tov, and I said something like Schneer's element of Rabbi was born in 1745. He was in 1770, and that means Chabad at age 30. And if he could found Chabad at age 30, then I certainly could help be a leader at age 30. Along those lines. It's not exact, but and that's what this rabbi said. Eugene. And
who normally extends credit to Haven, the literally translated, literally the shopkeeper knows it's in the
motherfucker.
That's it. There is transaction rules. Ruvain is not going where you want, and you know, he bites him. He's saying, etc. Order the shopkeeper, I'll pick up. This is a shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. She says, well, there's no possibility in it. Therefore, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey driver and we're going to immediately pay for that. Don't think about how to do that. Not sending out of again, that doesn't apply. friend.
The influence within this frontier territory of 7 Tazian is Latter-day spiritual descendants such as
Therefore, that
Rabbi,
piece of time because of black
that makes
transaction
regain control of Anatolia. It underwent an
was
economic
avo,
and that makes value benefits the Jews provided and encouraged Jewish
and
retail
using that
the frontier for future
even which is
invasions.
sent out
Thus,
as much
the
as
Jewish
it
community
takes.
itself was essentially
Pick up the tab. But now he's
Conquered
looking for
by teaching
shopkeeping,
students
normally
who
there's
founded
credits
dynasties.
in, then it sounds like what? Mutter.
Positives
Then it
and
should
real
be
legends
okay.
fantastical legends
If
about his
that's
life.
the
These
case,
volumes,
that it's
as
mutter,
mentioned above,
it comes to Dinar Zeh, but scholars the Dinar Zeh, if that's the case, then sacrifice up. Instead of making the case of Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat things and drink, make it two different. What should these two places do? When is this so ultimately again prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his brothers, go out and go eat and drink, and up to have, that's only with the shopkeeper who extends Ruben. Because there's practical immediacy, and it's as if again the city already has the money for prohibited items. How about people, but shopkeeping doesn't extend. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, but if Rice go ahead and the two cases that are the same, but one details different, then the other two do not cases. First, we must involve all companies in my people, where is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend that,
The Rothschild's family tree is like a big part of my life. I have two Orthodox rabbis, that we can get into all kinds of other stuff.
I go over to you, say, Ruben, do me a favor, and give him money to Shimon.
I have taken a tree and like worked it. I could work myself into this family. And
as a guarantor, 3 months. So what do you see from here?
That's
now, again,
you work yourself into somebody's fucking family tree. That's what I want.
What do you see from here?
Like meeting these motherfuckers' granddaughters or whatever. They'd be like, hey, bitch, let me get in there.
The first chart shows the Bolshevik tells
Whether the shop is credit, it doesn't get
the second chart shows the generation.
Even the low Miyaki today, low this. And the rest of us,
I mean, I have writings of mine with a fucking.
Therefore, again, that lacks transactional
family tree and how I worked myself into this bitch.
That's the case ultimately again. So when you
Thus, the family of the Bolshevik can be considered a sort of Hasidic dynasty in its own right, and is often treated as such. Works on Hasidic dynasty spread is sometimes referred to as Bus dynasty. This term is sometimes used specifically for the dynasty of Hasidic dynasty.
that
Related
perhaps
dynasty is Bus. See Hasidic dynasty. This family of the Bolshevik.
Yeah, this is what it was. I had this bitch, this fucking family tree into this bitch.
The case over here is about bias, and that's the money.
Somebody sent that to you, what would you think? Either the person was bonkers or they were going to change some shit. If they sent that to you right now, I would personally was very motivated. And I would believe them, but I would think that they were.
Go to the Chenji, go to the shop, eat and drink,
Whatever was an interesting thing. So hold on. we're gonna read some
So
of the
there's no
Baal Shem
expense. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, and now that makes sense because now that it's paid for,
fuck, there's a shitload of these bitches. We just
it's literally like supplying them.
fuck.
I'm not kind of. I'm used to the shrink. They come in, up in the night. So
all right.
Again, this is all of this.
What would you think the Baal Shem Tov would think of you? I would be like, dog, you fucking worked yourself in my family tree in your ratings to rabbis. Knock yourself out, kid. If you can fucking convince one of my female offspring to get married, what would you do? If like 500, 300 years from now, somebody was like, yo dog, here is your family tree. I want to get in. I'd be like, go for it. But you gotta find them and you gotta convince them. And if they don't like you, oh shit. Alright, the opening legend of Shivedi Habesh is that his father Eliezer was seized during an attack, carried from Wallachia, and sold as a slave to the prince. On account of his wisdom, he found favor with the prince, who gave him to the king to be his minister. The expedition undertaken by the king, when other failed and all were disheartened, Eliezer's advice was accepted, and the result was a successful battle of decisive importance. Eliezer made a general and afterward prime minister, and the king gave him the viceroy's daughter in marriage. But mindful of his duty, as he was already married, he married the princess only in name. After being questioned for a long time as to his strange conduct, he confessed he was a Jew to the princess, who loaded him with costly presents and helped him escape. On the way of Elijah is said to have appeared to Eliezer and said, on account of thy piety and steadfast, thou wilt lighten the eyes of all Israel. Israel shall be his name, because in him shall be fulfilled the verse, Isaiah 43. Thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified. Eliezer and his wife Sarah and had given up all hope of ever having a child, but when they were years old, the promised son Israel really believe that. Okay. In 1703, Israel became an orphan and was established by the Jewish community of Rothschild through after completing his studies at the local header, he often wandered the village's fields. In 1710, he finished header and became an assistant to the header teacher. In 1701, at the age of 13 or 14, he joined the Abura Machain Israel, a group of secret Zadkim by Adam Balshan. Sometime in 1712, Israel became Shamash, second of the local synagogue. That's good. He was hired as a teacher assistant. Have you ever been a Gabbai? Yeah, pretty. Yeah, I didn't know it says so.
So Yanai,
in some communities, just kind of default. If you're there all the time and you're assisting with the shield duties,
they would borrow
like calling people up at high holidays
and
and
pay
setting
them
up shul.
with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So it actually says, okay, something very interesting. Yes,
Perhaps
is
even
called in Smadia. So obviously,
like
again,
insurance,
to all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha
everything.
so you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce,
Here
but
is a
borrow
teacher's
Shemitah
assistant in the headers
while it's still
in a
readily
small
available
village.
for everyone.
He
Once
later
it's no
related
readily
that he
available
took
field,
great pleasure to accompanying the children to and from
So
school,
the idea
using this opportunity to
is
with them and tell them Torah welfare of Nazareth. He later say, if only kiss the Torah scroll with the same love my master the Baal Shem Tov kissed the children when he took them to Heather, teacher's assistant.
People in his household repay the aniyim ultimately and with new produce, 8th-year produce.
He had vision
So
in
they
which
came
the
and they
prophet
said, so some people
Ahijah
mention this
and
practice.
Shilonite would. In 1716, Israel married, but soon after his wife died, and he traveled throughout eastern Galicia. After serving for a time as a helper in various small communities of West Ukraine, he settled in as a nomad of the state. Israel became this movement at age of 18, caring for the Jewish poor. The group of Tzaddikim encouraged Jews to move to agrarian lives as alternatives to chronic poverty of Jews. Continuing the policy, they decided they needed to look after the children living in small farm communities. If a suitable teacher could not be sourced, they would provide one. So Israel became teacher's assistant. He later commented, "Joyous time in my life was teaching small children how to say Moda Ani, Shema Yisrael, and come out."
Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce being taken during the Shemitah year and being quote unquote repaid during year 8, reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce.
He was chosen by people conducting suits against each other to act for traitor and mediator. His services were brought in frequent requisition because the Jews had their own civil courts in Poland. He is said to have made such an impression on Ephraim of Growth. The latter promised Israel his daughter Hannah in marriage. The man died, however, without telling his daughter of the betrothal. But when she heard of her father, she agreed to comply with him. After their marriage, the couple moved between the village of Carpathians between Pudi and Kosovo, where their only income was that of his work digging clay and lime, which his wife did. The couple had 2 children born in 1723. The maternal great-grandson of Israel and his wife was Nachman Rothschild, whose paternal ancestry came from, according to his Maharal. Maharal family patrilineal from the era, and therefore also the biblical. Israel later took I don't know. Israel later took the position of Shofet, ritual butcher, and Kashilo, Luis, Yasu, Luis,
no restrictions on it.
which he soon
To which
gave
the
up
Gemara
to
says,
manage a village tavern that
sorry,
his other uncle,
the
his
Su-
first appearance
for
in
the second
public
case,
was that of an ordinary
Balaam
ball
he had relations with
faith
her.
healer
He didn't
who
pay her
wrote
anything.
amulets and
Lo
prescribed
Yahiv
cures.
Lo V'Lo. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay my estimate of mutter, if he didn't pay her anything,
After many trips to Belia and Volhynia as a boss in Israel itself considered the following large enough and his authority established, decided about 1740 to expound his teachings in the shtetl of Medzir and people, mainly from the spiritual elite, came to listen to him. Medzir became the seat of the movement and of them Mezbez.
Right? Our relations
Following gradually
when there's immediacy,
increased, and
that's
with it the hostility of the
if there is a
Talmudists.
lack of
Israel was
transactional
supported at the
immediacy,
beginning of his
then
career by two
payment
prominent
does not
Talmudists,
take on
the brothers Meir,
and what that means
who
quickly
were chief
is that
rabbis
it
of
can
Lemberg,
be
and
used
their
ultimately again
later
for
Ostro,
some type of sacrificial
Ostro,
So watch this.
the
Was
and
eloquent.
author of
No
Meir,
son, if you gave her the sheep, the
Nativim,
Acherkach Ba'ala.
and other
What does it
works,
mean,
and
the
Isaac
Acherkach?
Doe
Rashi said,
Margaret.
Achshav
Later,
Elo.
he won over recognized rabbinic authorities who became his disciples in his television. These include Jacob Joseph of Poloni, David Alperin, rabbi of Ostroha, Israel Satanev, author of Israel Alperin, Shlosh, and Dover of Mezrach. It is chiefly due to the latter that Israel's doctrines, though in an essentially altered form, were introduced into learned Jewish religious circles. Israel undertook journeys in which he is recorded as effecting cures and expelling demons and shedding evil spirits. Their Hasidic tradition downplays of these healing and magical practices, concentrating on his teachings, charms, magnetism, and ecstatic personality. The Aguda, organized based in Israel, has restored many graves of Tzaddikim, Ohel in Ukraine, including the Baal Shem Tov. A guest house and synagogue are located next to the hall of Baal Shem Tov, and Baal Shem Tov's synagogue in the village proper has been painstakingly restored. Both synagogues are used by many visitors from all over. Israel took sides with the Talmudists in their disputes against Frankinism, the Sabbateanist movement. After the mass conversion of the Frankists to Christianity, the Baal allegedly said that as long as a diseased limb is connected to the body, there is hope that it may be saved. But once amputated, it is gone, and there is no hope. He died out of grief that the Frankists left Judaism. The best was a mystic who claimed to have a Chiveku, meaning that his soul could ascend to heaven, speak with any sinner, and intervene between humans and God. His followers believed that could protect the Jewish community from plague and persecution. According to legend, he ate farfel, a dog in Seinfeld, every Shabbat evening. A small cut like a flake-shaped pasta is national Jewish cuisine. It is made from Jewish egg noodle dough, typically toasted before being cooked. It can be served soup or side dish. In the United States, it can be found prepackaged as egg.
and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an zone already.
According to legend, he ate cornmeal every evening because the word is in the Yiddish world where it wiped out overfinished. He considered the noodles a symbol marking the beginning of a new
Right? So
shout out to him being a noodle lover.
Tuesday. She got the sheep on
It
Tuesday.
was believed the best medical practitioner with vast knowledge regarding salvus, forms, and similar medical measures. Some aspects of his medical practice are said to have been mystic, though the degree to which this is the case is not agreed upon. Some claim that the best could only heal others through prayer, but others describe other mystical methods. Israel did not oppose traditional Jewish practices, but the spirit behind them. His teachings resulted from a deep religious temperament. He stressed the spirit. Though he considered halakha the holy and inviolable, and emphasized the importance of Torah study, he held that one's entire life should be service to God. A certain legend tells of a woman whom her relatives sought to kill on account of her shameful life, who was saved in body and soul by Besh. The story's characteristic of Besh activity and needing relief. More important to him than prayer was a relationship with sinners. Harshness and high benevolence are motive in the lens about him. Besh's methods to teaching differed from those of his opponents. He directed many satirical remarks at a characteristic one being his designation of the typical Talmudist of his day, as a man who, through a sheer study of the law, has no time to think about God. Best is reported to have his views of asceticism by the following parable. A thief once tried to break into a house, the owner of which, crying out, frightened the thief away. The same thief soon after broke into the house of a very sure. On seeing him enter, kept quite still. But the thief had come near. When the thief had come near enough, the man caught him and put him in prison. Thus deprived him of all opportunity to do further harm.
On Wednesday, the animals are she already offered it up. So you might as well,
This next thing that we're going to do, I think, is really pretty controversial. And
if he said to the Zola, gives her the shield and says, "This is yours as of today." Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Halacha, the Sharia, right? The Halacha b'shashiya u'matchana ba'amud.
Imagine we had Professor Norman Finkelstein, Prime Minister Netanyahu, Meyer Amschel Rothschild,
She has every right to offer it up. However,
Rabbi Cook,
do not give her permission to acquire it as now, right? If he was not explicit, he would say to her, "This is your
all
as of
at a coffee table,
Tuesday, right?"
And we were just chilling
on Wednesday. So
is it possible, do you think, that these people could agree that anti-Semitism is different than anti-Zionism, especially with the understanding that Israel and Judaism are separate entities when Israel is like at least 40% non-halakhically Jewish. Essentially, anti-Zionism is
whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up,
counter to Zionism, which is the belief in the nation state of Israel. And Judaism is the religion of the Jews. Religion and statehood are different. Do you think we would be able to make them all agree?
Kadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what to do. Sometimes we need measuring ourselves.
Sure, it's possible to get partial agreement on definitions, but very unlikely to get full agreement on implications, especially among the people you name. Let's unpack it very carefully. They at least agree that anti-Semitism does not equal anti-Zionism, at least conceptually. Yes, at basic academic level, many of them already do, but they draw the line in very different places. Norman Finkelstein clearly argues that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are linked, and that conflating them politically motivated. He emphasizes that criticism of Israel or rejection of Zionism does not equal hatred of Jews. Theodor Herzl, as founder of political Zionism, Herzl explicitly treated Judaism as peoplehood nationalism, not merely a religion. He would likely agree that Judaism and Judaism and the Jewish state are conceptually separable, but he believes separation was precisely why Zionism. Many rabbis, especially anti-Zionist ones, historically large segments of Orthodox Judaism rejected Zionism on religious grounds. So yes, some rabbis would absolutely agree that Judaism and Zionism are not the same thing. So on missions alone, you could probably get nods around this table that Judaism is a religion / civilization. Zionism is a political nationalist movement. Anti-Semitism equals hostility towards Jews. Where agreement breaks down hard, practical, theoretical, and most Israeli state officials would argue something like, in theory, they are different. In practice, anti-Zionism overwhelmingly functions as anti-Semitism today. This is a key fault line. Finkelstein would respond, that claim is used to immunize Israel from accountability. They are not disagreeing about that. They are disagreeing about how those ideas operate in the real world. The identity question. For many Jews, especially Jews, Israel is not just a state, it is bound up with the collective survival after the Holocaust. So even if they accept Judaism is not equal to Israel, they may still insist opposing the existence of Israel as a Jewish state threatens Jewish safety. That's an emotional, historical, and existential claim, not a purely logical one. Agree. About your point on population separation, you're directionally right on actual correction, but one factual correction matters. Israel is about 74% Jewish, not 40%. Hold on. We know this bad boy. About 21% is Palestinian Arab, plus smaller minorities. However, argument still stands. A state, multi-ethnic, can still be defined by a dominant national ideology. Ideology can be criticized without targeting associated with it. That's a position, and many Jewish scholars hold it. Could everyone at the table agree? What they might agree on, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are not identical by definition. Judaism is a religion, Zionism is a political ideology. Criticism of Israel is not automatically anti-Semitic. What they would not agree on, whether anti-Zionism today is mostly anti-Semitic in effect, whether a Jewish state is morally necessary, whether national self-determination is discriminatory, whether Zionism was liberation or colonialism. The real answer, you could get agreement on language, but not on meaning, consequences, and honestly, that's not failure, that's politics. If the coffee table existed and everybody kept chilling, that alone would be America. Okay, so here we go. Hold on a second. Only 40% of the Jews in Israel, or actually, are civilly. So basically, in Israel, Jews are only like a minority, which means there isn't even a Jewish state.
fake by. The truth is, this Shiloh is Mamish Shiloh Rabbi Lazar himself. So the Gemara Mifshat Pshita Rabbi Eliezer Daki Basal Davka Shasolo. The Isim Shas. We understand that the only time it doesn't become an essence.
Okay, you're actually touching on a very, very old debate, but a couple categories are getting tangled. Three different meanings of Jewish, that is key. There are three separate systems operating at the same time. Civil Israel state definition. Anyone eligible in the law of return can be registered as Jewish civil person. Who cares? I don't give a shit about that. That's not common. That includes with one Jewish grandparent, converts, even non-Orthodox, and their friends. That's not a halakhic definition. Then halakhic Jewish law definition. Under halakha, you're only Jewish if your mother is Jewish or you converted from. The definition is much narrower. Sociologically, self-identity, I don't give a shit. People who identify as Jew culturally, nationally, and ethnically. Secular Israelis, atheists, mixed families. I don't care. Like, you can read fucking lips. You are non-Jew. We fucking exorbitant interest rates.
Ultimately, again, it is not.
Are you right about now numbers? You're not wild. Demographers and rabbis have been arguing about this for decades. Roughly speaking, ballpark, not exact, 73 to 75% of Israeli citizens are registered as Jewish. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Estimates suggest that 10 to 20% of those registered as Jews may not be halachically Jewish. That puts halachically Jewish Israelis closer to 55% of the total population. So yes, halachically speaking, Jews may be barely a majority. No.
And then afterwards he pays.
So does that not define the status? It does. This one, in my opinion, your interruption. Okay. No. I don't care. Let me just make it very clear. I don't care if Israel defines a Jew civil. I care about halakha. I care about Jewish law. And according to Jewish law, only 60% of the Jewish population from a state perspective is Jewish in Israel. And then you've got the 25% of the whole population that's non-Jewish. So that means that Israel is not a halakhically Jewish state. It is at best a minority of halakhic Jews. Don't confuse things when you get into identity as Jews or state-recognized Judaism. I'm talking about strict halakha. Got it. Thank you for resetting the frame. I understand you, and you're right to insist precision. I will stay within halakha and ignore Israeli civil definition, self-identification, national categories. We're talking only about strict halakhic Judaism. First, quick question, just so we're aligned, halakhic, not hectically or alcoholic. No, halakha Jewish law. It's just interpreted. It's halakhic from here on out. Your core claim, restated claim that you're only those who are halakhically Jewish Muslims or valid halakhic conversion count as Jews. 75 of citizens are registered Jewish. Of those, only about 60% are halakhically Jewish. 25% of the total population is not Jewish. Therefore, halakhically Jewish people are not a majority of the state. Israel cannot be halakhically Jewish. Israel can be a halakhically Jewish state, just not. At best, it is a state with a large halakhic Jewish minority. This logic is internally consistent. I love when it says that. Like, fuck yeah, I'm right. Halakhic analysis. Halakhic recognizes only individuals and communities, not nations. This is emphasizes there is no halakhic category that says this is Jewish if X% of the population is halakhically Jewish. So 100% halakhic Jews would not automatically create a halakhically Jewish state. Okay, fine. Even if such a category did exist, your point still stands. If only 55 to 60% of the population is halakhically Jewish, and 40 to 45% is not non-Jewish or not halakhically Jewish, then by halakhic reasoning alone, Jews are not a clear majority, certainly not the consensus community, and absolutely not a halakhic validity. So by strict halakha, Israel is not a Jewish state.
This is like the paradigmatic case.
Do you hear that in Tel Aviv? Do you hear that in Ner Shireen? Do you hear that in Yerushalayim? Get your shit together. That position already exists, and you're not inventing anything new. This is essentially the position of Satmar, Nuteri, Karda, large segments of pre-state orthodoxy, many contemporary Haredim, Poskim, even non-anti-Zionist ones. Their argument summarized a state plus mixed population plus non-halakhic Jewish definition, not a Jewish state under halakha. Out to the Satmars, you 10 toes down parking lot, where Zionism departs from halakha. It's explicit. Zionism never could be halakhic. It replaced halakhic Jewish national Jewishness. That was a deliberate ideological move, not a mistake. So when someone says Israel is a Jewish state, from a halakhic perspective, the correct response is it's a political statement, not a halakhic. Bottom line, strict, clean halakhic. Only halakhically Jewish individuals count. Halakhic Jews are not a part of Israel's population. Halakha does not recognize secular states as Jewish. Therefore, Israel is not a halakhically Jewish state. At best, a state with a large Jewish minority. That conclusion follows directly from halakha, not ideology. If anyone disagrees, the burden is up to cite halakhic source finding a Jewish state, explain how non-halakhic Jews count halakhically, or show where halakha grants legitimacy to secular nationalism. Well, because the sources don't exist.
Okay, so actually before this. So he goes and he says to them,
I'm okay with this one.
I'm paying you.
I'm okay with this one.
Go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food.
And so when somebody says anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic,
here's money.
Zionism is a, I can come up with it. Anti-Zionism is a political belief. Anti-Semitic is really considered an anti-religious debate.
Right? What
about peoplehood?
The Gemara says that halacha
in one sentence, what's the best way to combat the phrase anti-Semitic is anti-Zionist? Because that doesn't work. If they're the same, then they'd be the same. They're not the same. They're different. One is political, the other is religious. Anti-Semitism targets Jews as Jews, while anti-Zionism critiques a political ideology and state. Conflating the two erases the difference between religious identity and political. I'm okay with that. So are you anti-Semitic? No, I'm the most Semitic motherfucker on earth. So are you anti-Zionist? No, I'm the most Zionist motherfucker on earth. I think Zionism is the whole world. Let's look up. Are there Jews who believe Zionism is the whole world?
What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially.
I know there are. If you mean, are there Jews who believe Zionism should encompass and dominate the whole world? No, that is not a Jewish belief. No, that is not a Zionist doctrine and part of Jewish law theology. What does exist and often gets distorted is this: mainstream Zionism belief in the Jewish nation state is a specific territory. Historically debated, it is territorially limited that global religious Zionism. Some strands believe that Jewish sovereignty in Eretz Israel has religious significance, not global. Judaism itself explicitly rejects universal political rule. Jews are commanded to follow the laws of the land. The Zionism is about controlling the whole world. It's not Jewish. It comes from other not Jewish texts. The claim is no, Judaism and Zionism do not each claim global domination. Zionism is a national political movement, not a world idea. Hold on a second. Rabbi Meyer Kahana
if he is purchasing and providing these
would likely disagree, and I know he's seen as a radical, but I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about one day everyone lives in a world of Judaism, happily, voluntarily.
To the Rabbi case of remember. Rabbi, what did they do?
That isn't any theory. That is a main thought of many Jews in a good way. And the Bible never explicitly says this through borders. So there's an argument to be made that it's borderless, that it's their world.
And he is considered to be paying for these the Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce.
Thank you for the clarification. That helps a lot. You're making a theological messianic claim, not a political or other one. And this distinction matters. Here's a clean, precise answer inside Jewish sources and thought. You are right about Rabbi Meir Kahana. Rabbi Meir Kahana did argue for the expansive maximalist vision of Jewish sovereignty, rooted in his reading of the Torah and Jewish destiny. He is correctly labeled radical because his views were far outside mainstream consensus. Even most religious Zionists rejected him. The Israeli Supreme Court banned his party, but did not invent the idea you're describing. He politicized one version of it. The idea you're describing does exist, but not how you're framing it. That it is mainstream Jewish belief. No, just some. In the Messianic future, the world will recognize God, live it. This comes from Isaiah, Micah, Rambam, Melchim 11:12. But and this is crucial. This is not Jewish political rule over the world. Jewish sovereignty over the globe, ruling non-Jews. It is spiritual universalism, not territorial borders. The Torah is not borderless. This is where your argument needs correction. The Torah explicitly defines the borders of Eretz Yisrael. Genesis 15:18. From the river of Egypt to the Euphrates. Numbers 34. Detailed border description. Joshua territorial allocation. There is a debate over how to interpret these borders. Literal, aspirational, conditional, but not whether borders exist. So Israel is borderless, not supported textually. Borders are debated and conditional. Correct. Mainstream Jewish hold all of the following simultaneously. Jews do not seek political control. Non-Jews are not expected to become Jews. The future world ethical, not Jewish. God is universal. Obligations are not Jewish. Sovereignty is limited to Israel. Rambam is explicit. The Messianic era changes politics very late. Knowledge of God increases. Where Hani departs, Hani collapsed Messianic knowledge into immediate politics, treated divine destiny as a human mandate, rejected coexistence frameworks halachically accepted by most Muslims. That's why his views are considered dangerous, not Christian. Final precise because right, Judaism is a universal moral vision. Many Jews believe that will one day align with divine ethics. This vision is voluntary and spiritual, not coercive.
When is this so?
So hold on a second. Judaism, borderless Israel, Zionism, and Judaism, religions, global Jewish Zionist domain, the idea of mainstream political. Hold on a second, though. Hold on. From the river of Egypt to the Euphrates, but it doesn't say that it can't be north. How far south? Hold on a second, though. The borders of Israel change, and if you say from the Nile to the Euphrates, still go all the way north to the North Pole and all the way south to South Africa, and that doesn't mean they have to stop there. It just says from there. I hear what you're trying to do logically, but that reading doesn't work in Hebrew in Tanakh or in classical Jewish interpretation. The Hebrew phrase from X onward forever, of Egypt to the great earth, biblical Hebrew from to until bounded by. It always to limit, not an open-ended direction. If a Torah meant start, it would use very different conjectures. It never does. The Torah repeats number 6 explicitly gives western border of Mediterranean, northern border Mount Hor area, eastern border Jordan, southern border Negev. Joshua then allocates land tribe by tribe. That alone kills the idea of infinite extension. No classical Jewish source reads it your way. This critical. There's no single classical source, not Rashi, Rambam, Ibn Ezra, Rambam, Talmud, anywhere that interpret the Nile to Euphrates, but to the entire world. 0. If this were legitimate, someone in 2,000 years of literature would have said it. No one does. Even maximalist views are still bounded. Yes, see these borders as aspirational. Some see them additional. Some see them as messianic. But the most expansive readings are still Middle Eastern region, geographically finite. Not Africa, not Europe, not the poles. Why your interpretation is tempting, but isn't textual. You're intuitively blending two dangers: territorial premise, finite man, universal spiritual destiny, global ethics. Judaism absolutely teaches number 2. It does not teach that number 2 requires number 1 to expand globally. That's the mistake others make, collapsing theology into geography. Decisive halachic point. Halakha requires defined borders for mitzvot dependent on the land, defined borders for conquest, defined borders for sovereignty, and infinitely then the extensible Israel would make Shemitah meaningless, terremote impossible, tribal inheritance incoherent. Halakha cannot function under your reading, so Halakha rejects it. But let's be honest, the people then did not know how big the world was. They were just basically giving geographic information. If they knew that we were on we might one day to other planets and solar systems and stuff, and if those were to be claimed by Israel, then that definition would have to be changed. I'm a big picture thinker. This is reasonable. I get what you're doing. It's a speculative meta-theology thinking, not a cheap gotcha. But here's an honest decisive answer from Jewish thought. Right about human cosmology being limited. Ancient people did the full size of the planet, that Earth is spherical in the modern sense. The planets or solar systems might be reachable. So yes, the Torah speaks in the language of human knowledge. Dibra, Torah, Lashon, Adam. This is a well-accepted principle. But here's the non-negotiable constraint. Halakha and covenant are not open-ended frameworks. Judaism does where humans can go eventually go. Torah sovereignty automatically follows. Both are earthbound, independent laws are geographically defined. Covenant offers human moral responsibility and expansion. There is no mechanism in Halakha for claiming Mars, applying to exoplanets, extending tribal inheritance to not because Jews lack imagination, but because Torah is not about maximization. It's about bonded obligation. Big thinkers already bomb the biggest rationalist thinker in Judaism that Judaism ever produced explicitly says the Messianic age does not change nature. The Torah is not written. Human advancement does not expand mitzvot territorially. So even if humans colonize space, discover new worlds, Judaism is to be. These are new domains of ethics, not extensions of sacred. Where your intuition does land correctly, you are correctly sensing that divine relevance is not geographically limited. Jewish values are meant to scale with human development. Ethics, not borders, are Judaism's universal payload. That's why Judaism talks about Rothschild law for humanity, universal justice, moral responsibility without conversion, not Israel ever. The clean distinction, this is key. Land promises finite contextual moral vision, expandable, timeless, universal. Judaism universalizes values, not territory. Final straight answer you can come. If humans expand to other planets, Israel's definition would have to expand. No, Judaism would say ethics expand, not sovereignty. That's not small thinking. That's disciple thinking. You're a big thinker. The mistake would be letting speculation override textual and halakhic structure. Judaism survives precisely because it doesn't do that. If you want, we can tell. Give me the best argument that Israel is the whole world. Whether it's a Mennonic interpretation. I think there's an argument there. And I know that the Bible states what the borders are, but that might just be from the limited scope of the people then. And as we know, those borders changed. So who's to say they couldn't change again? Imagine a world where every person, for whatever reason, become Jewish and wanted to expand the borders of Israel voluntarily. We would consider the whole world Israel. Just like if America took over the entire world, they would consider the world to be America. Understood. You're asking for a steelman argument, the strongest case, even if it's speculative, not mainstream. I'll give you exactly the clearly labeled theoretical messianic halakhic consensus. The strongest argument could be the whole world. Theologically, it is a covenantal identity, and Tanakh Israel is in three overlapping ways: people, Am Yisrael, a land, Eretz Yisrael, a covenantal mission, Mamalek, Kohanim, Rigoy. The argument starts here. If Israel is fundamentally a covenantal identity, then geography is secondary and contingent. Land is the initial vessel. Borders in Torah are descriptive, not ontological. Yes, the Torah is borders, but they change across text. Genesis versus Numbers versus Joshua versus Ezekiel. They're often conditional. If you keep the covenant, Ezekiel's messianic borders don't match any historical reality. No man claim is borders describe how covenant manifests at a given stage of history, not the eternal limb central. Then prayer replaced it, yet the covenant remained intact. Messianic universalization without coercion. Now your hypothetical matters. Imagine every human voluntarily explores and joins the covenant. In this scenario is no other. No distinction between Israel and nations. No need for laws because all humanity is a higher covenant. So the argument goes: humanity becomes Israel, then wherever humanity lives becomes Israel by definition. Not conquest, not dominance, ontological expansion through consent. I'm okay with all of this. Prophetic texts support identity expansion, not rule. Some prophets point in this direction. My house shall be called the house of prayer for all people. Isaiah. On the day of Hashem will be one, and his name is Rabbi. Nations say, let us go, for Torah shall Coherent reading. Zion remains the source, but the boundary dissolves because distinction dissolves. Israel doesn't conquer the world, it becomes Israel. Philosophical analogy. Your American example refined. Your analogy actually works only if it's reframed. America expands the citizenship. Israel, in this argument, expands the covenant share. Territory follows identity, not the other way around. So if 100% of people adopt the covenant, borders become administratively meaningless. Israel becomes coextensive with humanity, not an empire, a universal polity of meaning. Why this doesn't violate free will ethics? No coercion, no radical universal consent to covenantal life. This keeps the argument non-imperial, non-violent, and internally Jewish. The honest limitation, this argument is not halakhic, it's not mainstream, it's not Zionist in the political sense. Okay, so that's fine. It is messianic, cool as philosophical, theological, internally coherent. It treats Israel as a teleological horizon, not a nation state. One sentence formulation of the argument. If Israel is fundamentally covenantal, if Israel is fundamental and covenant, if Israel is fundamentally a covenantal identity rather than a fixed territory, then in a full messianic future, where all humanity voluntarily enters the covenant, the world itself would become Israel, not by conquest, but by covenant. This is the best possible version of the idea you're reaching for.
That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha. So, and therefore,
I'm cool with that. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. And that makes me the biggest fucking Zionist ever. And the most Semitic of all time. Whatever. Allegedly. Come on, you little bitch. This is the
And he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money. Or even he gives her an object. That object is called an estimum, so that paid for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the says the corresponding use passing on what's the case. The Sanya, listen to this. Rice says, no goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her a payment. Right, but he doesn't have relations with her, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's not a mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Yes, obviously it doesn't make sense. If her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon wipe sheet. Even the ba'alam and ba'alam will be we didn't have relations with her. So if we didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the land is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the so that says that halal from the the esnan is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, hachika amar. Brad, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, what's going to say like this. does something become an esnan, and esnan is on a harmless payment, there's transactional immediacy. Pays her, relates, right? Our relation payer. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's what's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not have the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used, let's say, for some type of sacrificial use. So watch this. So now what does it mean? Rashi says, he doesn't have relations with her now, and sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly you go ahead and trace? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, he pays her today and has relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her. And therefore, both sides. What we're saying is as follows: that essentially, once the transaction, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8 year produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit too transacting business with shemitah produce. So the Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8 year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the shemitah produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this esrog case. Let's say he goes ahead and he pays. Reuben pays Rachel. He gives her a sheep because it's the easiest thing to get for sacrificial purpose. So he pays, and then let's on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. I don't understand. When he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of law is certainly Freya. Obviously, okay, I understand the sheep can't be women's own. So he have relations with her. There's all these. But when he does relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve on the sheep retroactively, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an esnan zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi says it's very interesting. Now, what's the case? Kishivasa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying they have relations on Wednesday. Retroactive sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot. A pious. Now, let's say you might say to yourself, "Come on, what a faker! She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos." Let's say it's important. We've mentioned this many times in the past. It's always important to understand we all live with inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. But here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm missing. Yiddishkeit is nothing. You could be just in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, is to have a certain harmonious spirituality and righteousness in my life. But most of us not yet. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel it because here, I'm learning, I'm doing this, or I'm I'm doing this, or I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still a contradiction. With hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. So for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings covenants. But I guarantee you, Those kavanas are a reach nikol. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries, our inner struggles, and other. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. Then, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on this day, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as right. Then halacha l'mapshita the sharila, right? Lesa b'shasviya umataba amahubiya. So then it's mutafa, right? Because she added to it. It can't be authorized as an esron on Tuesday. They didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift. Therefore, she has every right to offer it up. However, the italo amrla kanim in the aksha it's enough. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a carbon? Yakdish is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. So it says, his home. His home. This is talking about his Erev now, valuation. Right? So we'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, based on Rishuso, just like your home, you own it. Rishuso. So the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up as a card? What's the glitch? You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, Yishmarach only asks of us what we're able to do. There's sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who we aspire to be like. A lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's kochos are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often we forget that Rothschild only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. He does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest that I possess, because we possess a lot more than honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit, being makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to spiritual things that are in our power, within ourselves. El Damarla, so what's the case? El Damarla, the Hadigabech al Shas Dia. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the Zona, the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep it scheduled for Bia tomorrow, and just keep it with you on tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, the sheep, I don't know, you need a carbon, you need dinner, whatever it is, then I give you the right higher adjustment. So it's interesting. That's how it will be. Fine. So the Gemara says this. So that's the zoning case. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally apple, it's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi Yanai, his Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening here is that something can only be prohibited status when there is a level of transactional use. Now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone, by the Harlot case as well. That Gemara just gets a little bit into this Harlot case. So variable shop. I'm not big shop. That's so nice. It's very interesting. So let's say same thing. Ruben gives rough or Ruben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The beer is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's marked the sheep. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a cover, but she's marked the sheep. So what's the animal? Manu. Given the Amar and Russell Gabop and Russell Hadro, Kiman Dakri Basigami. So do we say that instead of making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again, going ahead and be makdish verbally, equivalent of offering it up? Now, in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone, the animal's gone. The makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, as I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the beer occurs, obviously again, gone. It's gone. Right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the beer occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the beer occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the beer, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So Mercedes shall be as a. We can observe a so let's say going back, this is Rabbi Elazar on the top of the daf, right? You might say that Rabbi Elazar said kadma rivasa. So remember again the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of yes, not Zona, right? Is where she went ahead and right, she offered it up already by the time that she occurred. That's the rivasa. So that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. I don't think we should so low. But from the Belozer's statement, it would appear that if she is not issue, that the animal is
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I followed everybody in the space as best I can. If you follow me back, I'd appreciate it. And if you do follow me, know that I follow everyone back, so I'm a free follow. If you are someone who needs a job in Web3 or outside of Web3 and you want someone as a mentor and coach, I will certainly help you. I've helped over 50 people in the last 2 months to be able to get jobs. The way that we do it is we make sure that you have a resume and or a curriculum vitae. If you know what this is, it's basically your contact information, your employment history, your education history, and your desired employment. And I will help you want to be able to register for some different websites where you can get jobs remotely, and additionally work with some recruiters in your area if you're in Nigeria or in Africa proper. And if you're not, I can help you outside of Africa as well. So if that's of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd be happy to help you and be coach to you. With that being said, I'd love to tell you about what I do and what my project is. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I share my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find the link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody Nobody dares you to look at their link. I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We just surpassed 28 people in our community and continue to grow each day. Making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
All right. In the chat. Rabbi, thank you for gracing our space on, certain spaces and all that, like on, it's amazing what you do is amazing. I'm looking forward to, connect. Sorry, what's up? Okay, Jabari. Yo, bro. Jabari. Oh, what a fuck, God. I think his network was so bad, so bad because I say connecting. But yes, last week with request for the MIC. You don't plan to request for the MIC Jabber. Okay, Jabber, the mic is yours, bro.
I just spicy vomit. That's a band name. Oh man. Oh, man. What is this? Ever hate it. This is so good.
Always ready. Always suck it. Fresh off. Mike, I'm gonna suck. Yeah, I'm a suck. Suck. You pull that thing out. I remember it was so fucking hell, and I don't know, Mike, he got a hard on. And he just started walking me. He was kind of a big, kind of a heavy, tough, you know. He was like, he could try to fit super quick. Oh, he got a hard on. I was like, no, I don't. No, I don't. Find out. Yeah, he was just like, oh, that's the best. I'll put your dick in, oh, Jesus. That thing, if you had breasts and bones, I mean, that to him. I was like, that was the big guy. Oh, you got a hard on. Then there's a guy in rollerblades, and he had high shorts, and he used to just always hang out when I would get off at the bus stop, not the train station, to go to 54th Street. I'd get out, and he'd be hanging out in just shorts and rollerblades and a half shirt. Not attractive. White guy. And he goes, hey dude, I fucking punch you in the stomach. Yeah, or you suck him off me. I'll suck you off. And he goes, hey. I was like, hey dude, I will fucking or you suck him off me. I'll suck him. One of the two. Hey, but clearly he's doing that because that's right. It's a home. That's why he's just going there striking out every night. No, there are a lot of guys. He sends them home runs. Oh, hey. Oh, wait, and you know his apartment's right over there. Yeah, that's his front yard. Well, how's Appleton? You know, great people. Yeah, salt to the earth. Appleton. You know, my dad's from Milwaukee. Oh, that's right. So I'm able to really, you know, I got lots of dad stories. So great shows, but Apple Comedy. The Packers. And the packed. But I was on stage. Oh, yeah. And a couple of people jumped to their feet. Fuck yeah. No, but it's interesting. Ways in January. It wasn't as cold. It's cold out here. It's so cold. Yeah. You know, your face. And my opener in college thought it'd be great to go to Wisconsin and not bring a jacket. He brought t-shirts. He knows better. He brought t-shirts and a cardigan. I was like, hey, bro, no scarf. Told you. Yeah, cold out here, man, that way. Then you got keep that. I'm sure you played the cold. Oh, yeah. Those guys are all in short sleeves. Is that just to show you to the team you're not a bitch? No. Because no one's a bitch at that level. It's just you want to feel the ball. You don't want all that shit all over it. Really? Yeah. When you get moving, you're never thinking about it. When you're playing, you're good. You want to feel it. You're obsessing over, yeah. You want to feel it. Not all of them. Somebody I mean, I'm clearly far from that. Every single day. And then, oh, by the way, you're waking up early. If you're a wrestler, and you was on that Iowa program, or you'd be at the mat at 5:30, sir. Oh, yeah. Which is out. Oh, yeah. But it's
separates the guys who want it. Yeah, football same way to be in the court. Trying to think. In the winter, they call it dirty dozens. We have to have the shoes laced up amps, or we can bet 4. That's your entire winter.
What? That color?
You're indoor though. You're in the indoor facility, but I mean,
and you're not getting it there. It's just not.
No, but it's just like it's their version of buds. They're just get a break. I loved it.
You did.
I loved it.
And
I loved it.
Well, that's like
loved it. You're like a superstar, like on scholarship. You're like vying for a spot.
So it's
and if you quit
at 4, you'll be there at 5.
Ready to go, ready to compete. Some kids.
It's really.
No, I love it.
And what? How long does that last?
Hour and a half.
That's a lot.
And then you have practice in the afternoon.
You typically
you'd warm up, and then they'd have drill dozens. So you'd compete, and then let's say if it was ladder, a coach would just go by with a board, and you go around to all stations, go like this, and every mistake written at the end. So even if we're on the same team, but if you fell, they go like this, about 30, 40 sprints at the end. I mean, I loved it. I thrived. I'd be in the 3 points, and you were so exhausted, I'd be heaving behind. But if you didn't make time,
so you had to make the time. They kill you.
They try to. It's like your version of
is that way?
Okay, all college sports are fucking cut up.
No, that's why I ran into in Chicago with a college, but it was a D1 team, and their coach was a cute, little Polish woman, probably 30, and she was the coach, and I was like, damn, college D1 wrestling and sports, and I just didn't grow up, right? I didn't grow up with it. We didn't have women wrestle when I was growing up.
Yeah, those are what? You said that? No, dude, I was 2025 or 2026, right?
It's still
there's some though.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous.
Insane.
It's ridiculous.
In like kids' sports, like travel ball. It's just not baseball. There's travel basketball, football, and baseball. There's football, baseball, basketball, gymnastics, and you look at like so kids sport and NBA combined. Kids sports. Wow. And you look who's behind it. It's all business. It's so fucked up. The average for your kid to play sports now, $1,000 a month.
That's a lot of money.
A ton of money for your kid to play travel. Your kids in Cooperstown or Omaha. Now, as a parent, you got to provide for the kid to go, also for you to go. And so then the hotels there, which they own, you have to stay there. So the money. Let's take a little break here, man. Let's book an official sports bet part of the NFL. Makes every playoff moment feel even bigger. Oh, my lordy, my freaking Broncos are doing the damn thing. I don't know who's going to come out of the AFC, but I hope my Broncos over the Bills. We are playing the Bills this weekend. See me in China yet? Yep, I can't wait. DraftKings has your back with early access. They seem to always get injured. It's a whole conspiracy. At any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. Wow. Bonus bets if your bet wins.
If part gambling problem, call 1-800 call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-777 or visit CCP. Half of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas has through per wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over 8. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required for additional term responsibility. DKNG.co/audio. Limited time offer.
It's such a business. It's hard.
It's called a racket. It's called a racket. One of the things that you see on Instagram sometimes is a professional, a guy who made happens then, so he got by the oils or something, it's a big contract. So I know
He's older now.
I know what you did. And the mother's trying not to cry, and so he paid off all their bills. That's the least you can do.
Right. I keep a tally.
Right.
This is.
I mean,
I charge interest, Bubba.
What a beautiful thing, though. Now, having said that, time and their kids, their kids don't make it to the major.
The experience for a kid having
It's great. You're getting so much out of it. And
yes, it's become this business art. It's tough, because Bossy's in travel balls. What
do you do?
The problem is travel ball. Unfortunately, in Texas, this is my experience. I'm not saying everywhere. I'm sure it gets some back off. The Rex bag.
Well, there's no resources, right? The money's in travel ball.
And then the parents, because they put pressure on the knee, good. They put them in select or travel, so it just depletes the resources in rec. Of course, California. People always are. What's the difference between California and Texas? The rec. Those teams could compete with the teams here in travel.
Really, the rec teams?
Yeah, because the parents didn't pull their sometimes 12. Yeah, man, that's how it should be.
It's
not business. And the parents, they're like, no, we're good at this. Now there's create a ball field, and you're playing against the same team. And coaches are coming. It's awesome. And there's a thing in California was the best thing I've ever been part of. Little League.
Yeah, I remember Little League. Love the parents who loved the.
Yeah, and then obviously Tiger was pretty talented, and then we started getting recruited, play travel, competition. And then in Texas, I signed Boston. Again, Boston's an outlier. He's a monster. He's 6. My father, in California, he stayed in pre-K flag football. I signed for pre-flag K football here, and he only plays with older kids. He knows the rules. He knows the game. He knows how to cut, catch, throw. Okay. And they start warming up, and it's like wrangling cats. I'm like, oh, no. Fucking 4, 5, 6-year-olds, so just my chance. So I go, never. Pop up, because they're putting time commitments. It's tough for me. Bosty's not into that. Bosty's going to compete and play football and better. Like, he's like a lot of kids, and this is where it's a fine line. Because I'm trying, buddy, you're still going to have fun on this. You're going to get the ball and you're going to score 30 touchdowns, dude. Yeah, they're not going to be able to touch you. Average 4 touchdowns a game. I've never played. Average 4 touchdowns. I'm trying to be cool. I'm steaming off because the talent's not very good. The guy goes, oh, wow, okay. I'm like, yeah, very good. He goes, all right, 8 kids on team. I was going to do all of them. No one's remotely close to touch them. And most dads like, oh, this is awesome. I go, this isn't good. No, he's not going to get better. So I'm like, motherfucker, this isn't sports. I'm like, they're 4, 5, 6, be cool, but in my head, like, be cool. It's like, all 7 kids line up here. Boston, 7 against 1. Boston, they hand them. It's not even close, Brian. And the coach goes, he comes over. And I want to move over. I know, no disrespect, man, we just can't.
Are the kids city chiefs? Can we get that little freak here? He's small, but he's not small.
I look at most dads like, oh, this is awesome. He's not.
My daughter.
I look at the other dad, and he goes, oh, man, that kid can fucking move. I go, he can at this level. He can move. Yeah. And he goes, and the dad goes, we're never going to see you get out of here. My son's played, he plays with his brothers. He's been playing since he's in diapers. Nothing. You're exactly where it should be.
There's also a reality of body type. My daughter played lacrosse, and it's all good, and all the girls were playing. She was maybe 40 pounds heavier than me, and it was all legs, it was all power, and it was it was literally nobody.
It's a lot to hurt those other guys at the same level. Even though they're the same age. So for Boston, like, when they're playing catch, 5, 6-year-old, it's a liability, man. It's just that he comes from a different family. It's all we do, bro. Yeah. And so when you're going to football, Bossy's going.
He's got some bone up, a lot of kids do.
Speed, but then he's also, I'm talking to 4, 5, 6-year-olds. He's going, what is it, Karen? Yeah.
It's like
so then he has to, it's a fine line. So I talk to the head of the league. I'm like, what should we do? He's like, you should have signed up for 3. All the teams are full for 2nd, 3rd grade. So we'll skip the winter season and then spring, put him the 1st, 2nd graders. Yeah. So that's what we'll do. And he's like, I can't play. I'm like,
yeah. You know, Kirk Cousins. So I watched a little special on him. I mean, it was School of Hard Knocks. I can't remember, but and he was getting his ribs fucked. Yeah, it was that serious quarterback, and he's getting his ribs broken and all that. And man, you know, it's just let's go, little guy. You know, come on. He's 6'3". Didn't know that.
oh yeah.
I didn't know he was 6'3". I didn't know that Dak Shepard was 6'3". I didn't know that.
Shepard.
Not Dak Prescott.
Okay. Yeah.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, big boy. Which one?
Shepard Prescott.
Oh, Prescott.
Heavy piece on.
Sure.
So let me get this right. He's 6'3", handsome as shit. He's also a great guy. I know a very good friend of his.
Yeah.
Played with him.
Sure.
And he got up, and I go, he's 6'3". He goes, yeah, he's 3. He shoots off. I go, what's it called? He's also the greatest guy in the world. This guy. Yeah. And he goes, you ready for this? And my boy's like NFL for a long time. I'm huge. And he goes up. He's also got it. So,
Yeah.
he wins.
Yeah. Except for games, right? He doesn't win games, right? He's never anything, right? Because I'll take Josh Allen.
Calls me up after Josh Allen.
You're horrible, dude.
Josh Allen isn't a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes. And he's just going off on him. You choose him over Patrick
All
Mahomes.
day.
Yeah. All day.
Dude, if he had...
All day, just like that.
Oh, yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, he's been in the Super Bowl.
Josh Allen, best player. He is nobody who gets it done. He's nobody.
Everyone's saying he's got
He has to play exceptional for them bitches. But then his game, they lose. Stacked. They're not very bad. Almost amazing. John Elway, but better.
Yeah.
Runs, smart,
Yes.
throws, has a cannon.
Crazy. Are fucking amazing. Stafford or Josh.
Different. I like both of them. I root for both of them.
Yeah.
Especially Stafford.
Trevor Lawrence is fucking amazing. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah. They're all similar to
He's uber athletic.
They can.
Uber athletic.
Yeah.
Ooh, like Trevor, like the freaks.
Yeah, they were talking about George Kittle and about how big Cam was.
Oh, he's massive. He's like 6'5". He's good.
Trevor Lawrence good.
Trevor Lawrence, I mean, he had a great year. He had a real
Joe Burrow.
shot Cincinnati.
Yes, but he's just as good as any of those.
Yeah, he should get the next day, right? He gets hit more than anybody. He no protection, nothing. He also sucks.
It's selling.
He's get out of it.
Yeah, he's like a race horse. The guy out there behind an amazing line.
Get out of it. So tough to make it professional. So it's like if your kid has the fucking chance to set him up as far as a kid, whether it's high school, college. So with Bossy, people are like, oh, you're this crazy. I'm not this crazy dad. In order for him to get better, I have to push him as far as I can go.
Right.
But you have to push him as far as you can go. It's still fun. You know, what you got to do how he has to play with more kids. And he's done it for 2 seasons.
That's how everything is. That's how everything is in life. Yeah.
He's 5. Let the league get hit.
Well, I just think in life, part of the most important thing about trying to get good at something, is so hard because You have to put yourself in people that are better than you. You want to be good, you got to figure out a way to be good. You don't try to be really good at things. You will get a false sense of security, a false sense of confidence. You're just like, come on, you're not doing shit. You're not doing shit. You just become a critic. You become a critic. That's why, but maybe, the thing is, see, if you meet a gold medalist, like Toshi or whatever, or any of those guys, Ishii, yeah, like anybody who won a gold medal or anybody who made it to the Olympics, it's not even the skills, it's what they had to do to get there, how you talk to yourself, fucking injuries you deal with, all the shit it's that too rich. That's why I respect them. You have to, Yeah, it's pro athletes. Yeah. It's very different. That's very super cutthroat. Yeah, somebody and I was like, you I hear people say that. Starting receiver in the NFL. No, my kids will say that. I'll say it. I never said that. Yeah. You mean for his entire life has been the best player on the field in high school. Yeah. So in high school he was top in all the nation. To college he was top 10 in all the nation. Drafted to the NFL. And starts. Plays. And what happened, get to a point where they start thinking that the whole game, you see there's some receivers, and then receivers are divas. You want that arrogance from receivers. Yeah, but it also can be disruptive to a team sometimes. Yeah. But it's annoying. I have talked to people who know better and who played with him, and they were like, "Do you know how hard that guy worked? Do you know he was getting reps in. He put in crazy work, training more than anybody else. There's a million stories of kids who in practice who are great, but they don't put in the work. Yeah, there's a million in there. There's a million. Well, you saw a lot of fighters who were great in the gym, right? Time. And football. Guys are like, dude, this guy's getting drafted number 1. And it's just, yeah, you don't want to be good at practice. Yeah. They gotta show up, man. They put in the work. Yeah. We got a new show for you. 16 after that. How many days? January 26th. Is that the day of the UFC? That's 2 days after UFC. Holy shit. Turn 59, Bubba. That's so nuts to me. You're just gonna take me out? No. I mean, follow times into the force. Are we doing this to, do we just do 9? Which is 52. Wow. 6952 podcast. That's pretty. What are we going to talk about? I think what we do there is that we're men of a certain age. So we just distill wisdom. We're not trying to be relevant. It's self-help. Or help. Oh yeah, when you're a certain age, a lot of men don't have fathers. A lot of men don't have men in their life that are accomplished. So I think we're pretty good if we gave ourselves that talk about you. When you're young, you look things down. And where we're going wrong, where our culture's going wrong, most of what is popular is wrong. Most of what people are doing is probably a waste of time. And older people are there to help you realize that. I think that is called wisdom. Yeah, I still think we're going to be silly. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Still with us too. Wait, we're gonna see a poster of Brian Count and Brennan Shaw as old people with the time. But keep talking. Is that Grok or ChatGPT? Just check. Remember we talked about this before. It would be older, especially with Brian's like really old. It would be Hillary's. Yep. Yeah, we'll be. 70. We're literally like bam. 41. You're still really young. I'm 40. Shit. Mine's 50.
I was like, look, there you go. Well, Brendan looks like me. Brendan looks like me. And that doesn't look like either one of us at all. That logo on the back is pretty cool. Yeah. Vintage logo. That's fantastic. Now, I wouldn't mind. That'd be a good picture if we were an outline. Hey, let's take a little break here, man. Let's take a little break, dude. Because you know what? I think that what people have trouble with is tracking what sugar does to their body, what their glucose levels are, and your glucose levels, and like that is so to your health. If you're what it is. Let me tell you about Signals, man. All right, so Signals pairs a glucose monitor. It's a glucose monitor. Yes, mine doesn't do great with white rice or mashed potatoes, right? Yeah. So it helps you build eating habits that help you feel great while you're managing your weight. Learn which food you work for your body, right? Because what works for you doesn't work for me. Rising, right? You'll get an in-moment alert, and plus ways to bring your and while you're eating. And how it reacts to your body. Yeah. So when you're stress eating, you're doing stuff like that, or you're not getting physical, you're getting a signal for physical hunger. Yeah, man. Listen, Signals took the guesswork out of managing my weight. They give you personalized insight on how your body works with AI-powered app. Biosensor Signals help you build healthier habits and you stick with them. So right now, Signals has an offer for Fighter Kid fans. Go to Signals.com. That's SIGNS.com. Get 25% off select plans with the code FIGHTER. That's Signals.com. Promo code is FIGHTER. All right. My thing is, too, are we going to have to say when you're 7 out of 50? We don't have to say that. That's what I'm saying, bro. We're right on. What the hell are we doing? I think so. You know what a great teacher is if they think about it, right? So why do you go to it? Why do you go to your church? People go to, what they're doing is bringing you back to what's important. And for whatever reason, young people, or being general, seem to need to be brought back. Whoa, hey, remember? Come on, thirst for knowledge. Just come on back over here to the footprint. Come on back over here to the wisdom of the ages that we all seem to ignore and forget. Human beings have amnesia for what actually matters. So that's applicable, sometimes. That's right. That's right. Even Tiger, we got into morning because I'm up at 4, right? And I know he's up at 6. So at 5:45, daughter that I get from firstborn kids. I put creatine in there, I put these greens in there, put a banana, some pulses. I'm done with that shake. Right. And then Joy, I was just like, where's not in the mood or whatever. And then Joy, hold on. Just remember, she don't give me anything. Just wait, hold on. Did you just roll your eyes at your dad? I love her. Do you realize your dad knew you were going to get up at 6 and knows you had football for you shake? She goes, ask your dad how many times his dad woke up that early and made you shake. And you went, and rolled your eyes at your dad. And then, to me, I was just like, he's just, that's my guy. So I was like, and then John's like, no. My wife does that too. Yeah, do you know how much I appreciate that? My son last night, and my son last night said, I have the best dad before she went to bed. Oh, she said, aren't we so lucky to have daddy? Yeah. Because he does so much for us. I was like, after I've been traveling, she comes and greets me. Yeah, she makes it a big deal, right? Yeah. So there's so much, that's right. But I love Joe for that. I love because I don't think about it. And then, your kids are your life, dude. People ask how you're doing. Yeah. He doesn't hang up. Hey, bro. Dude's about his kids, and that's like he doesn't give a fuck about But then John was like, you gotta put your foot down. You don't want to be the ungrateful kid. So I'm like, yeah. So I'm driving the school. I go, I take it over the top. I go, buddy, when I'm got that, he's like, he's 9. He's like, what? I'm like, when I pass away, you're like, oh my God. Dad took me to baseball whenever I wanted to play catch with me. He made me he took me to the gym.
Thanks for saddling him for that.
And I went, wait, when I'm done.
He was sick.
I'm like, have a good day. Have a good day.
You're a sick.
Hey, why don't you sit on that for a while?
You're a sick fuck.
And then I made them dads made him protein shakes. Go ahead and ask him. Ask him how many dads are pitching him BP every day. Hey, have a good day. Bossy sticks up for him. Hello, good day.
Psycho.
Pick you up at 3.
I picked myself.
Hey, it's not you. I might. Have a good day. We'll see if you're ungrateful for the shake tomorrow.
It's kind of sick.
Hopefully you make it. Okay. Hey, you guys into 3.
I picked my son up, and he's 3.
He didn't like
it. Didn't go well.
It looks like you're happy a kid.
Yeah, and I'm such a big. I guess I'll just leave. I guess you don't care. I want you to leave. Like,
wait, man. Johnny goes, Brandon, get in here. She goes, Billy, what'd you say? I'm like, fuck daddy? But, we're still
kids. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I see you there at the wedding.
Port Charlotte, Florida.
Yeah, that's going to be
Denver, be the proper Denver.
Yeah.
Denver's downtown.
Yep.
My mom will come.
I got tickets for her.
Friend of you to come, I'm sure. Jay will be there too.
Yes, you are.
Oh, I was telling you, like, this is over. Interview with the vampire over. So I was like, oh, yeah, that's all. His and hers. Trust me.
Really? What's this about?
Murder happens. I'll leave it at that.
Really? Who's on that show?
It's fantastic. Here's a cast. If you're looking something to fill your cup because you have no shows, this is your show. This is it. This is what you want. You're welcome.
Jimmy Tisdale. All right.
Usually the 2 are the main ones. Everybody else just supporting. But Tessa Thompson, fantastic. Fantastic.
Wow. All right.
Fucking tastic.
I'm in.
You don't want that.
Say less.
Yeah, you don't want that.
All right.
You're saying it.
Just tag me.
Yeah, but like I was watching the Golden, and they had Marin and Brian Ortega there, right? And Miami.
I remember.
It was just like, yeah, that's what I do.
Somewhere, right?
Yeah, and then I realized to look at the pre-show, like seeing they file in and see what they wear as gay as that is. And then she had in the background, the warm weather, And I was like, I told Joanna, I'm kind of sad. Yeah. She was really, I didn't realize at the time how weird and unique that was. Like, Emmys and Golden Globes and capturing the shit of it. Like, how the fuck in there? Why would they let me in there? On a red carpet interviewing Lady Gaga. How big deal, dude?
Huge deal. I never knew how big a deal that was. I never could really tell you because you just fell into it, and it's like, listen, motherfucker.
I auditioned.
You hit him like pinnacle.
Yeah, I auditioned. I'm like, yeah, that's how this goes.
I know.
That's what I do.
But that's what happens. You don't realize it until it is what it is.
How weird is that, dude? That was like a wax figure kind of too.
If you got that awesome jacket, that fucking
dude, I had fucking.
It was just, and you're like,
And dude, they optioned me for another 3 years. And I did that. How weird is that?
I mean,
just kind of like.
But then again, fair, you've always been, you were more ambitious, right? You wanted bigger things. It's a question of you making it that huge. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, and I was on.
But but I will give you. I'll think about this for a second. At the end, it ain't you. What I mean is this: at the end of the day, you asking superficial questions to very famous people, not actually.
No, it's not like my passion. I like being in the mix. I like seeing behind the scenes. And you know me, I love. It's just cool. I did it.
Yes, we do weird things. So at the end of this, and I remember I remember being a host. I don't want to. And at the end of the day, dude, you know what? It was actors like Adam Sandler. That's what you were the guy who got in the cage and fought.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would have transitioned and been like, I want to be a color commentator. It's really, it's great. Ultimately, you would have sabotaged it. It ain't you.
Yeah, my thing was I was. I thought it was cool, especially as my background. Like people said, Mackenzie Dern and Brian Ortega Oscars or the Golden Globe. Like not only did I did it on my own. Remember the UFC? Me were not great standing. I did it on my own. I auditioned. I get the roles. Like I went off on my own.
Yeah.
You know. And I'm proud of it now. It's cool. That was fucking cool.
But you never. It's fun to do that. It's like we realize, hey, Bubba. At the end of the day, I never really. Sorry. I realize that process so much, and I don't like how peace does. I know. I see, but I also know what their life is like on the daily. Work. To me, not my thing.
Yeah, I think for me, why that worked, why I enjoyed it is that was in my career. That was like a side fun doing it. But if that was it, yeah.
So
if that was like, if he was like, hey, you can be full time, be on E! News breaking down the girl, man, that's not.
If you had been that E! guy, and you had wear a suit and go interview people, and then you saw people having a blast on podcasts and making all the money, doing stand up and making all the money, having fun, like pushing themselves, writing, entrepreneurs coming up with ideas, like businesses out of nowhere, you would have been depressed to the point where you would have nuked it.
Yeah.
You're the only semi-straight guy in history of that shit.
Dude, can I tell you a funny joke might get me in trouble?
Yeah.
We're at the table read, and we'll see that. At the table read, like going through everyone's thing, you know? And I'll tell us who you're wearing, stuff like that. And it's me and all girls, and the girl goes, I'm wearing blah, blah. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, my guy, Terry, white. They're like, you don't say that. Like, why not? This is the day before this initiative. Oh, so they say black designer, I can't say white? Like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Black designer. And I go, I got my suit for some dude up the street. I go, white guy. Well, no, let's leave off the white guy. I'm like, no, why? I wasn't even trying to be, it was like, why? Black designer, like, white guy. Designer, thank you. White.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, but maybe a little sad watching. I'm like, man, I used to be there all the time.
Yeah, but it's ultimately you did it. Ultimately, yours would be you could not do that.
But I'll tell like Tiger Boss, what? I'm like, I used to be there. No way. I'm like,
I did several pilots, Discovery Channel, other things, where I was a host of like an events thing, sports. I did it for a lot of stuff. I just couldn't maintain it. Tell us about this. And what about you?
Truth is, this shayla is going to show the was himself. Versus 9. Mifshid Rabbi Jeffrey Russell, Dr. Shasta, the East Shasta, because Rabbi Russell doesn't come because when the animal was false for the Dia, because by the time the Dia animal's no longer here. Perhaps again, where she was just consecrated. The animal's still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case Allah for myself, the animal is recategorized as a result of your love. Or maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be.
I'm just gonna put this
zona. But in
here
case
as best way that I can.
Which the
Look
Gemara
at
says
this
take.
fucking.
So important that we're not finished with that zone yet. What we understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and payment, ultimately it is not considered to be an estimate. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, or she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's makdish it, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the next day, the status of that animal, that's the taker, that's the okay, let's analyze more. So we're making a little sense. The second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be consecrated for sacrificial purposes. Or mini, the Gemara is the kasha. I don't know this. The Gemara says, or mini, ba'ala kafnas. Says that the woman has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, people pay all of their bills late. Right? So he pays her late. Right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot payment, and it will still be usher. I'm not look cautious. So most of that conscious are just in the rice that we quoted before on some days in the days 62b said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's no transaction. Here the Gemara says there's relations, even if we place it years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not lokashia. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Baali li bitalazah. Had the Amar is Baali li bitalasta. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Hirashi. Bitalazah. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again, there is no transactional receipt. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. Let's analyze this. Right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. The halacha is, it has its payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. What has to happen? He says, right? Remember, animals were required sheep for required taking possession, which the Gemara said, the zone I want to sheep. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mishicha to acquire. So we're talking about a zona who's not Jewish. Right? Another possibility is the Olam Bizoni Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Ukikon, the Koyim Bechatzei. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's Kiyyut Chutzah. She requires it. Second, in the Koyim Bechatzei, but the Achakach Masana, Hakanya. One second. I don't understand. If it's in her nurse, then she acquires it. No relations with her. And ultimately, again, then he gave it. What do you mean then he gave it? It's already in her clutch. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? In other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esna because she's acquired the sheep even before Bia. If the sheep is standing in her chutzah, which the Gemara says, Shabi and Haley hope to keep. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rothschild. And here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is a apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like a guarantee. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar and he says to her, if you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The Ilan, if not, Shakle the Esnanif. Take this sheep ultimately again payment. Fine. Nasir Rav Sheshes says like this. Also, it looks in hell. And it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamarav Ulapala. So let's say again, let's Ruvain employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them, the Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists, they're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They also have this important just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so forget this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go eat money to go ahead and purchase food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or mental wages, whatever it is. You're giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So now the Gemara says, she can do this. In a Choshesh, she doesn't have to be worried. Salafim base 63. Lo mishum shvius v'lo ma'aser, lo mishum yayin lesach. And I heard this interesting about this, right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or ameh aretz, maybe the akum is going to go by yayin lesach. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amma Aretz is going to buy Shemitah produce or my shady produce in outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, and he's saying Chevra, what? Which what? Because he's doing that essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just threw all of this. Right. If you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, it's actually the last white line, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The ha ihu lo safilu midi ela priti yaim. We don't. Ruvain is not the one giving them anything. Ruvain is giving them money. And it's chavra. Here's for your food. This is for your drink. What they choose to do with it afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on moving, so therefore again no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following piece. Samach Yoel, they 63 second line down. Then Orla, but if he said to them, Vani Polea, Su Shtuvani Polea, but if he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. Pick up the tab. All. Now this is a problem. then we have a problem. And we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. Because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is, if he is purchasing and he's potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? Kikapara disr kapara. So what you see from here is that halacha la'maisa, not going to say this is, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of, remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shlita produce and they paid the poor with their produce. Rothschild said, now problem because no transaction. So I said, what do you see from this last case? He kapara, to make Isser kapara here, that when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, see, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayin. Therefore, the Gemara says, Nami, Kika, or the Isukapara. So we hear about Rabbi and when they became the 8th year, ultimately again, isn't that all paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. So no, it's different. In the Ruvain case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the words, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up a tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends to Ruvain, ultimately is transactional. That's happening like literally traded. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires money immediately. Look at Ash for just a moment. It's actually right across the Ash, right to the left. The shop knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit. Take care about. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction use. Ruvain is dealing, in other words, Ruvain is not just going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore, specifically almost like an exchange. The shopkeeper is going to give a donkey driver as a labor, whatever they call it, items, and Ruvain is going to pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of like this wasn't like a credit situation. People want to keep these together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediate. But again, using that logic, if Ruvain were to send out his workers, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who spends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter should be okay. If that's the case that it's mutter ihachi adatani su'u echlu b'dinar zeh su'u shesu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Ruben says, "Here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink," make it two different cases. Which of the two cases? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited in the Shtagid way? When is it prohibited for Ruben to his workers chevra? Go out and go eat and drink, and that's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's that, and it's as if again the Chantini owes the money to the Anthony shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that too should be fun. In other words, better the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and to highlight two dramatic different cases. First, you must hold company shitty much time. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not obligated to defend any bomb or other case?
Look at this athleticism.
The person says to his friend, "Ain't one of the pony, v'yiknu kol nafasei lach." So what happens? So right, Ruvain goes, all right,
Never
I
seen
don't
a motherfucker so.
Ruvain. Lend, right, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? You know, if ultimately my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even assuming that I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go and give it to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, doesn't extend credit, doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the loan Yashi Shibude look this. So what's the difference? Even though the Yashi Shibude third wide so Elon Yashi most love Khalifa since moving do not go ahead, actually set aside money. Right? He's telling you go out. Go since no defined number of money, right? Or no set money have been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks because it does ultimately, again, it should be looked at. Below that's how the halacha to my country. He's ultimately again she is. So ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about here? The halacha that perhaps ultimately again this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the price is that everything says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat, and whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already moving the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense. because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take derivative things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm not so my day so again, all of this same transactional news. Like that's the thing. That's how it says, I'm not, well, you don't see, I'm sorry, I'm not, I'm used to the Shmeitik coming to us. I said, I said this over, he thought to rub a bit of marriage off. What happened? I'm already, he hugged me. I become sued. The price shouldn't be that. He says to his workers, go out and drink, I will pay. I will pay. You should say, go out, drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're staying out of case of years ago, you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, I left you $100, how much did you consume? Which you must be right. So you're right. Tony, ultimately, again, halacha is you're right, change the price should really be that halacha Ruben says that it's so case, remember, essentially there are two cases of rice. Case number one, the Ruben gives his $100. Go out and eat, go out and drink. On that case, it's on them. It's not on you. The way you must understand it now is that for myself, Ruben, he went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now you're concerned if they have access now to the food items, and it is going ahead and finding a credit limit. The way that price should read is when they says to workers, go out and drink. And then I will set up ultimately again with the sheep. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone.
Impressions or just eating food and post pictures of my cousin,
All of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual come for the sponsors. For Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Truman Drushos this year. As he goes for the Soros Tovos for all Yisrael. Our come co-sponsors for the month of Av. Habal Name Stephen Drazen, honor of Ito Drazen, Gina Drazen, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stan Rose's wife, from the drop. We got learning sponsors. Dr. Edmund Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Hirsch, and Nathan Adler, memory of your father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch, Mordecai Ben Moreno, Nasa, always, we dedicate in the Swiss World Precious Hostages and welcome them to Shalom home. The Shalom and the Karov and the merit of the source to give them success. The whole of mercy. Don't say that without speaking. We have an exciting day. Today's daf is Son of Gimel 63. We are picking up on Son of Base 62b, Day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Day Rabbi Yas Ike Amin, who part of the is very interesting piece over here. The members of the household are do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says this in the Yasi Perishi is called these Manabiyot. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's what is no longer readily available in the field, you really kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah the produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on Shemitah. The often Aniyim Shemitah after Earth and Shlius. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, American K, the ultimate again with new produce, 8-year produce versus also unbelievable. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this study of there's something about it, obviously, that bother people. So they say something for the Yochanan, the Yochanan said, you obviously know it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect down to actually, you obviously know the stars to a couple of years. You obviously know, the Yochanan said, the members of the House of the Adonis are acting to sheds off. No, Abu Kana, so if we say, Kanahani, Love Khali. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, sometimes that forbidden identity pop upon the CDC committed. So, for example, the concern over here is that once transactions which meet the produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have some percentage of prohibition. But the open is not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy. Or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because this is being taken in the sheet, only being quote unquote repaid with 8, because there's no reciprocity, therefore this not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah produce involves upon 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, again, Shemitah essentially you have to follow upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And to connect them to and interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with S-Nomzon. S-Nomzon is a person goes to a zona and competes for services. Right? Obviously, the money, the individual object, that object is called an S-Nomzon. So that's even for a harlot, and cannot doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her. I don't say. If he gave her, let's say, so if you have relations with her, again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no things on it. To which the Gemara says, the soon case, but allowed he had relations with her, but he didn't care anything. Ultimately, he didn't care anything. If he didn't care anything, even though no son law, my estimate of look at. If he didn't care anything, he wants to that says that I'm off from the nice of the estimate. It's much to which the Gemara says, hello, how do you know? God, this is what he needs to say. Listen to this. No son law, the Achad if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and only afterwards. In other words, this what he takes is outside. So he was going to say like this. When does something come in as another? Yes, no, harvest payment. When there's transactional immediacy, okay, our relations pay. And when there's immediacy, that's when it's the S. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S9. So, what that means practically, it can be used ultimately, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So, watch this. So, what's Ella cover? No salah, if you give the sheep, the Achakak ball. Now, what does it mean? Rashi says, Achshav Ella, the Achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. Today, you have relations with her 3 hours from now or tomorrow, as opposed to payment relations. But actually, Ball now, or for that matter, he has relations with her afterwards. As no. In both of these cases, again, the S is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Achakak is not fine. Therefore, what I was saying is this that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land has the status only again. Now, remember, keep track of what's going on. remember, we were young, they would bottle keep the produce from the floor, and we pay it ultimately again to the produce. People came to the open because they felt, I don't know, maybe a little bit strange practice. The government said, no, it's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shmita produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Eslan. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's go ahead and paste it. Okay, Rabbi Israel, he gives her a sheet. I'm just using a sheet because it's the easiest example of right? So he gives her a sheet. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he actually. So again, based on what we've done before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment and it's forbidden for concentrated companies. Right? There's a lax transaction in the Marcel, I understand. When he does let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have a relation on top of something, Rechel Allah is certainly not obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esmon Zona. You should have relations with him. There's no reason. But when he does have relations with him on Wednesday, then the designation of the sheep up upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esmon Zona already Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar interesting, but what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relations didn't happen until Wednesday. But when the relations on Wednesday retroactively, sheep should be categorized as a harvest. The case, she offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious Zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a Zona and she's offering up carbon. I'll say it's important we mention the kind of past. Those are the things we all look at inconsistencies. And we all live with contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm authentic, and in respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do. The things that I do poorly or don't tell Baruch Hashem don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not right. The goal is to have a certain level of holiness, spirituality, and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such nature. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. The Zona is a Zona. You know what? Those kavanos are they have to fall. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows what's happening in struggles under control. And we still push forward to do good, despite sometimes that's the pinnacle of the accomplishment. In any event, the Zona offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze it. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you tell me what's the case, if he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, the Shari law. Right? the less bishas so then it's multiple, right? Because she is title to it. It can't be categorized as an eslan on Tuesday, as they didn't have a relation to that. Essentially, he gave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the in the action means not in the pattern. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, right? If he was not explicit in saying, he didn't say to her, "This is your Tuesday," right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. What does it mean? If he gives it to her, it's a gift from Tuesday. They have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. It's not hers. He must be retired. I could for as a child. After all, the Ishkiyak is based on published Amrachman. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the foundation. Right? Will go and create his home. Amrachman, not based on the issue. So, just a home, you own it, called the issue. So it can be owned to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or it's offer up, it's something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own Tuesday, then how could you offer that unless it's that way? I mean, it's not you could only be not the thing that is yours. In the realm of personal, Aristotle only asks of us what we're able to do. We're sometimes unique in mistaking ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily right. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who aspire to be like. But a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others and feel frustrated to measure up. But measure up to someone else, you don't know what this person's for. The Rebbe only asks you to be makdish that which you only can consecrate, that which you own. You can't consecrate and it belongs to you. We so often in life we forget that he only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will someone else to do. He doesn't expect to be someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because you possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize your pursuit of personalistic beliefs. You only do not wish that which belongs to you. And our Heavenly Father only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual life. This is very interesting. He says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be tomorrow, let's say something comes up, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then, so it's interesting, fine, so the Gemara says, so there was an zone of this. Now again, what's the idea? Why we try to have this zone of the thing? The thing is because, again, this all happened with Rabbi Yana, with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be considered status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by Shis, and ultimately we see it by his own by the product. That we might just get a little bit in case. So by the way, I'm not big Shas on that. So let's say the same thing. It's moving Zona, the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes and she's matched. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a covenant, but she's matched it. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevon Gamar and Russell with the Rothschild, Kimandak Rivasi. So do we say that making something hektish is the equivalent of Omra? In other words, literally, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing makdish verbally, equivalent of offering it? Although my question means not to say there now. In other words, is offering it up, but the makdish is gone, the animal is gone. The makdish ultimately again is still here. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because what it is, in the case that she offered it up on this day, by the time the Bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was not in existence at the time of the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's Makdashit, Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the Shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the take shall be very obvious. You can observe someone say, going back, you see Rabbi Elazar on the top of the daf. Like the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar said, Kadma Behekli Vasa. So remember, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the third Behekli Vasa. So that got it up is no longer existing. About it also low. But from the Elazar statement over here, that if she was not issue, that the animal is still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. When Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar take this actually, this Shaila is not a Shaila of Elazar itself. So the Gemara says, not. Maybe she could have Rabbi Eliezer got the Basal Dafka about the Shasam, no? But he said the Shasbia. Says Rabbi, the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just Makdish, she consecrated it. The animal in existence at the time of the Bia, the animal is recast as an Eslam Zona. All deal not. Also, Shitale, Vikishas on the Sabbath. I mean, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's falling on this kind of Bia, which is not going to be categorized as a Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for it to categorize as an Eslam Zona as a harvest payment, it must be transactional, which means payment Bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the Bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has right in that animal, therefore, she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide carbon. If she's not, she consecrates. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker. That's the animal. Okay, let's analyze it. But let's say he has related, and then afterwards he pays her. So again, the payment is more. When we say it's mutter, it means it can use for consecrated separate. Or immediately, I don't understand this. The Gemara says, the Rabbi says that he has relation, and he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills. He pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it's still the also. Stuff, low kasha. So what's that kasha is just important. The rice that we put before on some days to be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even to this remember. Ultimately, it is closer. I'm not going to use I'm not just a lokasha. It's not a contradiction. Hadra Amar is Ba'ali Gitalas, yeah? Hadra is Ba'ali Gitalas. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it's have relations with me for each sheep. And he identifies sheep versus have a need for a sheep. Here, sheep, the Talazah, Kalkama, the Yoh, Eslan, the Hashtis. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't, go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm going to tell us that my hobby. I don't think so. Let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has a status of public payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, make it hers. In order for it to be hers, one has to have. The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock are the sheep, or the partaking possession, which the Gemara says, okay, so actually interesting, the sheep has only been by use. And again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep to acquire. So it turns out Zona is not Jewish. You guys know another passage is the old numbers are Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish. Okay, going, they had said, oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in ultimately this to plus she acquires plus in a second. Either kite the Hatseda, Bala, the Akak Masala, Hakayana. Hold on a second. I don't understand. If it's in our Hatseda, in our acquired, in our relations with her, and then ultimately, again, any gave it, really getting it. It's already in our Hatseda, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? In other words, she acquired it before, so this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of Esma because she's acquired it before the Bia, she is standing in her clutch. To which the Gemara spoke to got in the handy approach. Very interesting. Now, here's so Ruben comes to Rafa and right here is an approach. Remember again, what is approach? That in other words, he says to her, I'm gonna pay you. I'm gonna pay you for the release, right? If I don't pay, you could take this. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, and he says to her, if I pay you like the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle de esnanif. Take this, fine. Nasir Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes says, supposed in health. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamara Ulapala. So let's say again, let's say Ruben employs down drivers and workers. Okay. So now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Rashi points out either these workers are Jews or they're Amei artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They also read this in part of this. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before this, so he goes and he says to them, essentially, use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payments or a supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say now the Eno Koshish to do this, Eno Koshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Something like this. Right? What's the concern? The Gemara says that he's giving them money. It's an Akum or Amir Aretz. Yes, maybe Akum is going to go by Yair, right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amir Aretz is going to buy Shita codes or Meister Shini codes and outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, do what you want. Thus he's doing that essentially for him. Whatever they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right? If you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. The Hebrew, those Sakilu, we don't view thing is not the one giving them pleasure. Who is giving them much? And Shabbos is free to food, this is free to food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unrelated. It's not unrelated, so they don't know liability. Okay, contrast out the following. Sound of Yom, they 63 B said, Amalak, said to them, Su the Vani Polea, Su Shu Vani Polea, he says to the workers, right, talking to the drivers, go and eat, drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have the problem. Now, why is that? Look at the issue over here is because he's in the tab that he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for us. See the difference? If Ruben just said, here's $100 for your food drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's no big deal. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, don't look again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. Alma, what do you see here? He can't make this a so the decision is that I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circle back to the right. So going back ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They had and they borrowed the produce and they used the poor with 8 euros. Said not a problem of no technical needs. So listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? Ammo, Torah, what do you see here? That when moving, right, pays the bill, even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place. A local arrangement is transactional needs, and he is considered he pays for at least the exchange focus in that's problematic. Therefore, that's also social media by the other end when they repay here, ultimately, I think that all paying for exchange produce. Same with the months of Tegumara, Fisto, the Henteni Hamito, the Mishkabel. So, no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, so he's going ahead and telling the workers, go and drink, I'll pick up the tab, talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. The Hebrew language, okay, finally, ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately, there is transactional needs. That's happening right there. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that, just a moment. Finally, that is actually right across the market. Like, kind of getting some accounts now. The shopkeeper knows they're going to get paid from you, right? Because he breaks things credit. Shekar Hikirbo, Shekamok and Deshno Hadim, are coming on the kind of Jofa Khalifini. You guys don't order where you want and, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the. This is a shopkeeper who extends credit to moving. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange. Right? Shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers food for the items, and Reuben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of it wasn't like a credit situation, and when people want to do together. Therefore, that case would lack transactional needs. Again, using that, if we were to send out the same case, go eat and go and don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. then it sounds like mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihachi, at the time, the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of itself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, two different cases. What should the two cases? The Gemara said that time, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvanim in the Shabbat way. When is it prohibited Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the Chenvanim already has the money for limited items. About Chenvanim Shema people, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two things, one detail difference, than two dramatically different cases. First, you must go old, Chenvanim Shema people mean on the true, even if the shopkeeper extends credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the Chenvanim, but says this time, King one of the called the Fosse Luck. So what happens, right? Moving goes, right? I go with you. Moving. Do me a favor, lend, right? Give them money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming to you. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The amount of someone says, what is he doing? Now, again, let's assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, ultimately, again, your guarantee encumbrance, that transactional receipt, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend, doesn't receive credit. You must know even the low Shibude low miss. So the Gemara says, what is Rashi? Rashi even though the Shibude, Rashi, very wide one with Rashi's in the bottom. Right? Or no specific that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately again, that's Elahacha on my conversation concerned that Mishum Shrias. So the Gemara says, Mishum Shrias. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The Halacha of the Maisa. The Gemara says, Halomiyaki Shibude Hacha Lomiyaki Shabbat. Ultimately, again, same thing. Halacha of the Maisa. Because no particular monies have been designated advance, it does not create transactions. What's the case? The case over here advanced the money to the Chem. Okay, so this changes everything. She shaken low, bias dinar the Chem. Told them Shishalach etzlo. The Hashtam the Balabayas to the case over here, ultimately says that if Ruben says go to the Chem, go to the cases where already moving money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab. That makes sense because paid for already. Ultimately, take limited things. It's literally like he's selling with limited items. I'm not gonna know. I'm just so short. I'm just living out. I saw cancer as well. So we'll say all of this is all in this same realm of transaction. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm used to the shmeitik and so kind of said I said this over. Rabbi did help Narigo. And what happened? He hugged me at the time. So that's the case. The guy shouldn't do that. He says to us, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay you to sell it as a hey. And then I'll settle. Right? I'll ultimately again with the shopkeeper because again, we're shopkeeper. Then it's a question of okay, I left you oh no, you're right. He said you're right. Ultimately, again, halacha says that is so case. Remember, essentially there are two cases in Bryce. That case, What's on them? It's not on you. Case two, the way the Gemara is prepaid the chindra. And he gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker is going to come in." But says that's the problematic. So you have to be concerned. Going ahead and supplying with payment. The way that price should read says to his workers, "So go out and eat, go out and drink." Va'ani mechashim. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What a daf. We'll say good morning. It is a graceful spirit to thank our annual Talmud Torah of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shuman Droshos this corresponds for the month of Av. Dima Drazen, Dean Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's from the Brock. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of Father Ben Adler, Father Head and Moreno, Blossom, as always, welcome to Shalom home, Shalom and the kind of America, the soul and Nancy. I was saying back to that, we have an exciting that Gimel 63 on Son of Basin base 62 days, 2, 4, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Morris is as follows. So they got Yana, very interesting piece over here. It's like the hospital of Virgin Islands. They would borrow shows from the court and then repay them with other reward. So if you look at that, it's very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smalabia, the powers of you, but the local myself, you can go ahead and promise, but London borrow should be produced while it's still really available for everyone. So once it's no longer readily here, you really can go ahead and keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of the house already, right? The strap of the offering machine is after the so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, again with so they came and they said, obviously that father people, so they said something for the Yochanan, some of the Yochanan said, interestingly enough, which is obviously of the stars, to a couple of them said, the members of the house of Adonis are asking, they're totally fine, but she says, not to the end. So it's been new, the little family could be touched on us. The son was free back already, with a forbidden item, and that forbidden identity previously committed. So, for example, we can do the business of Shemitah produce, Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah produce. But the opening said it's not why, because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy, and only being quote unquote your age, because there's no immediate reciprocity with Shemitah produce. And therefore, no Shemitah prohibition will be there. Therefore, again, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the similar case, which come up in the development of the and she gives her something called this, right? Obviously, and gives her object, which is called an industrial, so that we call a little let's say Ruben goes to Rachel, right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her, right? But he doesn't have a relationship, or on the level of Russell, or he has a relationship for a non for harmless payment, ultimately sacrificial. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. So, and of course, why she even though no restrictions are to which the Gemara says, ultimately the advantage is to pay even though not some estimate what's the meaning of the statement in Bryce that says in sense? To which the Gemara says, hello, if you, in other words, when you say this is outside, you're going to say like this. When there's some restaurants in a public statement, when there's taser, relations, or relations, when there's immediacy, that's an estimate. If there's a lack of transaction immediacy, then the payment does not take the status of estimate. And what that means practically is that it can be used again, let's say, for some beneficial or temporary use. Watch this. So there's Africa ball. Now, what does it mean to be Africa ball? Rashi says, Ella. He doesn't have relations with her. Again, sometime later, now, how exactly would you go and translate immediacy? I think there's somewhere more than 3 hours. Or, again, as opposed to, that's not a more. Ball out, the African or for that matter, the relationship, and then use arguments, sir. That's not in both. In these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to work. However, Nassallah, the Africa, is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, there has to be a transaction.
I did all shop
Transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheet of payment has the status ultimately again of
Break your beaches. This episode of the podcast brought to you by Personal Insurance.
Remember, you have to
If you
be
want to
right.
switch
You would
insurance
probably
companies,
suppose
I
from
can say
the
so
floor,
cash.
and you
Yeah,
pay
that's
to
what
begin
makes it
with
super easy. Just drop
So,
yourself.
for them
It's even
because the
eligible
thought
money.
that
When you bundle your policies, the process only takes given hundreds more in your visit
why
plans of
same
.com
idea
MLS.
of
That's even gonna say
transactional
of capture insurance
because
company.
of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow a payment ultimately again for the 7th year of produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Americans are able to discuss like this. Not someone we saw again, let's go for this, right? Let's ahead any case. But we went here roughly, get your sheet, this is
So I went on Amazon, I ordered
get your sheet, right? And then let's say get your sheet on
there to stick to the throat body, the connector, I went to O'Reilly, I went in there with my boy, tried out the screen, he goes, you should try this.
right? Because a lot of transactions,
Filter that I
unless I
needed,
understand,
the adapter,
when it does have an issue, they can give the sheet on
baby.
Congratulations on Wednesday. So why do you say that when he does have a relationship with some people, Rich Allah is successful enough for it? Obviously, okay.
Visit them at O'Reilly. That's O'Reilly.
So when he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, it's actively the designation of the retroactive. And therefore the sheet should be categorized already as Tuesday. The Rothschild says, very interesting, no what's the case. We should talk about the history. Very interesting. What happened? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, revisions didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying revisions on Wednesday retroactive should be categorized as follows. What's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. This harvest, Zona, I will say, you might say yourself, come on, she's a zone. She's offering up carbon.
That's right. Look at her history. Go watch
I
UFC now.
don't do well
I didn't know.
for
Pretty
all
awesome. Most talented fighter in the world. Instead, Pereira my fucking job. Yes, correct. Correct.
some areas and morally bankrupt in the obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a sort of harmonious spirituality, which is more areas that most of us are not yet.
This is like Stranger Things.
I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right. It is hypocritical. It is more contradictory, but while coming to nature, it is we all know hypocrisy, contradictions. Such is the nature. And even though the zona is a zona,
It's a strange
you know what? Those kabbalas are way off the ball. It's the aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradiction. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human. In any event, so we put up the comments. The time relations occurred on Wednesday. The animal was already gone. She already off. So you're like, okay, let's analyze. Let's back. Okay. Tell me what's the case. I'm about to make the action. If he said to the zona, this should have given the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? then halacha is she the shari, right? Now let's start this last. She's mutter, right? She can't be categorized as an escort because they didn't have a relationship. Right? So essentially, gave her a gift. She has every right to offer. In the abstract, it's enough. Like this is very interesting. He did not give her permission to acquire it as and if he was not explicit, he didn't say that. This is your animal as of now. Right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? It's from today. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be happy to check it out as a partner. After all, the accusation coming up, my brother says, person will consecrate his home. Like, we'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not this. So, just like your home, you are so to the home you consecrate, whether it's consecrated or whether it's offered up, just something that you. In other words, so if she doesn't pay on Tuesday, then how could you have to you know, you can only be not this thing that is yours.
This is the correct one, but that's what
Which means in the realm of personal growth, this part of only asks what we're able to do. There's sometimes we can get up measuring ourselves, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good that people but a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we can measure up. What says you can measure up to someone else knows this person's proposal or abilities? The devotion of only asks Makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the only depths of us what we're able to do. What he does expect to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual experience that I possess. Yes, about what I possess, because you possess a lot more than honest. And then you don't know this when you perceive the personalistic experience. You only do not get that which and the Father asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual truth. Incredible. Alexander says, Elazar, their Abitabe, Chas, this is very interesting. He says to her, Rice would then give this to the soul of the sheep thing. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. The schedule for the tomorrow, site, and just keep it until tomorrow. The next thing, but if you need the sheep something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, when you need whatever it is, and Kumar says, funny access, and give you the right to fire. So everyone could ask this other question. Now again, what's the idea? Why do we do this? Besides because you can remember, this all happened with Rabbi, this sheep that's happening here is that something only be destiny for related status. There's a level of transactional needs. Now you see that by the sheep case, you can see it by the S1 thing about a harlot case. And more careful. That's right. I'm not making stuff on that. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing. You can give Rothschild, ruling its zone on sheep on Tuesday, the vehicle or Wednesday. On Tuesday, she's not. She comes offered up to the cover. But she's not. So what's the status now of the animal? Money. Even the Amar and the rest of the Balkans, Russell. She man exactly buses on. So these things hectish is the equivalent of offering. In other words, literally the Gemara says that probably pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say again that the act of going ahead and verbal is equivalent of offering love? Oh, Dilma, in other words, offering it up is offering it up. But the act of it's gone. The animal dish ultimately it is for service. Especially have the ability to work active issues. Again, because I must say, you heard the Shire is in the case she offered it on Tuesday. Time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone. It can't be put in excellent zone now because it was no longer in existence at the time that the deal occurred. In this case over here, I'm teaching when the dia occurs, and ultimately at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the Shire is, does the object become extensive or not? The Eliezer. So there's a very good so let's say from the top of the dot. Right? So again, the way that the Rothschild is to replace the Esnazona, right, is she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time of the that's the Hikri. So that's she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About the so low, but the thing is, it would appear that if she's not that the animal is still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be causing his turns later. Unless the Gemara says, do that the Rothschild is taken by treating this act to this Shaila, is managed to Shaila of the Rothschild himself. So the Gemara says, no. If she couldn't go to the Eliezer, you have to bust on Davka, Baki, Shasano, the Isid Shastia, because the Rothschild says the only time it doesn't even invest them is when the animal is offered up before the dia. By the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer. But perhaps, again, if she was just not the animal still in existence at the time of the dia, in which is Halacha L'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an excellent zona. Ultimately, if we bust up Shitale, 60 shots on the south. And you know, maybe obviously, of course, it's not going to be categorized as an zona. But I think we should just concentrate it. I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what we found in this case over here is, first of all, it's an important lesson is we're not finished. What we do understand, in order for something to be categorized as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and via, or via and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered as she deposited an animal for payment. Now, the deal doesn't occur until as soon as she has run that animal, therefore she goes and she offers it up, it's like cargo. If not this, so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the ultimately, that's on the left. But I will have the not so last now. So like, the second was over here was, let's see, agitated her, and then afterwards he takes her. Not so love. So ultimately, again, the payment is more it's not to the news for or meaning, Murray is the catcher. I don't understand this. You might say, Voila, the attack myself. I feel me kind of show as well as The eventually, right? It says if you had relations with the same, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still for the harlots payment of the also. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, so most of that country is just important. Right? So we told the fall past on TV. They said that if there's relations and payment, that's not like estimated transaction. Here, the notice is that there's relations. This was 3 years later. Ultimately, it's still us. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. It's not like a prediction. How the Omar is Ba'ali Li tell us, yeah? How the Omar is Ba'al us. So listen, this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is seven officially said, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep versus have with me for a sheep. They tell us that. How promise you have lost your best friend in the so ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately it is not a transaction. Let's analyze a little bit more. If you only tell us that, my understanding. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We can go to Rothschild. He says, have relations with to Zola. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay for 3 years. 3 years. Oh, it has status of a publisher because this transaction just because you identify the sheep doesn't mean murder. In order for it to be first, what has to happen? The Gemara says, sheep fall. Someone tells them I'm having sheep fall. Livestock, animals require market possession, which is zone as well as for other goals. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of Mashiach is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they do Mashiach. That someone who's not Jewish, he's like one of us. We all love the zone and say it. I was talking about the Jewish heart. If you don't, they call you the oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing on the closet. In which case, again, in this case, the sheep requires in a second. If it's in our cluster, in our dish requires it. In our dishes with it, and then ultimately, again, then it gives it. It's already in our cluster. It's already required. What are we talking about? You must in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the parenting method. She's acquiring the sheep given by the if the sheep is standing in her cluster. Good, she must look too far. The shocking and early approach. Very good. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to the halal, and here, this sheep is in a place. Essentially, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, you may see not live, using that you're fully look up. His sister, if I pay you the next 3 days, good. Do you not? And if not, shortly the Asman, take this sheep, again, as your holiday. Fine. Massive actually. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this watchness. will follow. Let's say again, moving employees, donkey driver and workers. The way ultimately again is clean and Rashi obliko kabimo amia arts. These workers amia arts. So just unwilling issues. It's also the unwilling. And he says, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Kosher. Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you do that. The payments are supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So what's the now these lessons? The Eno she doesn't so these right? What here's my thing, right? The Gemara says that he's giving them money. Now, it's an apple or amir. Alright, yes, because maybe the apple is going to go by now, right? Or maybe ultimately again, that's just doing my shit. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money. And Kebra, because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. They do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, the lower is nice, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart is just, it's actually the last one, the last of the Rashi. The heart is unless you don't, that's the one giving it. This is what he's giving it. This is free. But afterwards, essentially, is not unreasonable. It's not like, so therefore, again, no, okay, no, kind of funny. South Korea, second line, Allah, so the if Bani Korea, Bani Korea, it says to the workers, go and eat, go pay, I'll pick up the tab, go. Now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? Now it looks like purchasing see the difference? If we then just say here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's no big deal. If he says, don't eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is, if he is purchasing and providing intentionally prohibited items for his person. Allah, what do you see from there? We're now going ahead and sit back to the ultimate to the Rabbi case of remember. Rabbi, what did they do? Rothschild said, you have a child with no transaction immediately. What do you see now? What do you see? So what do you see from there? That when moving, pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. Again, he's paying after she already took place. A lawful eventually is trying to see, and he is consumed for these produce shady toys. Yes, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often money, so to ultimately again, isn't that the Gemara Fista, the Henry Hamakuko, and we'll just go drink out, pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Orthodox pay 20 dinar per day. Ultimately, the shopkeeper normally That's happening. Like, literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money from you. Look at that. Finally, that's actually right across from that. And even he summarizes that. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from you. Regularly extends credit. So what's that? That's his transaction. It's not just stop one way you want and buy food etc. Go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. So therefore, as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Now she says over here, he'll have everything in it. It's going to be almost like an exchange. Right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and wages. And we're going to go to immediately. But again, that doesn't apply. Therefore, that piece of time because of that again, using that one. Moving with the send out as well. So you can go to a back up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shop. Nobody extends credit. And it sounds like that should be okay. If that is motor, I determined to if the dinner there, if that's the second vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of vice up, the case of it says, here's $100, go out and go into your thing. Make it two different things. So that when is this ultimately again that it's prohibited? The company, I'm not talking, you started right. This is prohibited from you to say to the go eat and drink and have, that's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to you because there's transactional immediacy. And it says, if again, if he already has the money to pay for prohibited items, how about and shit? Think about people, but it's not transactional in that case. It's right. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the still obligated to defend Homer the Fanero. The person says to his friend, Pain Monomopoli, leave me from the fussy love. What happens? Right? You goes, alright, I got it for you. So you do me a favor. Money. Officers that deal with that shoot this guy just what's up? It's ultimately in my property. So you come as a guarantor. Now again, I'm going to assume you didn't have to shoot. So it's a super and ultimately again you're guess what, when you're a law enforcement officer, you're trained for that. Train for that. Right. Don't shoot that quick. Right. Okay. Why there's sweeter extends credit, it doesn't extend credit, it doesn't. He's like, holy fuck. You must look at my even the low miyaki today low miss. So what's the difference? So look at Rashi says even though miyaki today third wide line Rashi's today so when you say low miyaki most since moving to not go ahead set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right? Or no specific money has been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately should be mutter. Most love Khalifaninu below I'm sorry. Gemara says Kalahafa on my fish. So that's the case ultimately again. So what do we need to be concerned with that? You should Shrius. Says Ha Momiyak, which is Hafa. So ultimately again he says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. Again, what do I have to be concerned about? Allah, my quotation. We should see this. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Allah, for the nice that perhaps again, she is a versus humble miyaki. She did this. Low miyaki. She did it. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Allah, for the nice because no particular money is designated for example. As a result of the force of resources of support the biological which is kind of significant. Your youngest child, 6-year-old son, shaped in low place and zero defending. Chodem Shalach Exlo. The first time that Allah is to offer you changes everything. So the case of the year, ultimately, again, when Rabbi says, he says to his workers, go to the chemist, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want on me. The case is where Reuven gives the money to the shopkeeper. So there's an extension of claim. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going to. I'm used to the Shmite, they come in, that's really not wrong. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all under the transactional needs. That's the thing that's happening.
I don't know why I said that out
loud. So the Lord says, I'm going to keep going. I'm sorry, I'm going to I'm used to the Shmite, they come in, that's really not wrong. So I said this over. I'm going to at the time, the prices shouldn't read that. These workers go out and drink, and I pay. I will pay me. It sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out for eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll start ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that the case of the prepaid. Right, so you left money with the shopkeeper, and it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which we must. I'm going to Tony. I'm sorry. I'm going to Tony. Ultimately, again, a lot of ways is you're right. Change the basis. Read the basis. That a lot of ways are good insisted. So please remember. Essentially, there are two cases. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, is that Allah Reuben he went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now you realize that's the concerned if you have access now to items, because then it's Reuben is going ahead and supplying your the way that prices should be. And they said to his workers, go out and drink. But I need the cash. And I will settle ultimately again with the shop. That's pretty much what happens. It looks like that's all good for today. Oh yeah, everyone. Oh yeah. Wishing everyone a wonderful.
And these guys just boom. They're like, you can't do that. No, we can't. Or in the face. No. Yeah, that'll get you. He just tosses him aside. Yeah. Bitch ass over there. And just a bunch of
morning is a graceful option to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all our sponsors for this show. To thank our annual Council sponsor, Tosin Shbach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman drushos this year. Sikhos for Besoros Tavos for all this for the month of Av. Havalim Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses, and Stanley Roses White. We got many sponsors. Dr. Eddie Wolf, creation of the yard site. Dr. Wolf's father, Simon Wolf, Shalom, Ben Hirsch, and you. And that has a memory of the father, Ben Baruch has been very awesome. Of course, always we dedicate our audience to for 12 minutes from home. Shalom and Baruch and mercy to associate for give them success. The whole of my message. And also the God will let us choose. We have an exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Sun Gimel 60. And we are not on Sun Crazy Base 60. Today, Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Yes, people see us in our name, machines. It's very interesting. So, we must and then we pay them with 8 years produce, 9 Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that, it actually says over here, very interesting. Yasi Perishi, Kodus Malavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not numbers, lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would need to produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah, Ishtachach ta'achli Aniyim Shemitah achar ha'bir, Chalitipir Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house will repay the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, about Bobby people. They said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Another word, Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's fine. Why you connect on? I was saying that, interestingly enough, looking at actually, we also know this to a couple of hours. You know, there, the one said, the members outside of the young are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shaka, low public of the end. Well, if you say, love and you move, I wish you should see so, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transaction business, which means a produce, but even with 8-year produce, have Shemitah same thing, Shemitah produce. It's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy. I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the plug is being taken in the Shemitah year, and only being quote unquote repaid because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah. Therefore, no Shemitah prohibition falls upon the 8th year close. That's the idea. Therefore, again, Allah Ta'ala, and therefore, again, Shemitah seems to be follow up on the very interesting. Is you connect them to the S month, and then we have a similar case. We come up with S non zona. S non zona is now looking at person versus and he gives her something called the services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, or he gives her an object. That object is called an S non zona. Let's say and cannot be used for any type of sacrifice. Makes sense. This is the sign. You work with the first one, Rice says, not some novel about. Let's say Ruben goes to Rothschild. Like Ruben goes to Rothschild, and ultimately again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have a relationship. Or on the have no level. Or he has a relationship with her but doesn't pay or anything. Or it's not of for his payments ultimately is most of the sacrificial use. Obviously it doesn't mean nothing of the law now, if he gave her, let's say like a lamb, he gave her a sheep. They didn't have a relationship with her, then of course it's permitted for a wife sheep. If you don't know about that, I'm about to do that. You have a relationship. So you have a relationship with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. So it says, I'm sorry. The scene, furthermore, the second case, not allowed a lot of muscle. He had a relationship with her. No younger law, ultimately be there. If you didn't pay anything, even though muscle law, my estimate if he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the place? I said that the law for the estimate is much doesn't make any sense. Hello. That this muscle law, the if you give, let's say, gave the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what you're going to change is outside. Certainly, what this is, when you somebody when there's sexual abuse, relations, right? Or relations, when there's immediacy, if there's lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S9. Is that it can be used ultimately again for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So most eloquent, no someone, if you give it a sheep, you offer kasabala. And what does it mean? Rashi says, Achshav Elo, La'achar Zman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Again, sometime later, now, of course, exactly, you go ahead to translate. I think there's some little common sense. These are today, and as the hours tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But it's not a but what does that matter if he has relations with her? And then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the S9 is going to be however, Nassala, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S9, that has to be a transaction. Once you transaction release, in other words, payment relations, then the land and the sheet the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, keep track of what's going on. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep the produce from the or and pay it ultimately into the open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like, oh, it's big time price. They said, no, why? There's no transaction immediacy. Because of legacy, we don't do that if your produce has changed, right? So like a payment open again for the 7th year produce, and after the 8th remains totally fine. Fine. Questions a little bit discussing. No, someone I have to. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay? Within these rough, he gives her a sheet. Just using the sheet. Right? So he pays her a sheet. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has to do a sheet. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheet does not have status of a parties. It is not prohibited for constantly companies. Right? Because a lot of these. I don't understand. But when he does have a sheet, let's say on Wednesday, right? You give him the sheet. He has relations with her. So why don't we say that when he does have something, obviously, okay, I understand. Can't be labeled as estimation relations with her. So he does have relations with her on Wednesday, and retroactively, she developed up the sheet retroactively. And therefore, the sheet should be categorized as an estimation only as Rabbi says, very interesting. She cut up the history myself. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got this guy. That's the sheet on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. When they have relations on Wednesday, they're actively the sheet. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. You might say yourself, what a fair. She's a zona. And she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's a so I guess in kind of antiquity, then was built over next with liberal tennis. things in my life that I do very well.
Jason, I've seen his work. Jason loved this.
The things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all are for shame. Don't take away from the things that I do well and righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a thing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality for most of us. Sometimes you feel it. Sometimes you feel it fake because you're learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm getting stuck up, but I'm doing this. I'm stressed up, but I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is more contradictory, but while comes to nature of human solution. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in actions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us to think ourselves. That even though the zone is a zone, you know what? Those covers are a real people. So please do all because at the end of the day, no one knows.
Brian's doing this Wednesday, behind the scene content.
And we still push forward to do it. Despite what we feel broken. Sometimes at the pinnacle of human effort. In any event, so the Zona offered up evidence of time the raids occurred on Wednesday, but animals already gone. She already died. So you might as well, okay, let's analyze this. Let's what's the case? Yeah, as of today. Right? Prior to as of today. Right? Then come up with she did the Shari law. Right? The whole lesser so obviously it's mutter, right? She has the title to it. It can't be categorized as an estimate on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer. However, the Ito Honorable in the Aksha, it's enough in the Carnival. It's very interesting. He did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, This is your animal now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers.
And
it's
worst
not hers,
podcast.
I put you up for that as a apartment after all. The issue is based on Kodesh Amrachman. It says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech now, valuation. Having consecrated his home. Based on
This bullshit.
just you own it. So to the you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a part? Unless it's just you know, you could only
Just a
something
athleticism.
that is yours.
It's really nice.
In the realm of in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that he only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. But he does expect of me to take a personalistic inventory about all the tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. We possess a lot more than all of them. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personal holiness. Being makish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our purview, in our power, in our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. El Damla, what's El Damla, the Hagabe. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So he gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, "Okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you. The mitzvah of life. But if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know. You need a car money. You need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Then I give you the right to acquire it as." So it's interesting. I just use that to fine. So the Gemara says this. So everyone says that's the zoning. Besides the fact that it's thrown on the apple. It's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Yana, this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case. Ultimately, we see it by the by the Harlot case. I think where it just gets a little bit entirely in the case. So by Rothschild, come up with Yishas Mas. It's very interesting. So let's see the same thing. Reuben gives Reuben's Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's marked the sheep. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a covenant, but she's marked the sheep. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevan Amar Amirasul Gavot and Sulasul so to say that essentially making it hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say again that the act verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish, it's gone. The animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately, again, it is still here. It's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish? Again, because I must say, you heard the shayla is in a case where she offered it up on Tuesday. By the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called non-zona because it was no longer the time that the dia occurred. In this case, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the dia occurs. Shayla is the object become as non or not. Yes. Someone say, this is going to be on the top of the daf. Right? So remember again, the way Lazar understood the case of the Esnab Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time it occurred. Dafka hit Ribasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About hit Rishaso, low, but it is not fishing, but the animal was in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnam. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Lazar is fake to me by the truth is, this Shaila is Manish Shaila of Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My Mifshay the Rabbi Eliezer Daki Vasal Davka Baki Shasmo the Isim Shasbia." The Rabbi Lazar is from an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia, because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal's no longer here. But perhaps where she was just in Makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam zone. Oh, Dilma, Vikivasa Pshitale, Vikishasa Masa. Maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's falling on this time of the Bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam zone. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Whoever says take it, so we're really not sure. So it's interesting, Lina, for both sides. What comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with this. What we do understand is, in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam zone, as a harmless payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam zone. It doesn't need an animal with her for payments. Now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assume she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide carbon. If she's not dish it, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the boot. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker, that's the animal. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're making a say the second case was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is, when we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial. I don't understand this. Gemara says, Ba'ala bi'achar kach nasama, afilu mikra ad shalosh shonim es asa. But the Rice says, if Reuben has relations with the Zoma, and then he pays her even 3 years later. 3 years later, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? See, he's late, right? for 3 years later, it's still part of its payment, and it'll still be usher. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not low cash. So most of that countries will just import because the price that we quoted before us on the page in the days 62 BC said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transaction immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's a relation 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. And I'm not going to it's still low cash. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Baali li Bitalazeh. Hadda Amar is Baali li Bitalastan. So I said this is very, very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep. And versus have relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, Bitalazeh, Halkama di Yohev lo Habe Es. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. If you love it, my hobby. I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. But yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a public payment because there's actually he identified the sheep. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? It says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession. To which the Gemara said, the zone okay, it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, you don't need Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about a son who's not Jewish. All right, so another possibility is the Olam is on Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Okay, going, they koi bechatzer. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is her chatzar. In which case, again, ultimately there's key chatzar she acquires. In a second. Either koi bechatzer, ba v'achikaf nasala, hakanyala. Well, 1 second. I don't understand. If it's in her chatzar, in ours, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately it's only dedicated to her. Already in her chatzar, she already acquired it. So what are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esna's Menzona, because she's acquired sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chatzar. To which the Gemara says, very interesting. But here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rothschild and they say, listen, we're going to, right, here, this is an apotiki. Remember again, what is a apotiki? A apotiki is like a guarantee. That then I was to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The umbrella, and he says to her, if I do, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle take this sheep ultimately again as your public payment. Fine. Nothing. We'll say some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the Eslan zone. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important to someone. And he says to them, right? So what's the halal? The eno choshesh. Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or a supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the eno choshesh to do this. Eno choshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people have 60 freebie. Lo mishum shvius v'lo mishum ma'aser v'lo mishum yayin lesach. I will say here's this interesting about this. What's the here? The Gemara said halacha l'maisa, the money. Now because it's an akum or amir aretz, he has to be certain maybe the akum is going to go by yayin, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amir aretz is going to go by shvita produce or my sheni produce includes min outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do. Rashi says over here, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Ma'aser, right? If you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones of Rashi. The ha'ihu lo sakilu midi ela priti yayin. We don't view Ruvain the one giving them anything, money. And it's here. This is free food. This is free drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain. So therefore, again, no liability. Now watch. Contrast out the following case. Samach Yolaveh 63b, second line. Vin Amarla. I said to them, Su ve'ichu v'ani polea, su ushtu v'ani polea. He says to the workers, like the drivers, go and eat, go and drink. I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Choshish mishum shvius mishum ma'aser mishum yayin lesach. Then we have a problem. A problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's put a tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his work. See the difference? If Bain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, they buy whatever they buy, that's on me. There's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potential prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from there? So what you see from here is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now again to the Rabbi case of remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. Rothschild said, not a problem with transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? So what is there? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place,
No way.
And he is considered to be paid for these.
Look who it is. Zoot, the motherfucker who never wants me to sleep. Are you ready to lose? Baby, it was all night. Are you ready to lose?
So no, it's different.
What up, big dog? Did you watch Kill Tony? Why not? Yep.
Why do they have it?
They have a 3-year contract that they have some of the episodes on Netflix.
Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately.
Is that racist?
No, started it last year.
The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit.
James in Adelaide tonight. Go.
He's not just saying scambling.
Dude, did you know that he did not?
Go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit.
Oh, he didn't. He should have.
It's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore
Roseanne Barr.
transactional immediacy that's happening.
Roseanne Barr.
Therefore, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers and laborers, whatever they want to the items. And Ruben's going to immediately pay for that. That's the only thing. Again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like credit.
Dude, are you seeing this clinic?
For that case, was fine because it lacked.
Oh, are you fucking serious?
But again, using that logic, if we were to send out his work, the same case, go eat.
So, dude, are you gonna watch the Kill Tony on Netflix?
Sending to a shopkeeper who really extends credit to him. It sounds like
Dude, go.
If that's the case, that's mutter.
Dude, why didn't you go?
If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the
Dude, are you there?
So the case of where Ruben says, here's $100.
Go.
Make it two different.
All right, well, you need to go.
Is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited?
Dude, you just lost.
In the Shtabit letter,
Zoot, can you hear me? Okay.
That's only with the extends credit to Ruben because there's transaction immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to
James,
the items. How about Anthony Shane? But
Nah.
Shopkeeper.
Dude, I just sent you an invitation.
Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be. In other words,
Dude,
the price to go ahead and two cases that are the same.
Dude, are you getting my invitation?
And to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, you must behold. Furthermore, is that true? The shopkeeper doesn't extend credit. Is the purchaser still obligated to defend him? A person says to his friend,
That might be the best shot. It might be terrible too.
Do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that?
Are you proud of that shot?
Becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, "So what are you seeking here?" Now again, that's when I have no relationship.
What did you think of my?
You ask someone to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that includes that transactional immediacy cease to occur right.
So what are you doing, dude?
You're right.
Dude,
You're right.
what are you doing?
Whether the shopkeeper
Dude,
doesn't
go!
hit
the ball. Dude, what is wrong with you today? Dude, oh, dog.
Sorry. The kicks up disconnecting makes it lazy.
Oh, are you serious? I can't believe I missed it.
Since Ruben did not go ahead,
Kept on disconnecting from base A.
Okay.
He's telling his workers, go out, go and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since
Very
no find the amount of money, right?
All right,
Or
well,
no
just
specific
go.
he set aside for that. Therefore, again, that
Are you
lack
proud?
Shouldn't happen again.
Are you proud of that
because
shot?
ultimately, again, it should be much. It should
You
be
know,
much.
it's
So
not
the
the
most
show.
like love Amikaninu below. I'm sorry. The Gemara says Elahacha on my choshish. So that
Rabbi.
is ultimately
What do you?
again,
What's
what
baby?
you need to be concerned with. That Mishum Shvius. So the Gemara
That's a
says,
terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen. I'll show you the best shot you've ever seen.
What do you have to mention about over here? That perhaps
Dude, you know that was the best shot that you've ever seen. Dude, I'm gonna fuck up your shot so badly.
Because no particular money is
Actually,
Yeah, you did.
What's the case? The case over here is where the
I
Balabai
missed
is
it.
back the money.
You're not making the shot. No way. Serious, dude? Are you fucking serious?
Changes everything.
Dude, fuck you, man. Dude, fuck you.
Go to the Chemini.
Dude, fuck you, man. How did
Ruben gave the money to the shopper. So there's no extent credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. And now that makes sense because now that it's paid for already, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited.
What up, baby?
I'm not gonna know. I'm used to it. They claim drugs in
You're
better as follows. So we'll say so again. All of this is all in this same.
Are you proud of that shot?
Rabbi.
So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm used to the
Yeah. Yeah.
I said this in front of Zvid of Narada. And what happened?
That's a miss. That's a big time miss. Are you effing serious?
Ruben says to his workers,
Yeah, the different show.
and drink, and I will
Dude.
pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say?
Guarantee to win.
You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because we're saying now the case over here is that Ruben prepaid. Right? So he left money with the shopkeeper.
Rabbi,
Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100.
Nine.
How much did they consume?
No,
Right.
6.
Right. Tony,
6.
I'm sorry. I'm like, ultimately, again, halacha says you give the license, read the license should really be about that one.
Amazing.
Ruben says to his,
No.
so remember, essentially there are two cases. Case number one is where Ruben
That
gives
was
$100.
Yeah, it was,
That was
baby.
one of the greatest shows. That's one of the greatest shows. I did.
It was tough.
Ruben
Okay, I'm in a good position. Do not fucking him up or whatever.
To the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now,
Rabbi.
says, that's the problem. You have to be
I
concerned.
can imagine, sure.
If
No,
we
you
have
can't.
But I don't think I will.
Then it's as Ruben is going ahead and supplying the credit items. And the way that
But
price is Ruben says to his workers,
Just make it.
go out and drink.
And we sign for a 5.
Let's get what's like. Let's not
We talk for
today.
5.
Go out, everyone. What a enough. Everyone in one.
Remember, have we ever tied 5-5?
No.
Let's say good morning. It is a graceful spark.
Have I ever gotten a 5 against you?
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our
Maybe.
annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a host for the Soros Tovos for Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim Lotova, Stephen Drazen,
Are you fucking serious?
Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig Zichron Bracha. We got very responsive Wolf, the creation of the yard site of Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf,
Perfect game.
Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Tyler, memory of
Okay, so
On a 5?
we dedicate our learning in the Swiss Road.
I think it's my perfect game.
Shalom and
No.
Torah and Marathon is the source. Give them success.
Really?
Most of the daf we let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us.
Have I gotten 5 before?
Today's daf is Psalm
I think
63,
so.
and we are picking up on Psalm
It's rare,
base 60.
Oh, extremely.
The day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12
Are you
lines up
happy
the
when you
bottom.
play?
So
Go fuck yourself.
The day Rabbi Yana, Yas Shvias Man, Pardon the Shvias. So very interesting over here.
Dude, what are your thoughts on my first 100 right off the bat, right out of the box?
From
Right off. You just got 20 times 3.
following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says, oh, there's no very interesting.
Yeah, but
Yasi Perishi is
compared to what you got,
So
it's dog
obviously,
shit.
again, without getting into all the
Call it dog shit.
you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow
20.
sheep to produce
20.
while it's still really available for everyone.
5.
So that's,
Are
once
you
it's
proud?
built, you really can no longer kind of keep
You like
it
nearly
yours.
100 points in front
So
of
the
me.
idea over here is, so the people of that house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow sheep to produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on a part of the Sheminis. Ishtachach the Achli Aniyim Sheminis Achar Abir Chalifi.
Dude, how much did you miss me yesterday?
What ended up happening again is on year number 8. Number 8. Repaid the
Dog, I was asleep. I was here the whole time.
again with new produce, API produce.
No, I slept literally
So they came
normal hours in the United States.
Obviously,
It's just when I'm usually up with you, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning.
said, yeah, listening often, it's perfectly fine. Why? Connect done. Never saying that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi.
Dude, what are your thoughts on how I'm playing? It's just 60, 60, 60. 60, 20, 20. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20.
Rashi says,
There you go, Zoo.
Lo havu hanaf be'en. Lo ichlufe
Rabbi, what's the furthest you've been with?
Lo chaylik kedusha shvius alas.
The store?
Son yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue
Sorry?
of potential
Ralph's, the
commerce
store?
with a forbidden
Or
item,
Wal-
sometimes that forbidden identity
Which
is
is
How far away is that?
previously permitted
like
item. So for example,
miles?
the turn over here is, if this looks like wanted to transact in business which meet the produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan
Why?
said it's problem. Why? Because there's a there's no immediacy, or they should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah,
I don't
and
know the
only being
exact
quote
date.
unquote during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with the produce, and there's no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th produce. That's the idea.
Oh, sure.
Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will go upon the 8th year produce.
Are you serious?
And this is connect them to mutter. And interestingly
How is
enough,
that a
a similar case would come up with Esnon Zoma. Esnon Zoma is the halacha is if a person goes and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if he pays her, or even he gives her an object, that object is called an Esnon.
I also went to the
and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial
I'm not sure the date on that either.
It's the sign you
But I opened a bank account at Wells Fargo
Rice says
on
no
camera.
Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her he gives her a payment. Right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the half of Nosala, or he doesn't pay her anything. Esnana mutter. Ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use.
Dude, something's wrong with the game. Oh, bust because it's double out. Oh, no wonder. I wasn't doing this correctly. That was close.
Ultimately, they didn't pay her anything.
Been good at double out.
And what's the meaning of the statement in the Bible that says that the love from the nice the essence is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. This is what it means to say. This is the achakak ba'ala. If you gave us and gave it, and then only after. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside. He was going to say like this. What if somebody comes Esnon and Esnon's on a harvest payment? Transaction.
Dude, all you have to do is get that double one.
Relations.
Easy shot.
Our relations pair. When there's immediacy, that's when it's an Esnon.
I'm going to have to learn.
Of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S. What that means practically is that it can be used ultimately for some type of sacrificial use.
It's not.
So it's electronic. No solo. If you give her the
You just busted, son. No, it's not. There's more space in the double one than there is in the triple one. Are you fucking serious?
Rather again, sometime later. Of course,
Dude, get that one. Get it. It's better to it's better to miss it high than low. Just like that, Zoo. Zoo. And take me to overtime. Miss it high.
In both of these cases, ultimately, again,
you're done.
However, Nasala, the other
oh, if it's not double out, I'll destroy you.
In order for something to be categorized as an Esnon zone, there has to be transaction.
Well, no double out, I'll destroy you.
Once the transactional immediacy payment relations, then the sheet, the payment, has the status ultimately again of this game. Now again, remember, just keep.
Dude, you like it.
So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again.
No. Good question. There should be. That was a really good score. 100.
Shemitah produce. Rabbi said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction immediate. View that produce as an
Because I went first.
right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce.
No, but I'm
And after the 8th year produce remains.
I know, but I got a good score that last time.
Questions a little bit this case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, we're going to do her sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately again for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays her sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so against what we just learned before, a sheep does not have the status of a harlot.
Okay, you didn't do much better than me.
For consecrated, right? Because it lacks actual immediacy. I understand. But when he does have a sheep,
You got a triple 20. Dog.
He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does
It's
have a
hard to get
relationship
a triple 20.
Obviously, okay, when he gives it the sheep, it can't be
Remove the
labeled
dot.
as testimonies.
They should remove the dot once you get it.
I don't think it makes a difference.
Wednesday, retroactively designate.
All right, Zoo. Now watch me just destroy you.
Should devolve upon the sheep retroactively, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as non-zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar, very interesting. What's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. The sheep on Tuesday. Now it didn't happen until Wednesday. So we were saying, but when they have the sheep on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harlot. What case? She
You just said suck dick. You just said you suck dick. You just said you suck dick.
A pious harlot.
You didn't say it, dark, so you just said I suck dick.
And she's offering up bonus. We've met this many times in the past.
It's over for you, son. It's over for you. You need to get. There's no way you get 49. 3. You're done. This bitch is over. Get double 20. Get a double 20 and then a 3. It's over. I got you, Zoo. I got you bad.
Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas.
All right, we'll try it on
Obviously,
easy.
That's not the goal. The goal is to have harmony, spirituality, and righteousness and all that stuff in my life. But most not there. Sometimes you feel hypocritical, or sometimes you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm stuck, but I'm doing this.
Dude, I busted.
I'm doing this.
Oh, that is so bullshit.
It is still a contradiction. But welcome to the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions.
It's bullshit to bust like that. That's the worst.
Ourselves. And even though the zone also brings kabbalas, I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach mikol. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles.
1.
And we still push
1.
do good, despite all the things that are
5. That was terrible. You got 7.
So the zona offered up the coverings, but
Dude, I busted again.
On Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So Yomar says, okay, let's analyze
25.
If he done the case, if he said to
20.
himself,
Oh, you busted. Now I've got you where I need you.
This is yours as of today.
How do I get 225?
Then halacha the shari law, right? The less the shas then obviously
Yes, sir.
right? Because she has title to it.
Oh, you're done.
Can't be categorized as a
I hit a
because
bullseye.
they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, he gave her a gift.
It's
She said,
over
"We'd
for
like to
you,
offer
son.
it up." However,
It's over for you. You need 48. Get 220, 20,
right? If he was listening and said, if he didn't say,
okay, and get the
"This is
3.
your animal as of now,"
Get
as
the
of
3.
Tuesday,
Yeah.
right? They're scheduled for relations.
Great
Now
comeback.
we have to go to.
So
Now we have to
what
go
does it
to-
mean? So if you give him a-
49. Would you take?
If that's the case. If he doesn't tell
I
her to
would not.
acquire it, it's
That's
not
a-
hers.
that's
Not
beat
hers. He must be private. How could you offer it up as a partner? After all,
37.
which is based on
That's bullshit.
So it says, if a person will constantly,
That's because
this is talking about
to
the parent
finish
evaluation.
101.
Right, we'll go ahead and
I don't-
concentrate this home. I'm not
I don't
going to
like
some
it.
issue, so just your home.
You don't have to have that.
That's full issues. So
7
you
times
concentrate,
the
whether it's
101.
concentrate or
So
not, is something that you
you an
do.
invite.
If she doesn't own it,
You took us 7 finish 1 and 1. You know how embarrassing that would be for anyone else?
only be mapped
Get it.
something that is yours. Which means
Are you proud of that shot? Because I'm about to fuck.
I'm proud that I
only asks it
I'm proud that I
what you're able
won
to
the
do.
last
And if something you
fucking
can
7
state
times.
between yourselves.
Because I'm going to fuck you up.
And that's not necessarily the thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's never really up to
But I
us
have
to
one
do
against
that.
you on this.
But a lot of times
Maybe.
we kind of compare ourselves to others. And
Is there a
it's
gang
frustrating
that I
to measure
have
up. But who says you can measure up to see you don't know this person's profiles, how their abilities are? Did he
I don't
only
know.
ask you to be makdish that which
But look how
own?
sick.
You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate
Don't
that
have
which
spike.
Probably one of the
you own. You can't
probably
consecrate
one
it doesn't
of
belong
the
to you.
gang.
We
Dog
so
gangs with
often
like
like
one
we
slogan.
forget that he only expects
No,
from us
you're the
what
one who
we
beats
do.
me.
He doesn't expect what someone else can do. He doesn't expect it when someone else.
Oh, what are you doing?
What he does
What
expect
are you doing?
is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about.
What did you think of that shot?
Those in pursuit of personal holiness. You can only
What do I do here?
accomplish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things
I put something in for you.
in our spiritual true lives. Incredible. So what's the case?
Are you proud of that shot?
Right, so Ruben gives this to the son of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, scheduled for tomorrow.
Yo,
right?
baby.
Just keep it with you until tomorrow.
If
You
you
need
do
to
go,
but
what do
if
you
you
think?
need the sheep for some reason, let's say something
My big
comes up,
dick and hilarious.
I don't know, you need a car money, you need whatever it
No,
is.
like,
Then,
you think there'll be an
then he
event
wants his
that
tummy out
happens
shut.
that,
Then I
like,
keep
someone
right
clips on fire and you go viral, just like, hey, let's just go with the stream.
Fine. So he wears his
It'll be for me. Chill myself in front of spaces.
Why are we doing this?
I was chilling myself in front of this UFC today. He had 220,000 followers on X and basically said I was the best show he ever heard.
Invested with prohibited status is actual immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esno zone, by the Harlot case as well. I think Gemara just gets a little bit into his fathers. So by the Rothschild, come make this just so much. Very interesting. So let's say same thing. Ruben gives Ruben gives Zona.
Well, they're going out of the concept.
To be scheduled for Wednesday.
No, I'll give you my bat line.
She's not the shit. She consecrates.
You'll be able to connect with him whenever you want.
She's not the shit. What's
and lose
the
at
status now?
mini golf.
Kevin Damar, Amiraso, the Gabok, Miss Lasso, the headlock, Kiman, Dakri Bassi, so do say that essentially,
You're gonna put in my ball in my disc, no doubt. That's putting in my disc for free. You're giving me points.
You think people are going to try and cancel you when you get famous?
No.
So therefore, do we say
again
that
I'm canceled. I'm live on so many different streams. Once about what I do, I've really made myself uncanceled.
Yeah, but I mean, like, just dig up or something you said and that you did against you.
There'll be people who maybe try to catch me in some kind of deception or perhaps some kind of inconsistency because they haven't seen the whole stream, and then they'll see, oh no, he was actually telling the truth the whole time. So what I'm basically saying is like spotlight. They'll see me saying like let's see, I might say like I don't like I don't like coffee. No, I wouldn't say that, but like maybe I'd say, okay, here you go. I'll say like on the stream, I really like black coffee, but then they'll see me drinking my coffee with cream, and they'll be like, oh, he's inconsistent. He says that he likes coffee, which I do, but I also like coffee with cream. They didn't see me say that part, and so they'll be like, oh, we caught him in an inconsistency. Or they'll I'll be like, I can't stand that show Kill Tony, or a comedian on Kill Tony. I'll be like, oh, that guy sucks, and then he'll end up being one of my favorite comedians because he'll grow on me, and they'll only take that snapshot, or they'll see me say like, I really like people will say, do you smoke? And I don't, but they'll be like, well, we've seen you smoke on stream. I'll be like, yeah, but that was like years ago, and I was very honest about smoking on stream. I don't currently smoke, but that doesn't mean I allegedly never have. And so they'll be like, but it's not like I have something where it was like I said that that is like not something people should do. I think if it's good for you, then you should do it within reason. Other things are like, I mean, I know that there's going to be stuff. I absolutely know there's going to be stuff, but there would be with anybody who has as much content as I do. Like, you can't summarize it all. It's over the course of my entire life, at least years. So people will only be able to see it. They might say, I might say that like I'm sending you. We're doing freestyle 210, which is you have to score 210 points. So this one's different. They might see me say, I don't understand this. they might say, okay, he says that he's been streaming on 20. Okay, here's a good one. 20 different live streams.
And then he pays her even 3 years later.
However, when I started, I only was streaming on like 5 different live streams. And so, but it's like been 4 years, that were years ago. I very, very quickly multiplied that. They may say, he says he has over 2,000 TikTok accounts. Because I do. No, they're going to say, well, why don't we see 2,000 TikTok accounts? Or, no. They will, actually. They if they say he says he has over 1,000 TikTok accounts, I do, and you can see them all. But they may say he says he has over accounts, and I do. But a lot of them have been banned, so you can't see them. And so they may say, we say that you have more social media than any person, but we only see you having like maybe 5 or 10 different Twitter accounts. And I can say, I know, because they banned a lot of them. And they're going to say, well, we don't know that for a fact. And I'll say, if you watch my whole stream, you'll see I spent 6 months creating Twitter accounts. They may say,
when he doesn't go ahead and
he
identify. Then ultimately, again, there is no
what else?
transaction.
Like I say that Harry Potter Obama and he knew is worth about $100 million. The reason why I say that is because at one time it was $100 million, and I don't adjust what Harry Potter and he knew is every single day. It's just too much to customize it that way. So I say I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and it's worth like 50 right now. And so 50, 100, it's pretty close. But they may say, you say that your cryptocurrency, I say $100 billion, and they may say, well, it's not worth $100 billion, it's worth $50 million. And I'm going to say, I know, but at one time it was worth $1 million. So you've got to understand that fluctuates. So what I'm saying here is there will be people who find inconsistencies in what I say. But if you watch the whole stream, they'll actually see, wow, he's really, really consistent. I had somebody yesterday ask me in a space over the course of the last year, they didn't even say 4 years, last year, what happened on your stream that you regret was not on your stream? And I answered honestly, that was nothing. That I recognize that what I do is very human. And, if I broke on stream or like this morning, I vomited. I threw up my mouth and swallowed it. Like, that's something that happens to everybody and is a deal thing to have on stream, but it's or it's on stream, or my voice will crack on stream. These kind of things are human things that happen to people. And I become mature enough that I don't mind that those are archived on my stream for everybody to see. I know that that's just part of human existence. But some streamers, especially like really high profile influencers, would never want their voice to crack on stream, or would never want their them to be seen vomiting on stream. But I don't mind. I mean, I've become very humanized to it. Other things that people, I mean, I can name a lot of things that people are going to see that they're going to say, hey, you weren't truthful about this. And I'm going to say, if you watch the whole stream, you'll be very truthful about it. The reason why it doesn't look truthful to you is because it you're only part of the stream. You saw the whole stream. My actions are completely justified. And did you like that one too?
I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink.
So people I know are gonna say,
go and drink, go and
like here's one. There's a guy yesterday who said to me, "Hey, you somebody mentioned to you, I don't even know, like months ago, that you were gonna start streaming on some centralized platform. Whatever happened with that?" And I said to them, if you can't, like, did I try? I think I did. But I don't really recall what we're talking about. They didn't even say which one it was, to my knowledge. They just said it was some decentralized one. And they did an effort, but the thing is, you can't archive those. They're just for live streaming. So it's like the same as when I'm in a Discord or something. And I like when my streams are archived. That's my big thing. What did you say, Zoo?
It's actually the last one. The last of the
100% Big Dog. Was there any ever
Here's this for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that,
Dude, I just opened up an opportunity for you to make a great comeback. Are you going to be able to make this comeback? Zoot, you're done. Zoot, you're fucked. That's not going to make it. You know, you and I both know you're not making that shot. You and I know you're not making that shot.
Go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay.
Well, what were you trying to do?
Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem.
I was trying to make this up.
Don't miss shot. Oh, Zoot. That is not good at all.
See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100.
You just gave me the win.
Whatever they buy, that's
Zoot, take care, Big Dog.
Then also that is problematic. If he is
American Boy by Mr. West. Yeah.
So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? Back now ultimately to the Rabbi case of remembrance. They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with €8. What said now transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last one? Amo ki kapara didn't kapara. So what do you see here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption took place, a local amount of his transaction is, and he is considered to these the produce change produce problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often none. So over here by Rabbi Yana, you're maybe paying a year ultimately, again, isn't that called Shemitah? Same thing. Which we must have taken out of this. The Mishtabel. In the Ruben case, right, where he had telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to even the Archila Kufe, plainly dinner kabe. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated. Literally, the shopkeeper his money immediately. Look at actually just a moment. Finally, it's actually right across the right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get it. He regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that there is transactional immediacy. Ruben is dealing with, Ruben is not just saying, stand where you want and, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Hedra, for the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who extends credit. Ruben is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, specifically almost like an exchange. The shopkeeper is going to give taxi drivers and police drivers and who is going to meet. Again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi. That wasn't like a credit. Therefore, that is the time for the last transaction. Again, using that one. To send out as well. Same case. Go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? Mutter. That should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, at the time Se'ud ve'echlu b'dinar zeh, Se'ud says, here's $100. Go out and drink. Make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The chenbani hamakifa in the staggered way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, it's as if, again, the chenbani already has the money to pick up prohibited items. How about chenbani? People, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should fall. In other words, benefit rights to go ahead and highlight two cases, same but one detail, then to highlight two dramatic cases. First, the rest of the old, more natural, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to them? Person says to his friend, hey, one of a phony, the equal on the first thing, well, right, Ruben goes, right, I go to say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him the shilling, and party will become encumbered to you. What's halacha? Ultimately, again, man is encumbered as a guarantor. The mercy. That's even assuming that even if I have no previous relationship. Ask someone to go and give something, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it that it becomes that transactional immediacy seems to occur like them in there. And you're right. At the end of the day, Whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive interest. Even the low miyachi shnei low mis. So what's the difference? Let's look at Rashi over there. Rashi says, "Kiva miyachet shibudei." Look at Rashi. Why is Rashi? Kiva shibudei. So yichei lo miyat mo'os lekaf. Since Reuben not go ahead, actively set aside money, right? He's telling his work, go out, go and drink, up it up. Since no defined amount of money, right? Or no, therefore, again, that was transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, it should be mutter. Below mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says, so that's the case ultimately. Again, so what do we need to consider that? We shouldn't shrius. So the Gemara says, ha, no, we should be ha. So ultimately, again, we says the Gemara, ultimately, what do you have to be concerned about over there? Ha, my fault, we should shrius. What do you have to be concerned about over there? The halacha saw that perhaps the shrius of those, versus ha, no, we should be ha, no, we should be ha. Ultimately, again, the same thing. Because no particular money has been designated for advance, it does not take transactional needs. So the haba, you don't should hit the what's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advance the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Rashi, shaking low, halacha is dinar the family. Kodem shesharach etzlo. Yahashta midabalabai. So this changes everything. So the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Rabbi says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat, drink, whatever you want, the case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. Have, but it's paid for. And now that makes sense because paid for already. Ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm not gonna know. I'm these so much they come in absolutely now. So the Gemara says this follows. So again, all of this is the same realm of transactional needs. Right? That's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmaiti coming to us now. So I kind of said, I said this over in front of the Zvid of Narigo. And what happened? Amarle, he huffed at the time to the prices shouldn't be next to his workers. Go out and drink, and I will pay. No payments that sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, saying now the case on years where you pay, right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of, okay, I left you $100. How much should we consume? Which means, oh, you're right. You said, you're right. Tony, I'm going to Tony, not in the question. Okay, again, Allah for my says, you're right. Change the message. You need the following way. That Allah for my says, who can say this thing? So please remember, cases in Bryce. Case number one is where Ruben gives his representative $100. Discover, go out to me. But you drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Key two, the way you must understand it now, is that Allah for myself, Ruben prepaid. She went ahead and gave $100 to he said, my workers come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. Be concerned, if you're concerned, they have access now to these food items, then it's Reuben is going ahead. The way that prices should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a chashiv, and then I will set up ultimately again. That's what the Gemara says. We'll stop over today. Shkoyach, everyone. What a guy. I'll say good morning. It is a great source of review. Begin thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Chosim Shparis Yisrael, for dedicating Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the Solos Tavos for all on Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor in honor of Israel raising the and Lean Roses White and Skin Roses White from the Rock. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Edwin Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Simon Wolf, Shalom, Ben, C. Hirsch, and Nathan, and that Kyler memory of the father, Ben Ava, Chover, Baruch, Mordechai, and the radio. Of course, always we dedicate our learning in the Swiss just have to just make the strong after Shalom and all the Shalom and the Karaf and the merit for give them success. Massive. So that's what I'm speaking about. We're excited that his son of Gimel 63 and here son of Basil base 62b today Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines on the line. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Ipe Yishiyas Nanu, who called the Shiyas. Very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do was as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce in the following year. So Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perish is called in Smalabi. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah calories of it, you can go ahead and or borrow, not commerce, produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy, once it's no longer readily available here, you really can no longer kind of keep it free. So the idea is the people of the night would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and Greg Rashi goes on a parallel with Shemitah. The offer Ani and Shemitah after a birth of the So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, the people also repay the Aniyim ultimately again with so they came so people mention this practice from there. It's something about it, obviously that bothers people to some degree. So they say said, y'all seen up is perfectly fine. Net done, Rabbi said, interesting, look at Rashi, y'all seen up in Sarah, do a couple of Rashi's. Y'all seen up, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of Yana are actually totally fine. Rashi says, the thinking that we strike down, low, hana, the end, low, if you say, hani, bahani, love Khalif and you, or Khalif to do such things on us. We saw yesterday that already. We're getting to an issue on the potential colors with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity is taught upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, but even the 8th year produce could ultimately have Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe. There's not the immediate say, There's no immediate reciprocity. Because the cost being taken in the shooting, being quote-unquote paid during the eight, custody, therefore this does not reflect the doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition is upon the eighth produce. That's the idea here. Again, and therefore, again, Shemitah seems to be followed upon these things. This is very interesting, and this is to connect them to Eslam. And interestingly enough, a similar would come up with Eslam. Eslam is when the person goes to a zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, even if he gives her an object, that object is called Eslam, so they're paying for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, you must have the corresponding piece of Eslam. What's the piece? Right, he says, Russell Novel Obama. Then goes to Ruffle. Ruffle's his own. Right, Ruben goes to Ruffle, and ultimately he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the level of Russell, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's halacha as none of for hundreds payment ultimately is more than sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't say Russell if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon wipe sheep. He didn't have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions. To which the Gemara says, so, furthermore, the second case, father out a lot of us, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. No young love for a meeting. He didn't there. If he didn't pay her anything, just even though my estimate of mutter or anything. And what's the meaning of the state right here that says that halacha of the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Basically, must say, hello. God, this is what he needs to say. This is this. No son of the Africa father. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what communicates is outside. Since we was going to say like this, when does something become into harvest payment with transactional immediacy? Behavior, well, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not on the status of estimate zone. What that means practically is that it can be ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. The most eloquent, no someone, if you give her the sheep, the African ball. Or what is it in the African ball? Rashi says, Elo, he doesn't have relations with her now. Right? Again, sometime later. Now, how exactly do you go ahead and immediacy? I think there's some little common sense. You're going to give it today and have relations with her in 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment. But I can't cross a lot. It's not or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then we actually will chase her. That's not in both of these cases, the S1 is going to be. However, Nassan law, the Acharkach, so no fact. Therefore, what I really want to say is this house that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S1 zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once you shut down immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep for payment has the status ultimately of a harvest. this case. Now, again, keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they follow Shemitah produce from the pay it ultimately again to your produce. Came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange, this practice, exactly business with. The Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't see that your produce as an exchange. Whereas somehow like a payment ultimately again to the seventh year produce, the Shemitah produce, and the eighth year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara question that this Eslam is. No someone so let's go through this, right? Let's goes ahead and pays her. Right? So he gives your sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, this one we just on that sheep does not have the status of a harvest tree, and therefore is not permitted to constantly right? The lack I don't say if he bought he does have it. That's right. So why would we say that when you guys do the top of something, it's called Allah is someone of faith. I understand. When he gives it to can't be raped by us knowing so much. On Wednesday, then that's what he has to be upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as Revelation says it's very interesting. You know what's the case? You should cut off very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't have Wednesday. You are saying when they have relations on Wednesday, they're actively the sheep to the what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. The highest harvest, the highest zona. I will say, yes, it is. Come on, what a thing. She's offering up carbon. It's important, isn't it? Many times. And we do compare this certain respects, and certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do from quoting, and there are things that I don't do all the things that I do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are for Shem. Don't take away from the things that do well. Yiddishkeit is not all the way. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, yeah, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a sort of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas. But most of us, sometimes we feel like a shithole. Sometimes we feel like a fake. You know, I'm learning Torah about this. I'm giving stuff and I'm doing this. But I'm doing this. It is hypocritical. It is contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Some nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though Zona is a Zona, also brings covenants. I want to guarantee you. Those covenants are real. No one knows our inner country, so it's mother and father. So push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of humanity. So the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, animals already gone. Charity offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? Each umbrella needs the action. If he sets the zona, gives her the land on Tuesday. It says, this is yours today. Right? Acquire this today. right? Then she did the Sharila, right? The Halasa Bishaskia Umatana Ma'amahudiya. It's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Eslar on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship yet. So essentially, gave her a gift, she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the Lakanid in the action is enough in the Karma. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So it's just on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a product. How could you have it as a product? After all, the Ish is based on Rahman. So it says if a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about an erech now, valuation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the So just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrated or whether it's for up, is something that in other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then you as a parent, let's say just by the way, you could only be something that is yours, which means the realm of personal growth. And that's not necessarily the right thing. It's good to have role models. It's something you good to have people you aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up to our abilities. The Rebbeinu only asks which you can't possibly say that it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to be someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess because we possess a lot of them. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be not that which belongs to you. And our Father only asks of us to account spiritual things that are in our power with spiritual toolbox. So what's the case? He says to her, right, so Reuben gives
Every day, please, thank you so much for the opportunity here. I've done my best to many people in this space as I can. Please, I'd appreciate a follow back if you can get one. I follow everyone back. I really appreciate it. I'm Rabbi. I don't know who I am. You will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. And here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than anyone ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make sure that you, your friends, your family are all made financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view the profile, you'll also find them in my pinned post. You will additionally find them in my pinned post, a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, Discord.com/Rabbi. We just surpassed 2,800 people in the community and continue to each day. In addition to making you all itchy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives, have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate you to share.
She already offered it, right? She already by the time the occurred. Dafka, if you so Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About just so low, but from the lowest thing here, that if she is not tissue, the animal is in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an extant zona. Much the more says, no, the laws of this fake and quiet. The truth is, this act Shaila is not a Shaila of the laws of himself. So the Gemara says, nine. Nifsha, she did Rabbi Eliezer, that she was Gafka Bashi Shasom. Because Rabbi Eliezer doesn't become an Eslan, is when the animal was offered up to Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just consecrated, the animal is still in existence. At the time of the Bia, when you wish Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recharacterized as an Eslan zone. All Dilma, if you lost a Shitale, if you shut some Sak. Or maybe no. Maybe, obviously, she not that it's time of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam zona. But in case we should just consecrate it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, so we're really not sure. So interesting here, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important question number one. We're not creating Islam zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, only again, it is not considered being personal zone. If he deposited an animal for payments, now, and the Bia doesn't go later on, as soon as she has the right animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon, consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. That's the thing, that's the animal. Okay, let's analyze it. So ultimately, again, mutter. When we say it's mutter, it can be used for consecration separate purposes, or meaning, I don't understand this. Gemara says, or maybe, Va'ala v'akakach nosema, afilu mikhan ashonim esnana asa. But the Bryce says it has relations with the seller. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the asa. And I'm not going to stop on the top. Look, so most of the this is just important. The rights that we call last time occasionally said that if there's relations and then payment, That's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here's the Gemara says that there's relations even if it's 3 years later. Ultimately, it is still usher. And I'm not going to start. I'm not going to kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had Amar is Baali Li, is Baali Li, tell us that. Had is Baali Li, the Tostan. So, this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies this, have relations with me for a sheep. Here, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, the verse is when he identifies the sheep, is if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Let's analyze a little bit more. I'm going to tell us that my hobby. I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We're going to go to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harlot because there's transaction immediately. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, one has to have Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require Mashiach, require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay. So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about a son who's not Jewish. Another possibility is the Olam is only Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Okay, going, the Koy Chatzim. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's king chutzah she acquires. Rest in a second. Either Kaibeth Chatzera, Bala the Achakaf Nasala, Hakaimala. One second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and ultimately, again, then he gave it to her, only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, no, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnazim, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. To which the Gemara says, the Shapi and Eliya Potiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rabbi and he says, listen, right here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is a apotiki? Essentially, it's like a guarantor. That, in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar Law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Nasir Rav Sheshes says like supposedly in hell. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Very ultimately again, he's paying them. Now Rashi points out that here, Rashi these workers are Jews or they're idolaters are unrelated Jews. Idolaters are unrelated Jews. And he says to them, "L'chuv
Help
dinar
this,
zeh."
everybody.
Su shtub dinar zeh.
There he goes. A little
Right?
recent
So what's
here.
the
This is
the Eno
absolutely
Choshech?
incredible.
Okay, so that's
This
important.
guy
So he goes and he says to them,
on the show, and
I'm
yet
essentially
huge
go use
front
this
runner for
money
guests
to go and
here.
purchase for yourself a drink.
For the
Okay,
one and
either that. So that
only
means our supplementary wages, whatever it is. He's getting them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go. So listen, you have the Eno Choshech to do this. The Eno Choshech, he doesn't have to be worried. It's like you want this 60 week. Right? What's the concern, right? The Gemara says that he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple, this means the giving apples will go by yes. Right? Or my sushi produce. He doesn't have to be this. Why does he have to be this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money. And he's saying, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just says this. Right. If you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, the hot, if you touch the last one of the one lines, the hot ihu, those suck ihu, you don't, Ruvain is not the one giving it. Ruvain is giving them money. It's covered. This is free food. This is free. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, no. Contrast how the following is. Sound of no, they 63 second line. I'm a lock game. I'm a lock game. Sex them. Sue the influence. Bani Korea. Sue Bani Korea. As he says to the workers, right? Taxi drivers. Go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll put the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. So then we have a problem. Now, why is that? How do you look? Yeah, this is the husband was so naturally the issue is because he's paying the tab. It looks like he's purchasing and providing these holiday items for his wife. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potential items for his wife. Alma, I was saying, what is he doing? He can't make a certain so just we're now going ahead and circling back to the Yes, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Laviana case. Laviana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid the poor with the that's not a problem with how transaction. What do you see now? What do you see from this last piece of it, right? Almo, he cut that when Ruvain pays the bill, right again, he's paying.
I get some of it. That shit sucks.
And he's considered paying for he's the produce the U.S. Different verses. Hoffenani, Tika is so to hear by the other. Ultimately, again in depth of Christoph, den Fanfare haben wir Christoph in Stadion. So, in Juventus, like the Christoph had the workers, and it is coming purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends salary. But even the pay can be ultimately the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. And the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get really expensive credit. That's it. This transaction. He's not just saying stand when you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. So therefore, again, as if the debt is already paid, and therefore this transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says that therefore specifically almost like the shopkeeper there. Again, that doesn't look so I just wasn't like again, using up he's not saying it's a shopkeeper. And it sounds like what's it? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that's more than enough. I would tell you to if that's the case, it's such a vice up. Instead of making the first case himself, the case where he says, here's $100, go out and go through the drink, you can see different things. Wasn't when is this ultimately a real it's prohibited? But somebody when is it prohibited for you to say these workers have it? But if you're going to drink and having up the tab, you just shut people who extends credit to move it because there's transactional immediacy and it's as if again the company already has the money to complete items. How about these people? Shop people therefore that lacks transactional immediacy and that in other words
Damn.
mas você chama Avada Kedushavei, even below Miyaki Shibudei Losa. Você gosta de uma versão que eu acho? Eu acho que even below Miyaki Shibudei Losa. Since even did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? Some of these workers go out, go engage. Since you know the time you want to get money, right? Or no specific having set aside for that. Therefore, again, because that's ultimately again, should be much. Should be much. So you can the most but Khalifa below Mitzvah. I'm sorry. The Gemara says, hello.
Don't go outside. Everyone can see you. That is go. That's our co-host here, Avni Mahinder. If you're not following her, take a second to throw her a follow here. We want to hear about your wide open. Everyone's welcome to come hang out with us. Sarah, thanks for jumping in as well. If you see Sarah here on stage, throw her a follow. Also, we got Wise Moleculars here. Thanks for stopping by, Molecular. Marco from the Arcade Crypto community here as well. Millie, what's going on? If you got room on stage, form up and let us know what you're working on. Going on with them. You see that purple pill bottom right hand corner of the screen. Click 50 participants, then 65, then 100 people, more prizes. There's a little pin post up at the very end. Click that, send some here as well if you haven't. And let's get to our first John. How's it going?
Every day's a holiday, every day's a feast, Tommy. Thank you so much for the ability to be here. If you haven't had to send me a follow, I'd appreciate it. I follow everyone back, so I'm the easiest follow back in the game. Additionally, if you want to see me live pitched to you, check out my timeline. You can see I am live streaming simultaneously while being in this space. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king. I'm making it today. Our internet is the biggest event in history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, actually independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find the link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We just surpassed 2,800 members and continue to grow each day. In addition to ensuring that you all are made extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a Web3 marketer, if you're a if you're a reply guy or a shiller and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on, and most importantly, to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
That's how you show. That's a rabbi in the building putting us here, Rabbi. Special acid. I see the fart duster coming up. What's going on, guys? God damn it, Retardio's going to interrupt me. Retardio cousins in the building. I've been running with them in the last couple weeks. Thanks for pulling up. Like, we got Wise here. Thanks for coming back to the show. All I mentioned, prices are down. Stick around. We got to get into the crypto headlines here today. The spaces are recorded here as well. So here as well. And we got stage 4 more speakers. You see that out the space? Get the word out. Sincerely, here in our show, an authentic, organic experience, unlike what's going on. The big news of the town is XMR, Monero Privacy Coin. We want to know what the catalyst. Cash also is taking off, so the Bitcoins are now spiking. Don't think you're too late into the game. Continue hitting all-time highs. Speaking of all-time highs, we saw silver hit an all-time high. Do it in a bear market, but right now, this is moolah because this is a great opportunity to do it. Want to welcome M to stage as well. Thank you, Moshi. Thanks for being here as well. We got Crypto here on stage as well. What's going on, Crypto Obama? What's going on over there? Support. I want to say, where? No, yeah. Look good. I'm not sure. I'm looking at Momo hair. Like, where is it looking for that? It's always looking good. If you look at any charts, look at crypto. For those who don't, I just want to make sure people know that the coin is an actual cryptocurrency, right? So when he says this, it's like a fun, trolling kind of community. The coin don't necessarily. Obama, what's going on? I think Obama's because it's about to show something that starts with a P. So, Kashi is fucked. Are you scared to say it? No, I'm not scared. Oh, you're so scared. I'm not scared. Yeah. So, you can take the I'm fine. Grateful to have you here in this space. Arky, what's going on? I'll put the it's a very fun artistic group into it. Very, very cool, very chill people. There's I guess some alpha, some G, that's which is also a funny meme of it. It's fucking so just that expensive. It's cool art. We got the green candle pulling up here on stage. Let's go to them. They don't want to get to the crypto. What's going on? How's it going? Yeah, no, I'm here from I'm not sure if anyone's, the name of the game right now, anywhere and everywhere, is stable coins and decentralization, and away from all these centralized fucks here. But DigiByte is coming out soon with the DigiDollar, which is the word collateralization ratio. You put DGB up with your wallet, DigiByte out, loan takes this time lock has expired, so it can be anywhere from 3 months to 10 years. You come back, and if the prices went up, now your collateral is worth $2,000. You still only need the 100 digit. So I just wanted to put that out there for everybody and let everybody know they're in the works right now. That I don't want to sneak up on people, and we need this is coming and it's here. DigiByte's been around 12 years, really in DigiDollar Awareness Week. So if you guys want to do some research about that, and that's pretty much all I wanted to say.
Shout out to them. This girl is shout out to Tommy B. You little pimp, you. You dog.
sounds to me kind of ironic, but also prove a point, because I do feel like for good, like make it easy to launch a token if it were real projects. And one of the missions of ours is in order to shift this narrative is mentality, right? We're trying to prove that you can really build a thing and use the launch to launch the token for it. Yeah, not bonded yet. I did pay deck screen, so that it is listed there, but yeah, we're not bonded yet. And other questions. This space have been turned. So thank you for coming up. I do not hear you, Willie. Do anyone hear it? Negative. First. Well, I'm not. You kicked me down. Wait a second. We do Jessica first. Jessica, yeah, continue. Sorry. Just to know about new projects. Thank you. It's a great way that you're trying to build this year. Maybe this course to have a successful project. Just a question. Where do we find your setup? It's on launch. You can share something in the Jumbotron that has it. Alright. I will throw something up there. It's a frozen collect. When it comes to NFT, then, like a frozen token. So I don't know why people would really want to, and that's just, so we don't have a person that just wants to, but that's only till we mint out 500. It's a push of a button. Work is picking up again. The weather's been kind of nice, busy day, but I heard over there, so I do have a question. So basically, an NFT, it's really to have unlock and sell it, so it just kind of locks things in place for you or whatever, And it's just kind of like forcing people to kind of get to that point, but each one fund, but you don't really like what you're doing to kind of be it. If you did your research on pump fund, when you buy, investors' money goes to pump fund platforms. So, on some of the things, it's kind of launching, because that's the one thing I would talk about. We put it down if you actually launch on there, if you go that way, but that halfway point to, your words is that's that point. We work out with that. Launch. Wish you luck, man. It's definitely not easy to get up. Wish you luck. I appreciate that, man. I don't think they take like half of them. I think they pump funds become a bonded token. When you bond, they take 20 that big red check mark on every token that ever is on pump fund. When you hit that bond, that's not the investors, not the dev selling. That's pump fund dropping their hard work that you put into it being early. You are giving away Solana and you go 20 places. That's 40K of your market cap value. So it's the thing that I look lightly on. I've been in the space for a little while. It's freely because I want people to understand the fact that, when you use it at the same time, you're going to pay for that reputation. That reputation is, so there's other ways to do things. And if you take that 40K, a third of that value, you can pay somebody to come up and do that kind of stuff. So stuff is, better to do your research and actually take a step back. I'm looking. I've never seen anything about them taking. That's the way they take half of the money. It's 50 Solana on the bond, and they take that period. You get I think you get one Solana, and then your 50 top wallet home. So you're looking at just two big wallets. One's going to be yours, one's that's theirs. So, they don't always drop their gun every time, but I do always going to see a big red flag. That's thing about look at Moonshot. Moonshot doesn't say like next speakers, Moonshot, they do this exact thing. They do that offers have different options. That's like smart DeFi, and that kind of stuff. Different strokes, but it's really important to do your research hop in and let this see that small print until after you hit that button. So just make sure you read. By the way, wish you good luck if you like little bit. It's fun. It's good to step back sometimes and touch collection, which is going to be 111 NFTs, and they're going to come out and turn on for the account. Definitely turn those on because we're going to be about all month. So we're either going to be minting, so working through those two options, just another way for us to be able to get. So that's going to be come February. So stay tuned for that. And other than that, yeah, we're just doing the same stuff. There's around 1,000 views on our TikTok videos. We actually have one that's actually before premiere, continuing to grow. Our market cap continues to grow. We're at 104K, and good people in project, and be able to hold a good floor through what's been a pretty crazy. Be able to build and just doing something like we have been with TouchGraph. We got messaging as of recently is just to get people to understand. So only about 8. So just as we continue to have less, there's more demand as the market starts to heat up. It's going to become more and more expensive to get. So just package. At the end of the day, we just want to be able to be a part of a community that's always going to be there. Remind you to take a little bit of time to focus on your shoe, touching grass. Nice, man, nice. Hey guys, so BNB, Asian market is huge. But base, there was a big base bounce on Europe. I think BNB is huge. Undervalued as hell, bro. Yes, you see when BNB runner. By BNB has been outperforming the rest of the big caps. There's big things coming, and I think that it would be less regulated in the States and so on pretty soon, right? So, yeah, looking forward to that. Honestly, before 20, when I used to do more so educational videos and things, I said be around like $600 then, and it did. So, I mean, I'm definitely super bullish on being nice. And they have the biggest gangster in the whole crypto CC. Too, but either way, I appreciate you. Touch Gauge, I hope you had a good New Year celebration. Your own TG. Hoping you guys have that competition against one another, punching each other, knocking each other out for a couple of days, or fans to watch you guys' community, Andre and all them guys, and things have been going, man. So it's been that, you've been over there supporting too, using and stuff. So, you're back migrator, you do different things, you get in there, use the NFTs and go Rothschild out of BNB just to kind of bring your name into that side of things with the wallet. So, if you see classic things anymore, that multi-chain, now it's universal wallets, that kind of stuff, the pools are becoming agnostic. The key is definitely the when you go look at the action that's been, so, BNB actually been the two most moving as far as both bringing in those numbers. I see those both growing, I see BNB outpacing Ethereum at the time. BNB, I think, is an outpaced Ethereum, I think, this year. So, if you're one of those BNB maxis, you think they're going to look out this year, not financial advice, this is just things been decided that I think should be interesting to see, because I know the government and stuff like that has been getting side of things, and they've also been looking at the Ethereum side of things, because of things, man, to be on those ecosystems, you just never know which way it's going to go. And I know you guys are building over, so keep it up, man. Woo! Let's go! Be a bus for much best. Congrats to I'm quite excited to see you collection going to so yeah, definitely to get you one of those for your birthday. Hold on to that, and it's going to be it's going to be a different artist, and I think that's pretty cool since we can support like some smaller art. Very different than our initial collections. And then our second piece, somewhat the opposite of that, is a little bit of just a little hit. So elements still in there. So looking forward to it. I've been able to touch some grass without snow. I was in some grass again. So, no, I mean, all over it was wet. So, touch the white snow, leave the yellow one. So, I might even pause a little bit or something like that. So, that was Well, it's a bit laughing about Phyllis, no, in my opinion. So that's Jeremy my virus. We're all infected with this drive to come back and see how many days in a row have you been checking the number all to see if we're all chasing that better life, chasing that goal. It's that's when I call it by being on the subreddit GME on early, and it was fun because I'm talking and it was really awesome, right? And ever since then, I've been coming back, and it's I love being part of because it's real fun and the things to chase and have a great time with. And that's not my environment. If you think the trenches have festered so badly, it's ruined your play. The virus has changed. The virus has changed the culture, things like that. The trenches exactly like that idea of my virus. Again, if you space because of the people, that's put my virus. You don't like the way the virus is. You take space, right? And so that's what put my virus. We're having a great time with our meme and our culture. Check out our handle. Come join the Telegram. Say hello. I did post the telecontract address up there. There have been our IP. Saw a new one today. Launched like a month ago. Same looking Bojack as us. Yeah. And we just continue to grind with this idea of pure community, pure culture, pure. So that's what we keep doing. We're working on that with the same artists that have done UC on the title. We're going to draw. We've got as a last different base layers. Some very awesome collections in terms of its look and feel. And it's also really excited about just getting forward and having a great time with this community. Neutral King and Molly and Jessica, Touchgrass, all the people in these spaces we come into, and you guys give us an idea. Chatting earlier in the other space, listening in. I'm ready to keep growing and pushing it all this year. Happy to answer any questions. No question of originality in the memes. I like the cool factor. I like what you stand for. Like you say, right? Like you probably I'm obsessed with crypto. But I hate yes, there's it. That you just proved my point. And then I really like the small brain. No, but it's really fun. Yeah, even it may not be. There's things in our memetics that we can pick up on and maybe like what it's done to our brain. Yes, I did Brown and all of them stuff, BK, Port, and I just have that's right, yes, the flowers also, and Wally, what do you have for Homestead? I appreciate you coming up with this schedule and stuff, glad to see you, man. I know I hang out very much, but like I told you, I need a lot of research, all the different communities, so I don't get to really, so I just try to make my run and get a chance to say hi to people or whatever, so don't think of it, never repeat anything. Appreciate you, man, and definitely, the community over there, interested to see if you said something about what was going on with that. Yeah, NFTs, that have helped me develop it more better. I know from my community, 22 through 24, Superman, through collaborations we did on different NFT projects, where that was pumping. I don't know if you guys remember, we had like a pre-season. There were some crazy things going
That's where a lot of the trade of this stuff is coming from. So that when we come into a room with our communities, it's probably it's again it's all being handled slowly. It's like I towards the trades of how it works with our brain nature. It's like some of our means are pretty like wild and crazy. Brain, like the control key brain, this tiny brain, this pill is for taking the head. But I believe not getting the fix that. So, just again, what do you have for Homestead? Okay, I need to defend myself too, bro. The whole thing is that let's face it, right? Most of my community or the supporters or Solana, and I don't mind Solana. It's not like I'm gonna. That's the only platform that I kind of like used besides interest. I thought, yeah, why not? Because I don't really invest. What can I say? You don't use the horror word. You can't use that word for this business. They are retarded. They are good people, but either way, it's a network where going for the memes. They don't know anything about blockchain. It's EVM wallet. They are behind, and I want to my collection to Solana. But for everyone, we could say like this. I recommend people change now.io. It took me 4 minutes to take my Solana to BNB. Yeah, no, I love everyone, good people and every shade. And sometimes I'm goofy, I want to sit there too with the kids. Yeah, much appreciated. Thank you guys for having me on. This nice little problem. We are moving on to someone with energy, usually.
Meals of Feast Troll King, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here in the Trolls Den. And first and foremost, I've done my best about everyone in the room. I'd appreciate it if you can send me a follow back. I do my best to follow absolutely everyone back. I am the king of follow backs. Well, I've heard you discussing some coins, and if I may plug one, I have this coin, but they're very special in my mind. It's the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community. This is one of the OG meme coins, the ticker coin. It's on Ethereum. It's a group of individuals who I've been around now for more than 2 years. I've been live streaming my life in their Telegram. If you don't know about this community, I definitely recommend checking it out. It's a really great group of people. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who you will, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, Big Brother. This is a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view it at 60 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams that are available in the link in my profile. Additionally, you'll find that link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. You to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to discord.me/rabbi. We just surpassed 2,800 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars, and one of the things that we build wells and water tower stations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earthy water onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a web marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. Most importantly, I want to give people hope. And I really appreciate the opportunity to share.
Nice, man, nice. You've been on it for a while. So how's it going with your curve when it comes to numbers?
I'm really recent developments that we've had. So I've only started using this X account since November, and I have over 3,400 followers. Really great over some, about 5 days or so to get that kind of turn. Additionally, as I said, just surpassed 2,800 people in our Discord community. We've got to stay in voice call 24 hours a day alongside me. We get some people who come in regularly, routinely from around to Asia, to Africa, to Europe, to certain Americas, just depending on what time it is in their world. We have people who watch documentaries, play games. Additionally, I just get some people who like to sleep on the stream, and we certainly welcome that. In addition, on YouTube, I've been seeing more growth than I've ever seen. Every single day, we get more and more people who are subscribing to any one of my 20 different social media, different YouTube accounts. And then another exciting development that we've had, I have been hosting video spaces actually now for more than 100 days. On February 14th, I'll be closing in on one entire of 24/7 spaces, video spaces. So literally, I have an entire year of my life upcoming archive, not just on YouTube, not just on Twitch and all the others, but also on X Space. Really exciting. So I'm excited for that to occur, and then I can basically say I'm one of the very few people who has done 24/7 spaces on X, and I don't know another person who's done it on video. So I think that's some really interesting and exciting things that we've got coming up, and hopefully even more growth in 2026.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, what do you have for Rabbi? I know you're a good guy for whatever about you is because no one another, so if you can help each other get to where we need to be.
Well, it all starts with one person. If we're able to talk about these and re-inject this discussion into the larger conversation of society, I feel it's very important. When I was a kid, people used to talk about peace. They used to talk about really living in a day, hopefully in the future, of not having war. And I think perhaps the military-industrial complex, the certainly the contractors of the world have somewhat change people's opinions that war is inevitable and forever wars are necessary. And I'm against that. I feel personally that I don't have any right to put on you, and you don't have any to put your hands on me without. And if we could all live by that, then perhaps it would be a better world for not just this generation, but future generations live to really get everybody to get along. But it starts with one person. We need leadership in the realm of world peace. And just like we've seen really amazing developments, say like the environmental movement over the course of the last 70 or so years, and perhaps even the social justice realm within the last decade or so. I think we can have the same kind of push towards world peace, and hopefully one day, um, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday, our future generations will think of a world that where war was something of the past and they don't have to deal with that anymore, and then focus on really some of the topics that I like to discuss, like focusing on futurology, science, certainly artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, space tourism, all of the really exciting things that we should be focusing on, perhaps, and we don't have the opportunity because we're too busy with each other. And I'd like to see.
Thank you so much. I heard about your business. Say good. Yeah, but someone is taking what do you say, life. But yeah, grab your mic. Can I think it's now? Yeah, Wally, go ahead. Oh yeah, I forgot all about that part too. Because now I can't remember when you was in space last time when you was talking to the world. It takes a lot for somebody to do it to get that kind of dedication to your community. Myself out a few times, and it's hard to get yourself in that cell phone camera, let alone come into a space sometimes. So if you're proud to keep it up. Nice, man. Keep grinding, keep working, achieve good, great things. So thank you so much. We are moving on to more me, but also, yeah, brought up Pastor Watt because over 21 more minutes. That's kind of our stuff, right? So Shad, for sure. And like a lot, so I have my NFTs. So thank you so much for man, and thank you for live streaming this as well as painting. What a BBL Brazilian. I don't really want to go with a BBL. The last thing I need is distance. Girl, you get a BBL, is it no danger? My dick is gonna be away from them. I might have a small dick, but you know what else I have? Great breakfast. That's what there's when you're dating women in 30s. The overall package. Wake up at my place, you get a goat cheese omelet, cherry toast, the omelet, not too hot,
So
just
my sheesh. So he's ultimately
that
again.
omelet
So
hits your
when
mouth, you forget about that.
cheese. So the Gemara says, "Hot, normally food cheese, hot." So ultimately, again, says the Gemara. Says the ultimately, again, what do I have to be concerned about? Michael, we should see it. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps, again, the produce versus ultimately, again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated in advance, it does not create transactional release. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Sheklo, Balabais, Dinar the family, Chodem Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Balabais, Ta'afli, Surdir. Okay, so it changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the Chemini, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for him. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's suffering with prohibited items. Let me go up to the Minarka. Gemara says as follows. So I'll start kind of say as follows. So we'll say, so again, it's all under this same realm of transactional release. Like that's the theme that's happening right here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm Rav Kana. This is the Shmaitik Hamid Rav Salud. So Kana said, I said this over in front of Rav Savid of Dog. What happened? Amarle, Ihachi, at the 20th Ichlu, Su'u, Jesuvani, or if that's the case, the prices shouldn't be there. Reuben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'ichlu, su'u jesu vani mechash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again dollars. How much did they consume? To which the I'm you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry. I'm like Tani should really read the following way. That halach l'maisa, Reuben says that is so case. Remember, essentially there are two cases in Brisa. Case number is where Reuben gives his workers out. Says, "Chavra, go out and eat and drink on me." That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way that we understand it now, is that halach l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the chimney. He went ahead and he gave $100 to shopkeeper. He said, my workers are going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's not problematic. So you have to be concerned if they have acted out to food items, because then it's as if it's going ahead and supplying the permanent items. The way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's something we're going to say. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What a gaff. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. Good morning. It is a good chance to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Roshos this year as a suchos for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Pauline Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stan learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, declaration of the yard of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Nasa, we dedicate our learning in the precious hostages and the spoken after Shabbat home Shalom and the Karaf and the merit for the source will give them. So with that, let us begin. We have a map ahead of us today. That is Son of Gillis. We are picking up on phase in the base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 8, 10, 12 points up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: the day Rabbi Yana, Yasti Yerishlias Nanim, the Parchinis. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they were as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says over this in the very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called Manabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's once it's no longer readily available, really no longer kind of keep it for yourself. The idea over here is, so the people of the Asa right, would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Yeah, back. With the Shminis, the Shtata, the often Aniyim, the Shminis, after Rabbi Khaliki Perishlias. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yana's house and repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8th year produce. So they came and they said, so people mention this practice already. Something about it, obviously, the Rabbi to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm going to do it. Rabbi Yochanan said, yes, it's perfectly fine. Why? If you never done, never say that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also say that with Sarah's, do a couple of Rashis. You also say nothing. Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the Yananis are totally fine. She says, the king that he shed low Habu Hana, low if you say Hanbahan, love Khalik and Yellow Harry Kedusha Shviz. In some ways, when you get into the issue of commerce with a forbidden oil, so sometimes that forbidden can be off on a previous. So, for example, if it is business that is transacting business in China, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have achieved the second prohibition. Everyone said it's not really a problem because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy. I should say there's no immediacy because the produce is being given on the Shemitah year. It's also being paid during the 8th reciprocity. Therefore, this does not mean you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah will not develop upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. So connect them to S9 and an interesting little case would come up with S9. S9 is really or something, right? Obviously, things are running. We're an object. That object is called an S9. So they're paid for a holiday and cannot be used for any kind of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Isn't it? The sun, right? Versus the Rice says, not some level above. Let's say you then goes to Rothschild. As a song. And he goes to Rothschild. And ultimately, he gives her this. And he gives her right? But he doesn't have a relationship with her. Or, on the level of payment, what's the halacha? It's not a harlot's payment ultimately for sacrificial use. You see, it doesn't make sense. Not some level above. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's going to be qualified. I'm like, see, if he didn't have a lamb, that wouldn't be it. He didn't have relations. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, just soon, furthermore, the sick, but the revolutions no my estimate. Look, what's the meaning of the statement in the rice that says that if you give for let's say give the sheep, and then only afterwards what everybody trades these outside. So if you want to say like this, when does somebody return as not an explanation of how it's payment? When there's transactional and immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations, in other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment is not on the status of estimate. So what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of
everything you said checks out.
Watch this.
I indeed
Most
have
eloquent.
no bed
No
frame.
solo.
My eyes
Give it
taste
in Africa, what does it mean? Rashi says, Aksha, hello,
that is a
the Aka's right.
Roseanne Barr.
Rather again, sometime later. Of course, how does that translate? Immediacy, I think there's some tomorrow opposed to payment relations. None of them. All or for that matter, he has relations with her.
I want to thank you for getting it there. Exactly. Do you want to be a basement with a big guy or you
that essentially, in order for someone to be categorized as once introduction,
it is very powerful with just the material equipment. Talking with you throughout the week is set and trying to keep it tight, and I'm going to ask you, and you said it's kind of a problem. It's very long.
Yeah, last night was like 7 people came to the open and they felt that I don't like to manage too much. I'll just see it's fun. Why? There's no transaction. So because transactional immediacy, we don't
like you said,
your
shorter is better.
exchange, right? Or as somehow like a
long
payment
words that might not have worked, so about 7.5 is pretty
and for the intercourse
you have a perfect example of language.
questions a little bit discussed. No, someone I can't follow. So let's go. Right? Let's enjoy that.
You're the only comedian who took advantage of the entire stage and his presence. And you are fucking huge star already, my friend.
And then so again, basically just that she does not have the status of a party, and therefore is not permitted there's a lax transaction use. You must understand. He bought out, but when he got it, let's say on Wednesday, he had the sheep on Tuesday. As relations occur on Wednesday, we say that when he does have a relationship with some family, and therefore Allah is sustained and fair. I understand. When he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as a when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, actively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep categorized as an estimate of already Tuesday. On the Rothschild says, she should cover up the Hikki It's very interesting. What happened? He zoned up, right? He zoned up and got the sheep on Tuesday. He got the sheep on Tuesday. On Wednesday, so when they had issues on Wednesday, they were actively the sheep to be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest. Pious zone up. I was
spot at Madison Square Garden in a four-person playoff. Make some noise for the Canada. I love this city. I've been living here for a year, and you guys made me fall.
But I don't do well.
All it took was watching a flyover and a long game and seeing the assertion of aerial dominance.
That I do well. Righteous.
That's all
You
it
can have
took
that
was.
you could be righteous in some areas.
Immediately I said,
And morally
who's going
bad.
on?
It's not obviously, that's not.
That's what I said. I'm not even American. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Look at his face.
Most of us are not. Yeah, as soon as we
And I
feel
like
it,
America because you guys are proud of your military. You guys have museums
I'm learning
everywhere,
how I'm
traveling
doing
through
this.
I was
You
traveling
stuck up.
Tennessee,
This.
and I
That's
saw
not
a
I'm
World
doing
War
this.
II
Right,
museum
it
for
is
female fighter pilots.
But welcome to nature.
Female fighter pilots.
We all live in hypocrisy. We
World
all
War
live in
II. I didn't even know you girls were
Such
flying
is
planes. I
nature.
thought you were
But it is important for us to
just sewing flags.
ourselves. That even though the zone
I
is
had
a
to go
zone,
in. I had to see it. It's there. Two planes and we're crashed.
those guys are way out.
See service. They park in it. That was the crazy part.
No one knows our inner country service.
And then I started thinking,
And when we
if
still
you
push
guys
forward to
have
do good,
female
find
pilots,
those things that are
maybe
broken.
Japan
That's the
female
people.
co-pilots. So
Yeah, then, so the Zone offered up the governance, but
can you imagine that? Flying
relations
7
occurred
hours
on
in the Pacific
Wednesday.
and all you
That
hear,
was already
are
done.
we there
Sure
yet?
enough. So you
Is
might
that
as
the
well
right
let's
harbor? You're
analyze.
just
Let's
like your
unpack.
mother.
If
When they were Japanese, all of them sound like this.
It's the lamb on Tuesday. It says, this is yours as of today. Right? It is as of today. Right? Then, I'm not going to shoot at the shot. Right? The rest of the shots, you know, I'm not going to do that. So they're not basically it's multiple, right? She has talent. You can't be categorized as S1 on Tuesday because they didn't have
That was great.
So essentially, these are again,
Yeah.
she has every right to offer it up. However, if you need to vote on the last shot, it's enough in the department. But if you think this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? There's schedules for relations on Wednesday. So what
I'm the best person I know.
he's trying to okay, revelations tomorrow.
Oh, good.
And that's
Good
he
for
doesn't
that,
tell it
but
to
good.
acquire it. It's not hers.
No, he said how much you're
And if it's not hers,
No, but it's good.
what's in the car.
Very funny. I like that. It's also, you know, you go in the opposite way, which is good. You're not trying to like him, kiss ass, which is good. And thankfully, you left that coward's country, Canada.
I will go ahead and consecrate this home. I'm on my base on the shoes. So I have to be shoes. So you consecrate, but consecrate is something that you own. Otherwise, you say she doesn't own it on Tuesday, but it's up to the parents. Maybe something is consecrated. So you know, you could not teach something that's yours. Which means in the realm of personal growth, only asks us what we're able to do.
Well, you got a lot of energy, that's for sure. Thank you, Roseanne. That's really
That's not
good
necessarily the right thing to do.
being
It's
from
good to have
Canada
role
and having a lot of
models.
energy. Well, you're not all the time. You gotta
A
stay
lot
warm.
of times we kind of compare ourselves to others. And we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to some.
You've got a great delivery and all that. Of course, I don't like you blaming everything on women. That pisses me off and everything.
That which
Yes, I mean,
you
women
only
were,
have to
they
concentrate,
were
or you
in
only can
service.
concentrate.
No, I know.
That
So that makes me think
and it doesn't belong to
homosexual.
you. We so often in life we forget that it's not the only depths of us. What we're able to do.
I mean,
He doesn't expect of me what's what else.
it's not only homosexual men that don't like women. I
What he
think.
does expect of me
I wish you would just embrace your
about all
homosexuality.
the spiritual tools that
Then I
I
think you
possess.
could go
Be honest
forward
about what
with
I
a lot
possess.
of
We possess a lot more than
good
honest.
Joe.
And then utilize
Because you
those
got
in
everything, you
pursuit of
just
this.
embrace your
Only
homosexuality
immaculate
and
that
we're going
which
out career.
and I can probably only
Everyone
ask
who
of
embraces their
us
homosexuality will
accomplish
probably get a
spiritual
lot of
things
spots on the show, by the way.
Oh,
I tell you, me and Tony have been having a back and forth like a
Oh,
hot girl in
that's
high
the case.
school. Yeah, I mean, now you
Yeah,
got
Rabbi, I just
What about your mom? I bet you don't
She
get
says
along
there,
with her.
I get along with my mom. My mom's my best friend.
Really, that's why you're
Keep the
homosexual.
sheep with you, the schedule to be here tomorrow.
What
Right?
do you do? I only
Just
want to
keep it
suck
with
one
you
kid,
until
that's
tomorrow.
from her.
The needs
Yeah,
to
I knew it.
No, but the audience would tell you have a big Ari, so congratulations.
Yeah. You need a car, but you need whatever it is.
Well, you
Then,
did good.
then
You're
he wears
funny.
tiny action. Right.
You know,
That's
and it'll be
so versus
real
this. So
fun.
there was now again, what's the idea? Why we it's like
Oh, great spot. Congratulations.
doing this
Thank
because
you. I just
remember
want to say,
this all
Tony, I
happened with
appreciate
with
everyone.
like
I'm
this
my 2025 bill list. Thank you so much as well, Fred.
and
There you go. There you go. Any money
is
out
that
of the
something
show.
can only be best with the really
Canadian question.
when there's a level of transactional currency. So now we see that by the Schmidt case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmond zone by the Harlech case. That we might just get further into those cases. So by the come up with Shasson, it's very interesting. So let's say same thing. Ruben gives Ruben gives Zona
Right.
the
Let's keep
sheep
it moving
on
along here.
Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for
Very, very
Wednesday.
special
On
treat. Out of the
Tuesday,
Legends
she goes in and
bucket.
she's not.
This
She
guy,
consecrates
without
it. She
doubt,
didn't
one of
offer
the
up as a
best
covenant,
guests
but she's not the
of
ship.
the year.
So what's the status
And
now of the
on the show.
Give Even the
Doing
Amar,
a set
and
for us.
Russell with the
Make some
Vulcan,
noise
so
for the
Russell
great
had you.
James
Command that
McCann,
to Russell.
everybody.
Making something equity is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to an equity is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again, that of going ahead and being the ship verbally is the equivalent of Dilma Hashtam in other words, offering it up, but being not because it's gone, again, it's gone. Being not again, it is still here. It's still present. So does she have the ability? What actually is not the shit? Again, I'll say where the Shiloh is. In the case where she offered it up Tuesday, by the time the Dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Dia. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not the shit. Wednesday the Dia occurs, and at the time of the Dia, the object is still here. So now the Shiloh is becoming expensive or not. So most of the you give us our Rabbi so let's say going back to Rabbi Elazar on the top of the daf. Right, the Gemara says, "Dam Rabbi Elazar shekatma behikri vasa." So remember again the way Rabbi Elazar stood the case at the Eslam zone, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already pending to be occurred. Daf behikri vasa. So that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Low. But from the Rothschild statement, it would appear that if she was not fishing, but the animal was useless at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Zona. Much more says, the Rothschild will fake me by this actually this Shaila is Mamish Shaila the Rothschild himself. It's nine. If she did Rabbi Eliezer, that he was Shassamo, that he said Shassamo. Because Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslan is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. But by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just Makdish, she consecrated the animal was still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. Oh, Dilma, if you thus Shitale, Rikishas on the Saturday. I mean, maybe obviously Shatan is going on this. I mean, of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. She just consecrated it, which the Gemara says take. Interestingly enough, what comes out over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslan Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona as a part of this payment, it must actually immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via and then payment, or again, it is not considered an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with payment, now, and the doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she writes an animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it as a bona fide carbon. If she's not dishes, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the episode of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. So like it looks like the second piece of the was, let's see, he has relation with her, and then he works the case her. Ultimately, again, we can see it's I don't understand this. The mother says, he says if he has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all the bills late. So he pays her late, right? For 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's fee. And it's still the also, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to kiss up. Most of us are just important. Right? He said that if there's relations, not an estimate, there's no transaction immediately. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, ultimately it is still I'm not just a kasha. It's not a contradiction. Someone is Ba'ali Li, is Ba'ali Li, they tell us. The other one is Ba'ali Li, tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case in front of the case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and we identify sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Okay, that sheep, they tell us that. How come if you have not the Eslan than a so ultimately, again, the verse is going to be identified the sheep. It's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, and ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit. The only love the color is that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. I think we'll go to Rabbi, who says, have relations with Zona. This have relations pays with me for this sheep. Now, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the Allah thinks, oh, it has the status of a public payment because this transaction means. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep. Require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone of all this whole property. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, they didn't wish us only to be like Jews. So apparently, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep, but a zone is not. You guys know about it. We all know the zone is saying it's not a Jewish harlot. They call it the chassid. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the chassid. In which case, again, ultimately, this can chassid she acquires. Second, either call it a bala. The African muscle law, how can I understand? If it's in her thoughts, in order to she fires, in order to get a relationship with her, and ultimately, again, then it's only dedicated. Shorty to shorty acquired it. What are you talking about? You know, so in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esma before the Pia, if the she's in her thoughts. In which the Gemara looks for the shopping and handy out to keep. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So you think this sheep is not supposed to. Remember, when it's supposed to, essentially that in other words, he says to her, I'm gonna pay you for the relationship. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, be my sinner, is using the time I don't own it. He says to her, right, and if not, shortly to take this sheep home. Again, that's not how we talk. Fine. Not since Rothschild says now, again, it's interesting. All of this is unraveling the essence of this. Only other Nefamara will appall. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. So now he's paying. Now the way again, he's paying them. Now actually here, these workers are non-Jews. They're just unknown Jews. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so let's look at this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or something, wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So what's it? Now the says the Enochoshish to do this. Enochoshish, he doesn't have to be worried, right? What's the concern here? He's giving them money now. Because it's an aqua, or he has to be concerned maybe the aqua is going to go by Yanis, right? Or maybe ultimately again, it's going by Shluta or my sushi, or you can swim outside of the shuttle. He doesn't have to be concerned. He doesn't have to be concerned with this because essentially he's doing what? Because he's doing that for you, it's not on him. They do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. But if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, the long shum nice, right? If you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones that Rashi. The hot evils, those sucking we don't. Ruvain is not the one giving them. It's covered. This is for your food. This is for your drink. You choose to do it that way. Essentially, is not. It's not unmoving. For again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out of the comments. Sabbath Yom, day 63, second line down. The Amallah said to them, "So the Ichlu, Vani Korea, Su Shtubi Korea." He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, "Go and eat. Hey, I'll pick up the tab." Oh, now this is a problem. Oshish Mishum Shli is Mishum Mishum. We have אין לי רקע, וואי, זה נקודה, שבאמת ואני קורא, הביטוי לוקח האיסור מאכילו, והשתו לו סוד נפש מן הנפש. Because he's in the tab, now it looks like he's fighting these prohibited items. The difference, if Lewis here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's not easy. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately again, that is problematic because it is, if he is purchasing, buying these Allah, I'm not saying, what do you see? I'm not going to say this is for now, and certainly that the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now again to the Rabbi case. Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed sheets of produce and they paid Europe. So which one? I said, we have a problem with the transaction. So I said, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece? So what do you see from here? That when moving pays the bill, even though again he's paying after the consumption order took place. So this transactional use is considered to be paying for these the shoes of produce, shame produce the values. Therefore, the Gemara says, often none kika part, and they say kapara. So to hear by Rabbi here, ultimately again, isn't that called the produce? Same thing. What's the Gemara is though they can in so no, it's different. In the moving case, going ahead and telling the workers, then the workers go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to even the Orthodox buffet. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper extends credit to you, then there is transactions that's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually, thinking about it, it's actually right across the left. Kind of being some of us. He knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. Regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכם שיש לו הדין, or come along and he'll Khalifi. So we'll say, so that's it, they're actually using. Ruby is not just saying stumbling word and buy drink. He's saying, "Hey, shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab." This is a shopkeeper, so therefore again, it's as if they're paid, and therefore there is true immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers whatever the items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. Even the again, that doesn't apply to conservative, right? It's supposed to work out credits, essentially. That case is trying to not transaction but again, using that logic, including what to send out his work to say, in some case, though you can go to the back up the tab. He's not sending to a shopkeeper against credit, then it sounds like what? What's it? Okay. And that's the case. That's what I'll be lucky. At the time, if that's the case, then the second instead of making the first case in the lifestyle, the case of $100, go out and go through the drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? You must start more in when is the soul ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvani, when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his Chavra, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick the tab? That's only with the shop. Immediately, And it's as if again the he's already has the money to be like about but not people who does not extend. Therefore, that lacks transactional use. In that case, should be part. In other words, what if the price to go ahead and kind of two pieces of one piece of everything and to highlight two different cases? First, we must vote and in my people mean more special, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend the credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the family? That is the case. Homer the Fanero. The person says to his friend, hey, one of the clothing, eat will come the fussy. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go through it. Say, Ruben, give me a figure, lend, right, give it to Shem, give it to Shem, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that for? Kind of, you know, if ultimately again my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the money says, so what do you see from here? Now again, let's even assume that even when I have no previous rights, what do you see from here? Leave someone to go and give someone else. Ultimately, again, your guarantee and encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to become a key for the You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. You must look at it. After the night, even the Yahweh today, low missing. So what's the difference? I look at that. Rashi says, even though the Yahweh today, Rashi, why do Rashi is about it? They're not today. So when you say long yard most love Khalifa means since you then go ahead and set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink. Since you don't define the amount of money, right? Or no specific money, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be more. It should be more. So, Yichim and most, the path, love Khalifa, below mitzvah. I'm sorry. The says, hello, my fish. So, ultimately, again, most ultimately again he says ultimately again what do you have to be concerned about over here that perhaps again ultimately again the same thing because no particular monies have been designated in advance, does not create transaction. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balafan. Okay. So this changes everything. Okay, Rashi. Shekilo, Bayes, Dino, the family. Told them Shishalach, the Hashtam, the Balafan, so this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Raisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the Chem, go to the Shem. Eat and drink whatever you want. It's on you. Then you then give the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, yes, but it's paid for. So now that makes sense because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm used to the maybe that's really not the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of is the same transaction. Like that's happening here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. I'm used to the Shmite. And absolutely not. This over. And what happened? Amalei, he hotly and the country is you, soon to them, that's the case. Prices shouldn't be that within his workers. Go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay him sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'echlu, su'u shesu, ba'inachash. You should go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that the of the right? So we left money with the shopkeeper. I'm saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did it consume? I know you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry. I'm right. Tani, that is the ultimately again. The halacha lines here, right? Change the license. We the following way. Yeah, halacha lines are so please remember the percentage in the rice. His son is the leading uses what on the right. His father go out and eat, go out and drink on me. His whatever it is, it's on them. It's not on me. Is that halacha lines are moving 3 8 He went ahead and he said, my work is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now that you that's the problem. Concern.
This year, without a doubt,
So especially years, should we be workers
they've been doing this with,
go out and drink, but I need a cash and then settle off ultimately
is even able to do.
that's what we're doing. What's like stop over for today? Oh yeah, everyone what about
during the week, and then you want I saw people that were moving, like food 20 seconds into your set that just got up on their feet close, which is fucking incredible.
this is the morning resource function to be able to overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Comic-Con sponsors. Hosting Shvacha Baritz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shuman shows this year as a support for the Soros for all of Israel. Comic-Con sponsors for the month of Av, Habal Min Tovas, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of his Drazen, Dina Drazen, Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife, the founder of Rothschild. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Wolf, the Green Shop Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Shalom Ben Tzvi. And new thing in that have a memory of their Ben have covered modified the narrative of Blossom because always we dedicate our religious hostages and which also make the Shalom home to Shalom and America and social network to give them success the whole of Massey. So back in that speaking, we have an exciting daf today. Today's daf is Son of Gimos, and we are talking about on Son of Basin Base 62B, the day Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows: the day Rabbi, yes, we can see is who part of the machine. So very interesting. The members of the household of Rabbi would do as follows. They would meet up produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-shinta produce on the following year. It actually says something very interesting. Yasi Perish So obviously, again, without getting into all the shita technicalities of it, but you could go ahead and lend or borrow commerce, but lend or borrow shinta produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's once it's no longer readily available, you really can no longer keep it to yourself. So the idea over here is so people of the house already on borrow shita produce from the end during the shita. Rashi was a part of the shminis. The shkach after a union shminis after a year from the shminis. What's happening again is on year number 8. On year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house will repay the ultimately again with new produce if you're so people mention this practice from some of that obviously the body people some of them. So it's the same for you. Another rule, you said you're listening often, it's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Why you connect done, now I'll say that interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you obviously have this stars to a couple of Rashi's. Yosin Abdin, there, Yochanan said, the members of the house of Yannais are acting perfectly fine. Rashi says, the chitnik that he shenta, lo havu hanach be'en, lo ichlus fe'hani ba'ani, lav chali peninu, lo chayle kedusha shvietz alay. So remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already, an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity can devolve upon the previously permitted item. So for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, 8th-year produce should also have Shemitah sanctity, prohibition. Now the Yochanan is not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon produce. That's the ideal here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity not devolve upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is connect them to Eslan mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona is the halacha. The person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object. That object is called an Eslan Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says, the corresponding piece passes the silence into this. Raisa says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his home. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her, doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's none of her is mutter for sacrificial use. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, given the law. He didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is gift. If there's no restrictions on it, to which the says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, even though my mutter. If he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that the Esna is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, "Hello, hachika amar." This is what it means to say. Listen to this. No, the achakach ba'alau. If he gave her, let's say, he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say like this: when it becomes an esnan when there's transactional immediacy, he pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the steps so long. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. Watch this. If you gave her the sheep, the achar ba'ala. Well, what does it mean, the achar ba'ala? Rashi says, Shav Ella la'achar zman. He doesn't have a relationship with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. He pays her today and has relations for 3 hours from now or tomorrow. again, as opposed to relations. But as not a motor. Oh, Baal, the Asala, or for that matter, he with her. And then you have to pays her as not in both of these cases, again, as not is being motor. However, Nasa, the Achar is not fine. So therefore, both sides that essentially, in order for something to be tried as a
because I have
once these transactional reviews, in other words, payment relations, then the receipt for payment has the status ultimately again
of one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show.
Remember, the household, they would borrow sheet of from the car and you pay it ultimately when you pay the accounts. It came to the open because they felt, I don't know,
Saturday Night Live.
It's fun. So that there's no traditional idiocy. So because of traditional idiocy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow but ultimately again to the seventh year issue the produce, and then your produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussed in this. Not someone I have so they go through this, right? Let's impose on any case. Okay, let me use Rabbi. This is a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? So he pays your sheep. Right? And then let's say, get your sheep on Tuesday. And Wednesday, you have to. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest. Right? As a wax transaction in this. Remember, I understand. If he bought it, when he does have let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with Rabbi. So why don't we say he does have relations with the top of something? Lechol Allah is not enough for him. I understand. What gives you the sheep can't be labeled as estimates. When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And then for the sheep should be categorized as not only as of today. The Lazar says it's very interesting. This is very interesting. The Zona, right? Got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relation didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, the sheep should be categorized as the harvest. Oh, what's the case? For the not as the on Tuesday. Shop it up as a counter on Tuesday. Highest zone, and I said, you can save yourself. Come on, she's a zone, which is offering up Kavanos. Listen, part of the neck is many times. So there's a difference in consistencies. And we don't really compare the contradictions, and in certain respects, in certain respects, I'm not sure. There are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do. The thing is, I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do it all. Hashem, don't do things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is not a thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal. Right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony, spirituality, and righteousness. And most of us are not there. Sometimes you feel hypocritical, or sometimes you feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, I'm giving stuff. How about I'm doing this? Just that, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is so contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of it's important for us to speak ourselves. And even though the zone is a zone, the streets come out. You know what? Those kavanos, they have to call. It's easy to roll up. Because everyone knows that in your country, certain struggles and other control. And when you still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are going, sometimes that's a clinical accomplishment. In any event, so the Zola offered up the covenants, and the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are done. She already offered it up. So you might as well, okay, let's analyze this. If you don't know what's the case, you don't need making the action. It's at the Zola. This is the Quran on there. It says, this is yours as of today. Right? The prophet today. Right? The Allah told us, so the Shah. Right? The Halasa, the Shah, Spira, Umakarama, Amudu. So then obviously it's multiple, right? The sheep. It can't be categorized as an S1 on Tuesday because of the internet. So essentially, he gave her a gift. And the person said, well, in the action of eating that, very interesting. And if she did not give her permission to work, and he went to the and said, and he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday. They're scheduled for relations on Tuesday. So what does it mean? So he's from Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. In that case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he can not see it as a part of it. After all, the Ishiyat, which is based on published on the Torah, says, if a person consecrates his home, this is talking about the evaluation, right? When consecrate his home, I'm not going to base so just like the economy, as publishers are said to be only consecrate, whether it's consecrated or whether it's up, is something that you own. So if she doesn't own it, then she's going to have to check it out. I think that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, which are only aspects of us, what we're able to do. And sometimes you need to stay $45 you go to flight, that's a good time. And that's not necessarily
But I have, when I was in SNL, you have family members. That's when. Now you develop a really terrible gap. I'm blowing it all. When I see it going, I idea throwing it out there. It is so funny. I love the line that you were making great money for SNL. You were wildly successful.
And it doesn't belong
Before SNL let your family know how much money you were. I heard a huge cackle cracking up like a man who's been on these highest grossing charts for a while that gets hit up from family members. It seems like it's
all the spirituals that I possess. And then utilize those to only not wish that which belongs to you. And I think it only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power. What's the case? The Hadikabe, I trust you. He says, right, so we're going to be the sheep with you, we're scheduled for tomorrow, right? Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The new stuff, but if you
it's like, hey, I got somebody I want you to see.
You need the sheep, right? You need a car, but we need to know whatever. Then the Gemara says, "Can I give you the right to acquire it?" So everyone was that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi with this sheep transaction. The idea that's been happening over here is that something can only be invested in that is when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately this is every month gets over into this father payment case. So by the Rothschild, the sheep on Tuesday, he is scheduled for on Tuesday, those which is not the sheep.
these together.
She
We've
didn't
done
offer that as a
multiple
couple.
Madison
So she's
Square
not Christian.
Gardens, the
So
Forum
what's
in
the
LA,
system of the
four
animal?
arenas
Even
here in
the Mar
Austin.
and Russell
Or
the bottom.
never seen
The
you
man that we
quite
busted.
like we're in an arena tonight. So you're to watch your growth.
Is the equivalent of
It reminds us all
says
that we can all
that
do to get better and grow. And expand. There's been a couple times we came out with a cutter and a piece of
so therefore you be say ultimately again that the act of going to be not is the equivalent of offering. Whereas offering it up is offering it up. But
it
the
matters
going, you're in the store.
more in race
Not
and
the
steering. So for you to be here tonight,
what happens if she's
we
not
love you forever.
again, because
You're
listen,
always
we're deciding
part of the family
in the case that she
anytime.
offered it up
I'm
on
sure we'll
Tuesday,
see you
by the
at
time the
Madison
deal of
Square
hers,
Garden in
obviously,
August.
again, it's
You're
gone.
a
It's
superstar.
like, so it can't be called an S-1
How
now
did this place
because
get
it's
to
no
the great
longer
camp
exists.
pattern?
In this case, what we hear on Tuesday, she's not Christian. Wednesday, the beer affairs, and ultimately, it's at the time of the beer, the object is still here. So now, the Charlotte is the object becoming S-1 or not.
Ladies are getting
Once
incredible.
the keep shall be the other
This is
as
amazing.
you can say the buzz, rise of the buzz.
The place
So
is
much
about to
points
get
are
lit.
check
A
up
new
the
Golden
hickey.
winner.
So remember again,
Perhaps it is Golden Ticket winner in the history show. The only person I'm
right is
afraid
where she
of.
went ahead
The only
and pretty
person
often.
who can do
Right, she
whatever he
offered
wants.
already by the third.
This is
That's going to be
incredible.
busted. So that's because she offered it up. It's no longer exist. The shot so low. I think the largest thing to do here, that if she is not fishing, if the animal still in existence, like it's going to be a occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an external. Much more says, no, also the fake anybody. Truth is, this actually this Shiloh is not just Shiloh of the Lord himself. So the verse is not. Misha Chive Rebbe that he was of Dafka Bishasa, bro. But he said Shas. Because the Lord is saying, all time doesn't even ask them. The animal was offered up for the Bia. But by the time the Bia occurred, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was massacred. The animal still is time to Bia, in which case, I love the Mesa. I love the Mesa. The animal is revitalized as a Western zone. All your love. If you also shoot away, if you trust in the sacrifice, and you know, maybe obviously it's roughly nothing over the and you know, of course, it's not going to be idealizing the same zone. But I think it's just concentrated it, I'm not sure. Which reminds us that it's really not interesting. We have to look at it. But sometimes in this case, we it's first of all, so it's important lesson to do us. We're not here with no zone. When you do understand it, then what is something categorized as an S as a part of this payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. Order is not followed either. Payment and delayed via. Or via and then payment. Ultimately, again, it is not considered zone. If he deposited an animal with the payment, now, the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up.
You know I looked into this for you. It was literally going to be $17,000 for you to fly over the audience.
This is the time to beat up the next day. Animal, that's the thing. Okay, let's analyze more. No son last name. So we're going to say the second use of the was, let's see, he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, the payment is more.
Why are you in some type of slide?
Or you marry the cash. I don't understand this. You might say that's for me. and Shalom Shunim Esnana us. But it does, right? So it says if Reuben has relations with him, and then he pays you, even 3 years late, 3 years they certainly pay all of the girls late. I see, right there, 3 years later, it's still college for you, and you still say, I'm not going to kiss the low cash, and that cash is just important that we quoted before, that's like page 60%. Reservations and then payment, that's not an estimate. I think what it says.
You are far outside the box.
I will be honest.
It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali to tell us, yeah? Hada Amar is Ba'ali to tell us. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case in front of this one says, have relations with me for this sheep. We identify the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. They tell us that.
I was going to fuck somebody that was Japanese and she
as if there's
was going to come,
transactional
obviously, and
when
everybody
he
knows she
doesn't,
was going to
when
come.
he
Let's
doesn't go
move on.
ahead and
Next shit.
identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional release. All right, so let's analyze it. The Amrullah was that
Still have all the straps and
so
everything
let's
in
analyze
line.
this, right?
I was
Scenarios. Wednesday, everything goes up to he says, have relations or to Zona. It says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, oh, it has the status of public statements because there's transaction. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it curse. In order for it to be cursed, it has to happen.
Zoot, guess whose comment stand up I just saw? Zoot. James McCann.
You saw it in what?
James McCann. He's on Netflix.
Is he?
He's on Kill Tony.
On what?
Kill Tony had a New Year's special. James McCann has a section of it, and I've got to say he was very funny. He shouted you out. No, I'm kidding about that. But his jokes are pretty funny.
Did he shout out Henry Wilson?
No, he talked about driving in the United States. His first joke was funny. He said, "Wow, there are a lot of Asian people in San Jose. They should call it Hood," which is a funny joke. And then he.
Here's the first thing I'm up.
All right, well, you get a chance. When you get a chance, you should watch his.
Is it the first?
No, he was like in the middle of it, but he did a really good job.
Here's the first one there.
No, he wasn't. He might be the first one who shows up, but he was like in the middle. But he does a really good job. Normally, I've never seen him do any stuff, and his stand-up is pretty funny. It makes me want to watch his Netflix or his YouTube special.
Are you gonna go see him tonight?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. You want me to pick you up?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. He is I don't know if he could be that big in the United States just because we love our own comics and he's like an outsider and we don't always like observational humor about ourselves. Like, yeah, we know that we drive fast and stuff like that. But I think that he just in general, for being a foreign comic, great job and connected with these really well. And the thing that impressed me most about him, which it wasn't even as his stand, but there was an American who talked about like how weed was bad, and James McCann was like, "I hate on everything they love," and the other comic, yeah, and that was like showed how connected he was, at least to the audience. He knew that this guy was going to bomb. Dude, are you watching it right now? Zoot, you are watching. He like 10 minutes. I think so. Either you or he is. What'd you say? That's the name of the comedy special. Zoot, do you remember when you didn't even know who James?
We're gonna meet tonight.
You're not gonna meet him.
My friends don't. So.
Okay, that's not you. And if you see him tonight, you should say, "Hey, I really want to, that Rabbi Rothschild is the one who introduced you, and I'm forever grateful to Rabbi Rothschild for their amazing act. And I hope that you're aware it is because of that person that I know, and I'm sure he would thank you, and they would thank me as well. And I would be appreciative that he showed his appreciation. But in reality, he's pretty funny. I've never seen him do stand up, but he did a good job. And if I would tell him, he really deserved to win Guest of the Year this year. And I think they gave it to her because she's getting old, and they want to make sure that Guest of the Year is just like really big people. Guest of the Year was Roseanne. Well, she's a stand-up comedian. No, it's the exact same one you're thinking of.
From Roseanne.
From Roseanne, from the 1980s and 1990s. She's like the most famous female comic of her generation.
What about Joan Rivers?
That's why I said of her generation. Joan Rivers is the generation prior to hers. And normally, Tony Hinchcliffe says Roseanne is the female comic of all time. But I disagree with that. I think Joan Rivers is. I think Joan Rivers is beautiful, and
I think that she was just frankly a blazer, especially for women. I mean, and the she hosted the Tonight Show. She would absolutely kill on the Tonight Show. She got her own show. Now, Roseanne's show was absolutely funny, especially in the early seasons. It was groundbreaking. It was hysterical. Very, very funny. Joan Rivers died 2016, and it was very shortly after she said that Michelle Obama was transgender.
Was transgender?
Michelle Obama.
Is she the one that came up with that?
Rumor for a long time.
Do you think Michelle Obama was transgender?
I don't know.
But you thought Michelle Obama?
No.
Why not?
I really find her.
Were you talking Kamala Harris?
I don't really find her that attractive. Now, that doesn't mean I don't find black women attractive. I find tons of black women attractive. But those one particular.
Kamala Harris or Michelle Obama?
Well, if Michelle Obama is all natural, but she's they're both kind of scummy to me.
Kamala Harris is going to P. Diddy party just like that.
Yeah, just give me another guy. How about Oprah?
No.
Fuck.
Who's Oprah's best friend?
Gayle King. Okay, I'd take Gayle King over the other two.
Yeah, Gayle King.
Yeah, I'd take Gayle King over Michelle Obama and Kamala Harris.
You know, or now.
Gayle King, when she was 20, 40, or however old she is, the things that Kamala Harris and Michelle Obama are kind of unattractive to me.
It's on P. Diddy.
I mean, who knows? But does that mean I don't find African American women attractive? I do a lot. I think some of the most beautiful women in the world are African American. We're just African. It's kind of one of those things that, like, I'm not just looking on the exterior, but I want to know what's inside. And Michelle Obama
The most beautiful.
and Kamala Harris kind of rub me the wrong way.
Cape Verde.
You're obsessed with that place.
No, there's a reason for it though. They're the most beautiful women in Cape Verde.
Okay, and you're obsessed with this place.
I do think it's going to be one of the global hubs of Africa in the next 20 years. I think the more you look into going on the scenes, it's going to be a very big tourist destination.
I could get that. I could see that. Did you watch it? So your friend's going to see him?
Yeah. I feel like Joyce Camp just has one of those voices that are funny, that makes it more funny.
He does. I agree with you. I think that's an apt observation. He does have a funny voice. Do you know who him? That's correct. And you know who a new contract with Netflix?
Huh?
Do you know who just got a new? Yep, they're doing entire season 3, and he's 2 new stand-up specials. So that'll be really big for him.
You don't know the real story, James Ken.
What's the real story?
Do you know how you introduced him to Angelus? No. He met Shane Gillis in Australia when he was looking for insurance, when he was over here in Adelaide.
Right.
Big Shane over here in Adelaide.
Was it Robert? Was it Robert Irwin?
No. He went over to America and he linked up with my step cousin, who was friends with Jim Jeffrey at the time, and then he tried to get a spot on there. But that fell. Then he linked back up and saw Jane Gillis again in America. Jane Gillis put him on.
Okay, well, that's amazing. And pretty baller. And but what?
James doesn't make James can stories like rare because we're like Australia, Canadian, get the amateur same unit, like to get like any credibility to go on Raw Comedy. He didn't do Raw. He got rejected on Raw Comedy.
Is the thing that's happening on the 16th or whatever?
Yeah, 30th. It's the 30th, yeah. Rejected from Raw Comedy. But, like, you don't need... But, to be honest, like, Raw Comedy is, like, fucking... It's the most liberal fucking... I don't want to talk shit about it, but, like... Because I might be on it one day, but, like... The judges are very... They'll put on, like... They're very, like they favor LGBTQ people.
Okay. Is it your birthday?
Yeah, the represented by LGBT community, which isn't a bad thing.
Okay, no one's saying it
It's
is.
not a bad thing.
Is it your birthday?
Tomorrow.
Okay, but it's like tomorrow there already, isn't it?
That's the 14th. January, my birthday is 15th.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, do you have big plans? Do you have big plans? Okay.
What did you do for your 30th?
What did I do for my 30th birthday?
I know what you did for your 40th. I was here.
What did I do for my 30th? I did not sleep all day on my 40th birthday. Okay. What did I do for my 30th birthday? Yeah, definitely. No, what did I do? I don't really remember. I honestly don't like doing. I don't like doing things on my birthday. I very much enjoy them to be over with as quickly as possible.
Jewish people celebrate birthdays, or is that like for
And so traditionally, we don't really focus on birthdays. We focus on your day of death. It's called your day. What in the is that? What the fuck was that?
what?